Ding! System update complete. Kryptonian Mechanical Superman System rebooted. Dear Supreme Commander David, you have been in stasis for 63 years. Body functions, intact. Cognitive logic, stable. David walked the crowded streets of New York City, soaking in the sunshine that spilled down from above. The warmth pressed against his skin, and for the first time in decades, he felt alive. It's really 2008, he muttered, lips curling into a faint smile. This year, everything begins. The perfect time to harvest reputation. Tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped dark hair and a square jaw, David didn't need to try to draw attention. Heads turned as he passed. Women whispered and sneaked glances. But David's sharp eyes were fixed forward. He wasn't here to flirt. His mind was occupied with only one thing: prestige. He had slept away more than half a century inside a hidden Kryptonian capsule. Back in the chaos of World War II, he had been given a strange gift: the Mechanical Superman System. With it, his strength, speed, and endurance had soared past human limits. But even then, he was no Superman. A single armor-piercing round could have ended him. Until now. System, David commanded silently. Awaken full Kryptonian lineage. Ding. Reputation insufficient. Community-level prestige. 0 out of 10. Requirement. Complete a major event that shakes a community. David frowned, but his lips soon curved into a grin. 10 reputation points? That's all it takes. Easier than guessing back in the war. The system's new upgrade laid out his path clearly. Prestige tiers rose step by step. Community, city, nation, planet, galaxy, universe. Shake a community? Huh? David's eyes glinted. That's easier than punching a nuke. A short while later, he stood atop a high-rise opposite the Stark building in Queens. Looking down at the crowd flowing in and out, he chuckled. Perfect. All these people in one place. One jump should do the trick. He crouched, then launched himself forward without hesitation. Whoosh! He plummeted like a meteor, the wind howling in his ears. Boom! David crashed into the hood of a sleek Ford supercar below, the impact denting its frame like paper. The once pristine vehicle folded in half. Gasps erupted. Call the police. Someone just jumped off a building. Panic spread across the street. System chimes echoed in David's head. Shock from Barney Evely, +1 reputation. Shock from Wong Susan, +1 reputation. Shock from Foxhand, +1 reputation. Shock from Tony Stark, +10 reputation. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Prestige level. Community tier achieved. Reward unlocked. Steel body. Evolution path unlocked. Perfect Kryptonian. In an instant, blazing heat surged through David's body. Every strand of his DNA ignited, each cell drinking in the golden radiation pouring from the sun above. His flesh hardened, his senses sharpened, and his very existence leapt toward something beyond human. He dusted himself off calmly, ignoring the smoking wreckage beneath him. Then his gaze lifted straight to the man sitting behind the cracked windshield, staring at him in disbelief. David's smile widened. Of all people, it had to be him. Tony Stark, the son of his old friend. Tony's heart pounded in his chest, his face pale as death. He'd been seconds away from being obliterated under David's fall. What the hell are you doing? Tony shouted, voice cracking with disbelief. David tilted his head, grinning. Isn't it obvious, Tony? I was jumping off a building. Tony blinked, still dazed. In front of my building? What, do I owe you money? David chuckled, brushing the dust from his shirt as if nothing had happened. No debts, just plenty of witnesses. The sunshine glinted against his eyes, and for the first time in decades, David felt it. The true power of Krypton. David brushed the dust from his shoulders, as if plummeting hundreds of meters and turning a Ford into scrap metal was nothing more than a morning jog. Beneath the calm surface, though, he marveled at the raw, terrifying surge coursing through his body. Man of Steel, the gift of every true Kryptonian. Strength to wrestle missiles from the sky. Endurance to walk through magma and laugh in Antarctica's frost. Flight, invulnerability, powered not by magic, but by the golden blessing of Earth's yellow sun. And David could feel it. Each second, his cells swallowed radiation in ravenous gulps, pushing his life higher, stronger, harder. He clenched a fist, eyes flashing. "This is insane. Are you a mutant?" The voice snapped him back. Tony Stark had climbed shakily out of the half-ruined car, staring at David as though he'd just witnessed a ghost. The man who fell from the sky should have been paced. Instead, he stood tall, unscathed, and disturbingly familiar. "No," David replied flatly, though his brow furrowed as a sharp pain stabbed through his ears. Super hearing had just kicked in, dragging with it a flood of sound. Every conversation in the building across the street, the flap of pigeon wings, even the crawl of ants underground. The cacophony stabbed at his mind like needles. He grimaced, forcing it down. So this is what Zod went through. No wonder it takes time to adapt. Tony, ignoring his own pounding heart, barked out toward the invisible calm in his ear. "JRVS. Sir, your vitals are stable. Elevated adrenaline. Likely caused by, well, the gentleman standing in front of you. I don't need a medical report. I need a profile. Who the hell is this? Some mutant freak from Xavier's school? A super soldier reject? Or a damn robot in human skin?" As usual, Tony's arrogance bubbled over, even with the near-death experience still fresh. His eyes roamed David like a scanner, desperate to poke a hole in the impossible. "Ding. Sir," JRVS answered calmly. "Records confirm, David. Decorated hero of World War II. Publicly recognized as the world's first superhero. Close confidant of Captain America. Business partner and sworn brother of Howard Stark. Founder of Krypton Technology. Godfather of Magneto. Current shareholder of Stark Industries. 20%. Tony froze. Then his face twisted. "That's impossible." The disbelief erupted into a snarl. "He's dead. He died at the end of the war. I saw the memorial. The whole damn world mourned him." Tony stormed forward, fist clutching David's torn collar. His eyes were bloodshot. "Who the hell are you, you bastard?" At his signal, Stark bodyguards swarmed the street, weapons gleaming. Happy Hogan led the charge, face grim. "You're surrounded." Happy barked. "Put your hands where I can see them." David didn't move. He didn't need to. Swish. A blur. The sound of metal crying. The bodyguards looked down in horror. Every one of their high-tech rifles was twisted like soft candy, useless in their grip. Shock from Nell Terrence, +1 reputation. Shock from Harold Hogan, +1 reputation. David's gaze sharpened, voice dropping into a quiet growl. "Don't point toys at me. I walked through more battlefields than you can imagine." His eyes shifted to Tony, softening with something almost nostalgic. "Howard's boy, you've grown. Tell me, do you still remember your father's promise? 20% of Stark Industries, mine." Tony staggered back, his face pale. "No, you can't be him. If you were David, you'd be pushing 90. You can't look like this." David chuckled, plucking a cigarette from Tony's own pocket. He didn't bother with a lighter. His eyes glowed, faintly red. Zap! A tiny beam of heat vision ignited the tip. He took a slow drag, exhaled a ring of smoke. 60 years without one of these. Still hits the spot. He grinned, eyes gleaming. "So, nephew, care to invite your uncle inside for a chat?" The weight in his voice silenced the room. The guards lowered their mangled weapons. Happy exchanged a nervous glance with Tony. Tony clenched his jaw, glaring at David. He wanted to curse, to demand answers, but the evidence was crushing him. "Listen," he hissed under his breath. "I don't care what trick you're playing. I'll find out. I'll tear you apart if I have to. Laser eyes, steel skin. You think you're Cyclops in cosplay?" Before David could answer, Tony's phone began to ring from the wrecked car. He turned instinctively, and David laughed, striding over. "No need, nephew. Let Uncle help you with that scrap iron." He planted both hands on the crumpled Ford. Muscles tensed. Rip. The car split down the middle with a screech, torn apart like wet paper. The street went dead silent. Every onlooker was frozen in disbelief. Shot from Anderson Noah, +1 reputation.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The news about Tony's attack was quickly blocked. After all, the scene of twisting more than a dozen firearms in a twist at that moment was amazing. However, the relevant information on the scene was reported layer by layer, and it has long been known by some high-level officials. S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson walked in a hurry. His eyes were full of excitement and incredible, but mostly ecstasy. He strode into the office, waving the document in his hand. He's back. He's really back. Fury turned his back to him at the moment, was quietly looking at the scenery outside, and nodded calmly. I knew about an hour earlier than you, and also arranged for the psychological team to deal with every movie made after he appeared in New York. Psychological analysis was carried out, but his clenched fists were already full of sweat, indicating that his heart was not calm. The result? Phil Coulson asked impatiently, breathing hard. Fury turned around slowly. The stern face looked down at Phil Coulson, silent for a moment, and suddenly a big smile appeared. He is back. Phil Coulson, the hero of our humanity, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., is back. Phil Coulson shook his fist fiercely, gnashing his teeth excitedly, his face contorted. But how did he do it? He took on the Red Skull with Captain America, then fell into the sea. How did he survive over 60 years and stay young? Phil Coulson was incoherent. Who knows? He can always create miracles, just like he did on the battlefield of World War II. It turns out that he is always right. Even if we are S.H.I.E.L.D., it is the organization he founded back then. I was still the first batch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents he recruited. Fury laughed. Phil Coulson, I have a mission for you. I would like to serve you, sir. Phil Coulson tensed immediately. Go to contact David to see his next plan. Especially find a way to find out how he has survived more than half a century. It is best to get this mature technology back. At the same time, you also on a covert mission to find out if he's the David we know, and I'm concerned that someone has taken his cells and cloned them. I understand. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out of the house. After checking left and right to make sure no one was there, he solemnly took out a stack of children's cards from his arms. Each card features a cartoon character, David. He grew up listening to this man's story, and he admired the most in his heart, and he was also this man. Now I have the opportunity to get in touch with my lifelong idol. Rao has undergone strict psychological training, and at the moment he couldn't help but his heart was beating wildly. Fury quietly watched Phil Coulson's disappearing figure, and after the other party left, the smile on his face slowly faded, and he frowned tightly. David, I hope it's really you, not a biological weapon made by some troublesome organization. A Hulk has already made me devastated, and I don't want to fight against some weird organization. Fury rubbed his brows. To say that the person who knows David the most in this day and age is Fury himself. Because of him, he is a veteran who has followed David through bloody battles. He is also injected with the infinite formula serum invented by Professor Berg, and has a physical quality and lifespan far beyond ordinary people. If the David he knew really came back, it would definitely cause a lot of uproar, because that was David. Not to mention the violent impact on the spirit, culture, and history. Just the various handwritings that David left behind before and after World War II have continued to this day and have played an extremely important role in the stability of the world. If nothing else, Krypton Technology Company Limited was founded by David. This world-class technology company has been specializing in human mechanics for decades, developed many automatic mechanical prostheses, and even broke through brainwaves. In the boundaries of information flow, the brain can control the mechanical prosthesis implanted on the body. The Osborn Group is very close to Krypton technology. Plus the Stark Group, Mutant, and a lot of old folks who live from World War II to today. Even if a David returns after more than half a century, the energy that can be generated is too amazing, all variables. And as the head of SHIELD's agent, what Fury hates most is variables. Moreover, he seems to have gained more powerful strength, and the fog surrounding this man has not decreased but has increased. It is nothing to fall from a building hundreds of meters high and not die, but with bare hands tear up a Ford car? Suspected to be able to shoot lasers with eyes? Fury kept looking at the information in his hand, and his head, bald from being too smart, immediately began to tell the story. Tech companies, mechanical prosthetics, lasers in the eyes. Fury vaguely grasped some connection, but didn't seem to grasp it because it was too fragmentary. Just hope that's good news, and since David's still alive, maybe Steve's alive too. Fury took a deep breath and directly started to make a phone call. Move a special force to the North Pole immediately. Don't ask me what I'm going to do. In short, send it there first and remember to bring all kinds of engineering equipment. So are you really that, David? Stark building. Tony looked suspiciously at the man in front of him. After taking this guy into the Stark building, he secretly ordered JRVS to frantically scan David, infrared, thermal imaging, X-rays. No matter how you scan, the result is still a human. Well, ignoring his unbelievably strong physique, with an absurd physique of bone and muscle density, he is indeed human. I don't care to lie. Tony's eldest nephew, if your father was here, he would never question my words, but it's a pity that he left too early. It's only more than 60 years ago. I slept, and awakening came over. How come the others are gone? David sighed. Tony's cheeks twitched, resisting the urge to slap the other side. His heart became anxious. Don't mention that guy to me. I hate him. David shrugged, and it seemed that Howard and Tony were still a little bit at odds with each other, even if there was more interference from him, the transmigrator. But it didn't matter. He didn't care about that either. David walked slowly to the window. At the moment, the sun had already set, and the lights in the dark were full of prosperity. He quietly looked at the night scene outside the window and enjoyed it all. This is the only way to see this grand occasion in the previous life. During World War II, it was not so lively and prosperous. It has changed a lot in just over 60 years. It's hard for you to adapt to this old man. Don't be shy. I know, you can speak your mind boldly. Tony's mouth began to spray venom again. David's eyes are deep. I'm thinking, how much effort will it take for me to carry a building and fly in the sky? That's a cold joke. Tony sneered. Suddenly, there was a terrifying roar from the street. The terrifying vibration shook several streets. And at the same time, there was an extremely terrifying roar like some kind of beast with only endless cruelty. Something happened. Tony's face was solemn, and he was about to speak. David asked first, JRVS. Mr. Tony, Mr. David, they're the monster killing people on Broadway, and the military has sent troops to besiege the monster. JRVS responded immediately. Tony's face darkened, and he was in a bad mood. He was worried about David rushing to speak in front of him and immediately ordered, JRVS, add another procedure. That is, when I am present, you must answer my questions first, and don't be left behind by some of the old guys of the era that took advantage of it. Yes, sir, JRVS replied. Tony was in a better mood. JRVS has pulled up the real-time surveillance video of the Broadway area. A gray 4-meter-tall monster is roaring loudly and smashing wildly on the street. This big monster can kick the car away dozens of meters. Far away, some citizens who had no time to escape screamed and were smashed into flesh. The death was horrific. Many troops have arrived, and they have fired at this monster with firearms, but they can't even penetrate the opponent's skin when they hit one by one. What's this Hulk second? Ross, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Isn't the lesson Hulk taught him enough? He's getting his hands on something he can't control. Tony picked up the wine glass and drank it all at once, suppressing the anger in his heart in this way. Snapped. A crisp sound. Tony turned his head and saw that David had smashed the bulletproof glass with one punch. What do you want? You don't want to die, Dash. He remembered that this guy fell from a height of a few hundred meters and was unscathed. After a pause, he threw a headset and said solemnly, keep in touch at any time. JRVS will help you, but don't be beaten to death by that shit. Now, I won't cry for you. David, who was about to jump off the building again, at the moment turned his head to look at him in surprise, with a deep meaning in his eyes, and immediately showed a big smile. Big nephew Tony, I finally found a less jerk in you. After saying that, he jumped out abruptly. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Always take advantage of me. Tony scolded, but it felt weird in his heart, like, doesn't feel so bad. Bah, how could he think like that? Sir, mister. David's credibility has risen by another 4 percentage points, reaching 97.2%. According to the data, the human hero David of that year was so desperate, he rushed wherever he was in danger, and he always maintained high-spirited fighting spirit and the awareness of being brave and not afraid of death. So, is he really my father's best friend? How could that ruthless old guy have such a reliable old guy? Tony looked complicated. He suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the figure that suddenly flew up in the night, dumbfounded. Although the flight trajectory of this figure is a little shaky and seems very unfamiliar, but it is really flying. JRVS, am I dazzled? And people don't have wings, how can they fly? He said he wants to carry a building and fly into the sky. Is he serious? Broadway, New York. The hatred was raging wildly, roaring loudly. Hulk, I know you're here, get out. The hatred was roaring wildly, and he kept grabbing the cars by the roadside and smashing them frantically. His body was full of muscles, and he could easily smash through buildings while running. Broadway is also a bustling road, especially at night. Countless citizens were affected by this terrible disaster and died tragically on the spot. On the helicopter, Dr. Banner looked at this scene with a painful look on his face. Even if he had just injected the medicine and made him weak, he still insisted on jumping off the plane to stop the monster. This is because of the bad consequences of my blood, and I must end it with my own hands. Dr. Banner clutched his head in pain. Bruce, it's not your fault. You are innocent. But he hugged him tightly. General Ross couldn't help turning his head away. Who should be to blame? Obviously, General Ross felt that there was something wrong with the eyes of the soldiers around him. After this disaster, he will surely be court-martialed. Bruce, it's up to you. General Ross picked up the loudspeaker and said in a low voice. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the helicopter. Boom! With a loud bang, his hatred went mad again. He looked at the man on the helicopter with a ferocious smile on his face. In excitement, he grabbed a car and smashed it towards the helicopter. Hulk, get down. I'll show you that I'm the strongest fighter. Abomination laughed. Dr. Banner's face changed wildly in an instant. Looking at the smashed car, shaking his dizzy head, he was about to rush out. Seriously, he didn't even know if Hulk would be able to withstand the effects of the drug and reappear. Leave everything up to fate. A look of determination appeared on Dr. Banner's face. At this moment, seeing that the terrifying collision was about to erupt, some people in the distance couldn't help but close their eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. A figure pierced the night sky, shuttled between high-rise buildings at an alarming speed, and flew fast. Snapped. This figure suddenly appeared in front of the helicopter, just raised a hand at will. This car with a full impact of several hundred tons was stopped in just an instant. Another deafening bang. What happened? Dr. Banner was stunned, and Betty was also stunned. They looked up in confusion, only to see a tall figure floating in front of them. Huge collision force. This small car has been thoroughly shape-shifting. You said just now that you were the strongest warrior? A faint smile appeared on David's face. The cool night wind mixed with the smell of gunpowder smoke. With a chill that he hadn't tasted for a long time, he looked down at the hatred with great interest and directly raised the car of the limousine, then seemingly relaxed, lightly tossed the hatred. Call out. Boom! Like a meteorite falling, the car almost sent out an air collision explosion and shockwave in the terrifying throw, tearing apart the night sky with a bang, and smashed back intact. Boom! Hatred didn't have time to react, and was smashed into the air by this terrifying blow and fell to the ground for several hundred meters. The poor car also disintegrated completely, turning into countless broken parts. Shock from Bruce Banner. Reputation +5. Shot from Betty Ross, +1 reputation. Shot from Hatred, reputation +2. Abomination was stunned by this terrifying power, and he jumped out of the pit in the road with a sullen face, looking confused. How could there be such a terrifying guy in the world who could have the power to shock even his hatred by throwing it at will? Who are you? Dr. Banner's eyes widened, trying to keep his head awake, even thinking he was hallucinating. A human being flying in the air? And without using any physical objects as a platform for buffering and borrowing, can he have such terrifying power? Bruce Banner, I've heard of you, a poor fellow. I'm very interested in you. Come to me if you're in trouble. Maybe I can help you. David turned around at the moment that handsome and majestic face revealed a smile with super infectious power. This is the result of his countless births and deaths, coupled with his confidence and calm quality. Created, all this makes people want to crowd around him. In fact, David was indeed in a good mood, listening to the growing reputation. City-level reputation, 34 out of 100, requires a major event that shakes a city. A major city-level event? Isn't this what it is? Under the watchful eyes of New York citizens, the military and major media, if you perform an abhorrent feat, you'll be able to upgrade immediately. He also announced his return to the world. It's just that this return is not the identity of the World War II veteran, the first superhero in human history. Instead, with the identity of the god of the world. Any cigarettes? Preferably a new brand that was produced after World War II. David extended his hand to Dr. Banner. Puff! A hot sight shot out, lighting the cigarette. After taking a sip, David showed a look of enjoyment. This gentleman, did we know each other before? Dr. Banner stammered, and he always felt that the strong flying man in front of him looked familiar. The others also felt familiar, especially the soldiers, who, at the moment, stared at David's face that shimmered and dimmed in the dim light. Don't we know each other now? There will be time to talk in the future. Now let's solve this arrogant guy first. David chuckled softly, sucked the cigarette down, and turned to Hate. Who the hell are you? A monster from which laboratory? Abomination growled and growled, full of fear. The fighting instinct that surged after the injection of Hulk's blood made his muscles tense, and his brain was madly sending out an alarm. David looked down at him. As a soldier, you have already lost the most basic consciousness of a soldier, and you actually shot the civilians. You have humiliated your identity. After all, David moved. With a gap of 0.1 seconds, the figure suddenly disappeared, spanning a distance of hundreds of meters, and came to the front of the Hatred in an instant. The terrifying superspeed also brought an amazing impact. When David stood on the ground, he was already on the ground. The broken ground sank again. Well, the control power is still not enough. When my control power can really reach the level of subtle, I will be considered qualified. David smiled. Little things don't need to be concerned. You little bug dare to approach me. Go to hell. Abomination suddenly sneered and smashed his fist at David in front of him. With such a close distance, with his 100-ton boxing power, he can smash into flesh with one punch. Your strength is great. Can't your head be just as hard? Duong. There was a sound like a steel bar colliding. Disgust was stunned, feeling the terrible pain and the sound of bone dislocation coming from his fist, and directly doubted his life. When he hit with all his strength, all the bones of his fist were shattered, but the man in front of him just looked up at him and received this terrifying punch without pain or itching. Is this really human? That's it? I guess. Is your strength 100 tons or 200 tons? David slowly flew up. His eyes were level with the hateful eyes, and he slowly raised his arms. Secretly tell you, my strength is about 500,000 tons. In an instant, the pupils of hatred dilated, and the fist filled everything in his field of vision. Boom! As if the roar of the two tanks collided with all their strength, the surrounding glass all shattered under the terrifying sound waves, and some hiding citizens couldn't help but let out horrified screams. A huge amount of silhouette flew out like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings. Shot from Thaddeus Ross, reputation +2. Where did this guy come from? On a helicopter in the sky, General Ross was stunned. He has always been obsessed with his super soldier plan. He knows too well what it means. He can fly with terrifying speed and strength. He is simply the perfect super soldier. Check it out. As long as I can get his blood, I could develop the most powerful soldier, and a soldier far beyond David and Steve. Ross Rohr was breathing hard. After the end of World War II, officials from various countries wanted to copy the miracles of David and Steve and even mass-produce super soldiers. But unfortunately, they have not been able to find the right way. Like Fury, the super serum injected by Black Widow are defective versions, far from being comparable to the one injected by Steve. But the person in front of him is too strong and perfect. As long as he can get the blood of this person, what is the whole plan that costs a lot and is uncontrollable? It can be abolished directly. I want all the information on this person. General Ross gave the order with a look of greed. In the center of the battlefield, the battle between the two monsters continued. To be precise, one monster was hanged by another, more terrifying monster. Abomination was blasted. Boom, boom, boom. David's speed was astonishing. He directly smashed through the building, and his two fists smashed directly into the Hatred's chest, sending the big man directly into the sky several thousand meters high, and the speed broke through the sonic boom in an instant. When Abomination roared and grabbed him indiscriminately, David came to the back of Abomination in an instant, punched down with a savage punch, and with a loud bang, Abomination let out a scream, accompanied by a lot of broken bones and muscles disintegrating. The distorted sound fell like a meteor. Boom! The widest street on Broadway was immediately smashed into a terrible pit by disgust. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene and felt that their three views had been subverted. Who is this guy? How did he do all this? Is he a god? This scene had a huge impact on the people of this era. Today's Earth has not suffered all kinds of major events, and most people do not know that this universe is extremely lively and dangerous. David's strong appearance and the terrifying ability displayed were unprecedented shocks to them. It's time to end this farce. I'm the strongest human being, not now, and certainly in the future. Listening to the constantly ringing reputation value, David smiled, stood directly in front of the deep pit, grabbed it, and dragged out the hatred like a dead dog. Truly a farce. With his terrifying body of steel, he was simply hated, and he was extremely vulnerable. I'm not reconciled. Who are you? I'm the most powerful warrior in the world. Why do monsters like you appear? Hate looked desperate. I'm not a monster, Bronsky. I'm just a man, a decent man. But you're not even a man. David looked down at the big man who had already stepped into the twist and said regretfully, if he woke up a year earlier, he would definitely find Bronsky first, find a more suitable way for him to increase his strength, and pull the world's top soldier into his team. Pity. Are you David? All of a sudden, after seeing the whole picture of David clearly, the strengthened gaze suddenly opened his mouth. Yes, I'm back. David paused and nodded calmly. I knew you weren't dead. I always believed that a hero like you could be killed by a guy like Red Skull. When I was young, I dreamed about it one day you will come back and fantasize about being able to follow you to fight, who didn't dream when they were young. It's a pity. The pupils of hatred began to dilate, and the heart was ashes, and the blood and fragments of internal organs spewed out of the mouth. He's not Hulk after all, and the Hulk serum can't heal his wounds indefinitely. Moreover, David's attack was too terrifying, and his physical fitness was simply unstoppable. David looked at it with supervision, and the bones and muscles of the hatred had been smashed to pieces by his punches. He stood quietly and said lightly, "Go all the way, Bronsky. Hell is your destination, and those hell demons will be very happy to accept you as a villain." After saying that, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the hated head, and smashed it hard. Click. Hate to die. Congratulations, Commander, for completing the city-level event. The prestige index successfully broke through the city level and reached the national-level prestige. Ding. Now, for a random lottery draw. Congratulations, Commander, for unlocking the Evolution Branch God of Machinery route, and good luck. National Reputation. 0 out of 1,000 complete at least one major event that shook a country. Standing in front of the disgusted and broken corpse, David took a deep breath, a gleam in his eyes. Has the mechanical branch finally unlocked too? Combined with the perfect Kryptonian route, Mechanical Superman finally lives up to its name. On DC's side, Mechanical Superman is a very special guy. He can have both the ability of Kryptonian and the ability of mechanical life. He is so powerful that he can punch a multi-universe main universe Superman heads up. In many DC events, the Mechanical Superman plays a very important role, and is also a poor B ****** D who wants to die but can't die. Only, it's just I'm not that Hank Henshaw guy. I'm David, destined to be a stronger and more perfect Mechanical Superman. David looked up at the sky, and his supervision made him see the army coming from all directions at a glance, and he laughed lightly. Call out! He soared into the air, breaking the speed of sound in an instant, leaving behind a deafening and terrifying sonic boom, and shot straight into the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. He's flying again. Are you hiding from the military? Don't be kidding. This kind of almost monster-like guy will be afraid of military weapons? Unless you directly use nuclear weapons and high-yield cloud bombs, there is no point. As far as those weapons of war can be compared to this mysterious man, tank, can you hold back this guy's punch? A fighter jet? This man can fly a sonic boom in an instant, and is extremely flexible. Can a fighter jet do it? I am afraid that the missile system of the fighter jet has not yet locked on the target, and this guy's already caught up with him and punched him. Moreover, even if all kinds of missiles can kill this mysterious hero, it is still unknown. Go Satellite. I have to get him. This is almost the perfect fighter. General Ross's eyes were red, and he was a little hysterical. His lifelong wish was to create a super soldier with energy production. He was originally chasing after his son-in-law Hulk, but now there is clearly a more suitable creature. Do satellite positioning. Lock on target. This night is destined to be unsettled. Especially the military who witnessed the miracle with their own eyes has an unimaginable obsession with this kind of power. At the moment, David has already flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking around, the whole Earth is under his feet. Even with his line of sight, he can see half of the day and half of the night. This feeling is shocking, incomparable. Some sporadic yellow radiation has been irradiated, continuously enhancing each of his physical indicators. In DC, Clark Kent's daily fitness program is to lift 3 million tons of barbells for presses. Although I can't compare to him now, I can get more sun. Martin opened his arms, his face was intoxicated, and the yellow sun was shining, and he could even briefly fly and engage in high-intensity battles in the harsh cosmic vacuum. With a few more days of sunshine, his strength index will be able to break through from the current 500,000-ton level to a million-ton level. In the future, it is very possible to push a planet to fly around the universe. Well, is this satellite monitoring me? David shifted his gaze, looked at a nearby satellite, and sneered. His eyes suddenly glowed with red light, and a hot line of sight with a high temperature of 3,000 degrees suddenly blasted out, and the satellite was blasted with a single blow. It's comfortable now. On Earth, the military surveillance personnel were stunned. Shot from James Rhodey, RP +3. From Reputation +1 inch. This night, many people are destined to be unable to sleep. The mysterious man who actually appeared on Broadway is so scary and scary. He hates that terrifying monster, making the military who dare not use heavy weapons helpless. But in front of that mysterious hero, he is as vulnerable as a baby. Some people have come up with a lot of shocking data by analyzing the horrible corpse. Unknown hero. He is about 1.9 meters tall and weighs 195 pounds. He is an unbelievably strong guy. He's powerful enough to punch through abominable bones. At least 10,000-ton power. Even if he can carry a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, I won't be surprised. Many researchers looked solemn. As the military's most impressive biochemical monster so far, Hate has a strength of several hundred tons, but a mere 100-ton level is simply vulnerable to the existence of at least 10,000 tons. Is he really human? A researcher looked down at the research report in his hand with a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The report started to circulate wildly among some high-level people, and many people went crazy, especially General Ross, who has been in charge of the Super Soldier program. Give this to me, and I'll give a perfect answer. Hulk's beast compared to this guy, it's just shit. Just give me a little more time, and I'll be able to... General Ross was very excited, but he was interrupted before he could finish. It's a pity, Your Excellency, that you now have to bear the bad influence of the abhorrent incident. You have been dismissed, and you will be in prison, the judge said with an expressionless face. In a military base, Colonel Roddy kept walking, unable to hide the shock and excitement in his heart. From time to time, he waved his fists fiercely against the air, and his face was a little distorted. I can't read it wrong, although he just flashed on a blurry video, but I grew up listening to that person's story, and I can't read it wrong. He is back. The hero who ended World War II is back. The first superhero in human history is really back. Roddy was talking in his mouth, excited. He didn't tell anyone, but called his best friend as soon as possible, intending to share this explosive good news with him. After all, that man was a close friend of Tony's father. Tony, do you know what a big secret I found? I need your help. Check it out through JRVS. Rhodey is incoherent. Oh man, I have something very important to do. You'll talk about it later. You're busy? What the hell? Are you in another woman's bed? Roddy snarled. Doodle. Tony has hung up the phone. Your friend in the army? With a wine glass in one hand and a cigarette in the other, David lay comfortably on the seat. This seat is controlled by JRVS, which directly adjusts the angle at any time according to David's body shape, which almost exerts ergonomics to the extreme and is extremely comfortable. The sound of reminders sounded in his mind, constantly increasing his reputation points, and after a while, he had already had 100 reputation points, and it was still growing. Come on, a guy who doesn't look so loathsome in the midst of a bunch of thugs and scum. Tony crossed out the communication screen a little more and directly hung up the picture of David hanging and disgusting. The faithful JRVS has already listed countless complex data on the screen for the first time, and it is changing all the time. Can you remember such a huge amount of real-time computing data? David looked at it with interest. He definitely has no problem. The Kryptonian who basked in the yellow sun naturally has a super brain with memory ability and computing power comparable to a computer. But Tony is basically just a mortal. Although I can't compare to you in physique, my brain is definitely several orders of magnitude higher than yours, and considering that you are an old antique behind the times, this difference is plus a sum of squares. Tony raised his chin arrogantly, opened his mouth, and instinctively started spraying venom. David shrugged nonchalantly. If he hadn't been too aware of what a complete piece of shit Tony was at this time, he'd have beaten this guy to death long ago. Tony snorted arrogantly, and in his heart, his assessment of David's psychology and personality was a lot higher. Oomph. Don't you get angry when I spray him like this? This is really taking me as his eldest nephew. Damn, he obviously looks 20 years younger than me. Tony quickly memorized and analyzed the countless data with his level universe wisdom, which was too simple for him. At the same time, he was analyzing every minute action of David. As a giant in the world's military industry, he has seen too many dark sides, and he will definitely not trust outsiders. But David's actions are constantly lowering his vigilance until it is eliminated. Although this feeling of being treated like a son is extremely bad, it seems this guy is really good. No wonder that during World War II, there were so many people who trusted him and were willing to die for him. At this time, the voice of JRVS suddenly came. Sir, someone wants to see you. He claims to be the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know any SHIELD agent. Never heard of it. Let him go. JRVS, you know what to do. Without looking back, Tony continued to analyze David's body data and said, Old man, are you sure you are really human? I don't know what happened to you, but your indicators have far exceeded the limits of humanity. David just smiled, took a sip of wine, and, at the same time, took a puff of cigarettes. At this time, JRVS suddenly said, "Sir, I have to remind you that I can't stop that guy. He is deciphering my system very fast." "What? You are the artificial intelligence I developed, the world's top. What kind of ghost agent? How did he do it?" At this time, a figure in a suit walked in from the outside, holding a tablet in one hand and a briefcase in the other, like an ordinary office worker, walking upstairs in a hurry. All the security measures along the way seemed to have suddenly disappeared the same. Tony's face was lying. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Tony Stark. I'm SHIELD agent Phil Coulson." Phil Coulson completely broke through the defense system of JRVS. He pushed open the door and walked in, immediately showing that signature smile on his face, looking at David out of the corner of the eye, with a hint of vague excitement. "This is a little trick. You're too happy. I'll sue you. SHIELD? Never heard of it, but you wait to be fired." Tony's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he didn't panic at all. Beside him, there was an uncle who looked like a humanoid beast. No matter what the enemy was, he didn't panic. "Come on, what did you come to me for? Buy weapons? I just developed the Jericho missile and can sell it to you for double the price." Tony grunted. Phil Coulson gave a big smile. "Stark, I'm not here for you. I'm here for David." After speaking, he opened the briefcase directly, took out a well-sealed bottle of red wine and a box of cigars, and handed them to David. During this process, he trembled with excitement. "Sir, this is 1982 Lafayette. It's the real thing. You just came back, and you definitely haven't had this. Dominican cigars, a classic brand, your favorite." Phil Coulson tensed, putting down his briefcase and holding his hands, slightly restrained. No one knew how excited he was at the moment. This was his lifelong idol. "Yes, I didn't expect the people in SHIELD to know so much about my hobbies." David immediately opened the humidor and took out one, took a deep breath, and looked in admiration. Phil Coulson smiled. "About your relevant information, every agent needs to know, not to mention I am a 7th-level agent." "Who is in charge of SHIELD now?" "Nick Fury." "What about the last director?" "It's Mr. Pierce, who stepped down many years ago." David nodded and waved his hand. "Don't be so nervous, and I don't have any public office anymore. It's not your boss. Just call me David." Tony frowned, staring at Phil Coulson, looking unhappy. "So, Mr. David, take the liberty to ask, where have you been all these 63 years? Director Nick Fury also cares about that." "I slept in the North Pole," David answered. He could never say that he was asleep in the Kryptonian capsule sent by the system. Phil Coulson's expression changed. "That Captain Steve, he's not dead either. I've assessed the situation in the Arctic and his physical fitness. Now I'm afraid he's lying somewhere in the Arctic. You'd better fish him out as soon as possible." David waved his hand. Phil Coulson still wanted to speak. David ordered directly. "Listen, soldier, I will personally go to the North Pole in the near future to bring Steve back, and your engineering team can also prepare in advance." Phil Coulson paused, nodded solemnly, and immediately turned to leave. "You just left? To be honest, I have a bad impression of this guy." Tony hummed, about to upgrade the JRVS program immediately. "He's a smart man." David said something meaningful. "Nick Fury is also a smart man, and he was also a soldier during World War II. At the moment, it is already dawn and the sun begins to rise. What are you going to do?" Tony looked at David, who flew out of the broken window in surprise. "Go for the sun. I like the sun." David flew out directly and went all the way up, and with a bang, he came directly to the roof of the Stark building, sat down with his legs crossed, and squinted at the slowly rising sun. "Look at Superman." Below, some people who had been squatting for a long time began to scream and shoot frantically with a frenzy on their faces. David came powerfully, defeated the monster's hatred in front of all eyes, and saved countless citizens, which has long been remembered by many people. Some people have already begun to think about giving this incredibly powerful hero an exclusive title, Superman. The scene of David opening his arms to embrace the sun was noticed by many people and spread like crazy. Clearly, the brand new superhero doesn't mind the attention. Why is this man so like the hero of World War II? Someone suddenly startled roar and stared blankly at the screen. Everyone noticed it, and it was an instant sensation. It's exactly the same. Could it be that hero is back? David is back. Countless people were shocked. If it is said that ordinary people are only guessing and doubting, but many high-level executives have clearly realized that David is really back. Yes, that man is back. Fury threw a report directly in front of the world's top leaders, and with a calm face, he tried his best to hide the ups and downs of emotions. When Coulson came back to report, he knew it was really David. Heroes return. Then, Fury, I need you to figure out how he got this great power. The strength of 10,000 tons, instantly breaking the speed of flight's speed of sound, and shooting red energy rays in his eyes. Every ability is extremely terrifying. How'd he get these? According to the information we have, David was originally a powerful life form with a higher index than Captain America and is still in the category of human beings, but now, the upper echelons of the world continue to issue orders to Fury. Fury took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Everyone has his secrets, and the most important thing is, do you think David will tell you all about it? Although he is very easy to deal with, it depends on the situation. The Firmal is destined not to compromise with you. In fact, he does have the ability to oppose you now." After the meeting, Fury squinted and looked out of the window and slowly put down a document in his hand. Extraordinary combat force. The number of disasters in the world is increasing year by year, and the number of mutants awakening is also rising sharply. It is outdated to rely on the past strategy to deal with it. It's time for the Superman class to deal with the Superman class. And David's appearance is simply perfect. He is so brave and tenacious. He is the perfect candidate. If you add Captain America and have the two of them leading the team, it's all about peace of mind. Fury touched his chin. He has had this idea for a long time. SHIELD's secret list has a lot of records about Superman, and some people have low ability, such as breathing fire and water, so they're only observed for a long time. But the proliferation of Superman classes and mutants is indeed an indisputable fact. Hope it all goes well, David, and hope you're still the same you used to be. Fury has his hands behind his back. Sir, we have monitored that David has flown to Malay Island for an unknown purpose, and his energy index has become stronger. The Hill agent hurried over with a report. Have you found out why? According to our scientists' calculations, he should still be in the ability awakening period, so he will continue to grow stronger. It's already so powerful and still awakening. Fortunately, it's David. If it were someone else, we'd be in big trouble. Fury said something in a low voice. At the moment, over the Pacific Ocean, David's terrifying speed is displayed arbitrarily. After increasing the speed, he has reached 5 times the speed of sound, and it is still not the end. Every second the sun shines, his strength becomes stronger. JRVS, mobilize the monitoring of all satellites. Pay close attention to all movements from the outer sky. I want to confirm that I can get relevant information as soon as possible. David covered his headset and said something. I would like to serve you, sir. David, I really don't understand. It's just a few space research ships worthy of your attention. Tony's playful voice sounded. I need a battle suit, Tony. With my strength, a regular suit can't handle a high-intensity fight. David laughed. There is nothing that is more suitable as a battle suit than a symbiote, and it will be the plot of Venom's Symbiote, and he has no reason to let it go. Boom! David accelerated again, reaching 7 times the speed of sound, tearing a terrifying ravine directly on the sea. Soon, he arrived on Malay Island, and after a quick assessment, he chose a jungle to land, and then he waited patiently. My mechanical branch ability, it's time to start. A smile appeared on David's face. This was the first time he had used the mechanical ability. In an instant, a mysterious feeling came out, and his brain suddenly had the ability to perceive electronic signals, and the countless signals that permeated the entire Malay Island, including network information, could be grasped and tracked by David. Even he can use his own brain to break through the network firewall and directly control the related machinery. This is the power of mechanical Superman, taking into account the advantages of Kryptonians and mechanical life. Coming, David raised his head abruptly, and before JRVS reported, he had collected relevant signals and looked into space with supervision. The ship is in terrible condition. No, there's a problem with the spacecraft, and no one has responded. Help, help! Could it be that all the scientific research teams inside have? At the ground command center, at the moment has become a mess, and everyone's face shows a look of unbearable. Although I don't know what went wrong, but hitting the ground at this angle and speed, the entire spacecraft will collapse in a large area, and the people inside are dead. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at the screen in shock and screamed, "Look, what is that?" A person. Call out. A strong figure, at the moment, rushed straight into the sky at a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, and the air it knocked out was distorted and even visible to the naked eye. In a tragic state, this figure rushed straight to the scientific research spaceship that fell into the atmosphere and stretched out his strong arms to hold the spaceship firmly. Boom! The spaceship suddenly stopped, and the speed actually slowed down. Shock from Dr. Drake, Reputation +2. Shock from Nick Fury, RP +3. Looking at this terrifying picture, everyone was stunned. What a joke! Who is this guy? The speed of a ship's fall has decreased by 17%. It keeps getting slower. My God, is he really human? Is it the new superhero? I know him, he's Superman. Once on Broadway, he killed a biochemical monster. Many people who saw this scene were completely frightened. Their minds roared. They only felt a blank space, and even their thoughts were almost frozen. This scene is so terrifying, it subverts people's 3 views. As a human being, even if it breaks through 10 times the speed of sound, can it withstand a crashed spaceship? What is even more terrifying is that this spaceship has fallen into the atmosphere, and the terrifying high temperature generated by friction with the air can burn a person to ashes in just an instant. But this person can directly ignore this terrible friction and high temperature. At the moment, all the people who saw this scene contributed a wave of reputation to David. David was heartbroken. National reputation, 764 out of 1,000, complete at least one major event that shook a country. With every passing second, the prestige skyrocketed. In a very happy mood, David let out a low growl, his muscles tense, and the terrifying muscles that could carry nuclear weapons swelled up one after another, brewing an explosive force, trying his best to delay the crash of the spaceship. But it's just a delay. The strength index of the multi-million-ton level is indeed unable to perfectly carry this spaceship, and at most it can only delay the speed of falling. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the purpose of brushing reputation has been achieved. The people in the spaceship are really dead. David held on to the terrifying flames produced by high-speed friction and directly swept away with the perspective ability and found that except for a few wriggling objects in the spaceship, all the expedition team members had died. Do these 4 symbiotes come from the mysterious Symbiote planet? David snorted coldly, with a hot line of sight in his eyes. Cut the outer layer of the spacecraft, he directly pulled out and walked in the short gap between the rapid crash of the spacecraft. He was enough to complete what he was going to do. Grab these 4 little things back, feed one with 3 of them, and breed a powerful symbiote to use as his battle suit. As a Superman, how could there not be a lifeform battle suit that is more convenient to gain reputation? As soon as they entered the spaceship, the 4 symbiotes became restless and communicated in an almost noise-like manner. Who is this guy? NAR is above. This guy is simply unbelievably strong. In the shared memory of the entire symbiote family, there is no life form stronger than him. Could it be the Aesir Protoss in the 9 realms? But the Aesir Protoss shouldn't be like this. Mighty. He is like a burning sun. How can there be such a terrifying life form in such a remote and backward low-level planet? Get out of the way, this guy is mine. When I combine with him, I will become the most powerful warrior in the universe. I'm not afraid, even if Nar is resurrected. The 4 symbiotes began to fall into madness. Riot, whip, devour, venom. The four symbiotes slammed into the glass obsessively, trying to possess David. They clearly felt the terrifying life fluctuations coming from David, the dazzling vitality like a sun, and they were dizzy and dizzy. Unheard of and exhausting the gene pool of all possessed life forms of the entire symbiote family. No one is as exaggerated and powerful as David. David looked up and down these four little things, except for the seemingly weakest one, probably Venom, a little brainy and a little cautious. The other three arrogant guys have fallen in a mindless greed, jump up and down. A bunch of scum, actually greedy for my body. David snorted coldly, but looked at these symbiotes with admiration and immediately shot. The hot vision in his eyes directly blasted through the four glass covers and then directly stretched out his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, the four symbiotes rushed towards David and merged into their bodies one after another. In the moment they just integrated, the four symbiotes instinctively parsed and adapted to David's gene chain. This has nothing to do with their will, but the instinct of the symbiote species drives them to do so. At this time, David's reputation value has reached the full value of 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander. You have completed a major national event, and the prestige level has broken through to the continental level. 0/10,000. Complete at least one major event that shook a continent. There is a random lottery now. Ding! Congratulations to the commander for obtaining the gene-blocking technology. With his powerful magnetic field and self-control, he can lock his own genes and cut off prying eyes from the outside world. All who are greedy for my body will die. A smile appeared on David's face. At this time, the four symbiotes who were still fighting in David's body, who wanted to seize the genes, were suddenly stunned at the moment. The genes that were originally open to them were strangely closed, unable to open genetic shackles. There are genes in this world that our symbiote can't break through. Could this guy be a cosmic god? Shock from Venom, reputation value +3. From reputation +2. Boom! The spaceship has crashed, making a terrible loud noise, and the rescue team in the distance has long been waiting. At the moment, they rushed over. They had no hope for the survival of the scientific expedition personnel, but they were more interested in David, full of reverence and enthusiasm. Fanaticism. Continent-level reputation. 7/10,000. Complete at least one major event that shook a continent. Like a god, David ripped apart the barriers of the scientific research spaceship with both hands, accompanied by a terrifying metallic sound, as simple as ripping a piece of paper. This stunned the rescue team and local media that came, and immediately became even more frenzy. Shot from Rosalind Bartley, reputation +1. From reputation +1. David's tall and sturdy figure stepped out of the burning spaceship and showed a heavy expression to the crowd. It's a pity that there are no survivors. I really tried my best. From reputation +1. Many people were immediately shocked, moved by David's lofty character, and immediately showed expressions of admiration. Superman. They call you Superman. What do you think of this hero title? Where are you from? What made you choose to be a hero? Where does your powerful ability come from? Are you a mutant? What do you think of the terrorist attacks that Magneto has set off around the world? I definitely see with my eyes. David threw off a sentence, looking like he was in a very depressed mood. He rose into the air with a bang, instantly causing a large piece of dust on the spot, and soon disappeared into the sky. This seems extremely lonely and painful performance, and successfully harvested a wave of popularity for David. At the moment, Drake, who was remotely controlled, immediately ordered, "Don't pay attention to Superman. Let our people in and bring out the little cuties inside. This will be a major event that changes human history." Soon, several soldiers disguised as ordinary people arranged by Dr. Drake infiltrated the spaceship, but the information returned made the ambitious Dr. Drake stunned. No? How can there be no? Go to the records on the ship. The records are gone? Suspected to be destroyed in the fall. Shit. Drake slammed his fist into the computer screen, his face contorted. In an instant, his smart brain immediately thought of one, and it immediately revealed something incredible. Superman captured those symbiotes and then instantly erased all records on the spacecraft by unknown means. Dr. Drake remembered again that Superman is very close to the military giant, and the world's top artificial intelligence, named JRVS, may be able to do this. Thinking of this, Dr. Drake's mind exploded. At the moment, the water's off North America. "Man, can we talk?" Roddy shouted through the loudspeaker, piloting a plane. "Call out." But David easily left him behind at an even more astonishing speed. This terrifying acceleration and absolute speed made Roddy instantly stunned. David listened to the continuous beep sound, and his mood became more and more comfortable. That's it. This way of harvesting reputation points is the most appropriate and permanent. Soon, David flew back to New York and landed directly on the roof of the Stark building. The closed passage was immediately opened, which had been reserved for Tony's helicopter ride. "Tony, I found a new battle suit, and to be honest, I'm very suspicious of your vision." David walked into the building and ripped off his tattered shirt. The high-carbon fiber clothes that Tony blew into the sky was instantly destroyed by the act of lifting the spaceship just now. Who would have thought that you would be so crazy to carry a spaceship? Did you know that your actions scared some old guys to death? Tony whimpered with his glass in hand. Carrying a spaceship? This is absolutely the first person on Earth. No one has ever done this before, relying on flesh and blood to support a spaceship that crashed out of control. It is no wonder that the top leaders of the world are so terrified. I'm so scared to death. The information revealed in this is too exaggerated. Pepper, get a suit for the human hero, big one. Tony snapped his fingers and called for her right-hand man. Pepper walked over with a shirt and handed it to David with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at David's unbelievably strong body and assessed whether the file size of the shirt he prepared was suitable. "Thank you, ma'am. You're so beautiful. Tony has used up all his luck in finding an assistant like you." David nodded with a smile, his warm smile full of affinity. "You've won the prize, Mr. David. I've heard a lot of your stories. It's a pleasure to meet you." Pepper's face showed a professional smile, full of intellectual temperament. "Ah, you're almost half my charm, and I seem to see why you'd be my father's best friend. You two must have the same interests in some way." Tony looked at David, half serious and half joking. David didn't respond. After calmly putting on his shirt, he immediately raised his head, his heart moved. The four symbiotes that were lodged in his body, restricted and imprisoned by his terrifying body, at the moment also ushered in their final judgment. "I need one of you to be my battle suit. The loser is dead. Now, make me a battle suit." David's will fell directly on these four little things. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of Tony and Pepper, a strange object suddenly appeared on David's body, and then began to change wildly. A one-piece battle suit showed his tall and straight body, and at the same time pulled out a long and wide cloak behind him. On the chest, a symbol destined to become David's exclusive representative appeared. The golden infinity character symbolizes infinite power and will, and the surging golden brilliance exudes a peaceful atmosphere, which is exactly in line with David's image and behavior. Infinity, which is infinite originally. All those who have known about David's deeds will express their heartfelt sighs and be shocked by David's noble morals and courage and awareness that he is not afraid of death. But again, if infinity is reversed and painted black, it can be understood as going from one extreme to the other. Well, this symbol is a bit interesting. Tony just glanced at it, thought about the meaning of the symbol, and thought it was very appropriate. Yes, I also think this symbol is very suitable. A meaningful smile appeared on David's face, and the depth of his eyes flashed away. In the future, when he stands in front of the world and participates in major events to save the world time and time again, he will imprint the golden characters on everyone's heart. But when necessary, in the dark side that the world cannot see, he will don't mind flipping the infinity word and blacking it out, showing a hideous face. Definitely, everyone who sees his black face will die. David will always spread the golden kindness and generosity on each individual, harvesting the reputation like a leek, and deeply cover up the black negative. There's no need to tell Tony about that. Is this what you got on Malay Island? A living creature from an alien planet. Pepper covered his mouth in surprise, watching a battle suit emerge and take shape from David's body. Yes, it's a pity that the expedition team members were not rescued. David shook his head and immediately extended his huge will into his body, forcibly suppressing these four little things that were constantly fighting and screaming. The four symbiotes were truly terrified. They've never encountered a monster like David, or even heard of it. Is there a similar host in the memory bank of Kuntar for thousands of years? No, absolutely not. This guy is outrageously strong, neither scientific nor magical. This guy seems to be able to get stronger when exposed to the sun. How can there be such a strange race? The most important thing in the universe is the sun. Isn't this guy invincible? Guys, we're out of luck. Maybe we slammed into the hands of a childhood god. While the four symbiotes were trying to break David's genetic barrier, they were also engaged in fierce infighting, killing each other without hesitation. Devouring the same kind and strengthening yourself is more likely to become stronger. They were also forced to stare. David's tough and suffocating and even hopeless growth potential and way of growing almost scared them crazy. An unheard of life form, but in a 1 in a billion probability, is possessed by four of them. It is like a ghost. Escape. Run away. An existence with unlimited potential that can lock its own gene chain and prevent all external means from stealing noble genes. No matter how you look at it, it is a young god. This is a trait that can only be possessed by the gods of the universe. In this universe, the cosmic gods are high above, and each individual's shape is different. I'm afraid we are really going to die. So, the three of you might as well commit suicide so that I can swallow it up. You guys, maybe I'll be able to escape when I get stronger. In the panic, the riots madly killed the other three symbiotes and used David's body as the battlefield to start a war. What scares them even more is that David doesn't care about their tossing at all, because they can't hurt a single hair of David. Nice battle suit. You understand my will very well, but I only need one swastika battle suit, not four. David said to these four little things. The four symbiotes, which were originally killed from the survival of the fittest, immediately understood, and the fight between them became more and more brutal, and they no longer evaded. I am a captain and the most powerful. The three of you together can't beat me. The riot was extremely violent, constantly devouring the other three symbiotes with tentacles. Ruin, the weakest venom, which is called the shame of the symbiote by the family of the parent star, is completely desperate at this moment. It is the weakest one. Also, the one who couldn't win no matter how you looked at it, was ashes at the moment. But in desperation, the madness hidden in its will broke out completely, roaring and hysterically rushed towards the riot. The riots are getting crazier, and victory is in sight. Also at this time, boring fighting. I'm sick of it. I'll kill three of you. David shot directly, and in an instant his powerful body was filled with terrifying energy flow, and he strangled three of them with a bang, completely killing their will. Riot, whip, devour. These three restless guys were killed on the spot by David. They just let out a scream, filled with thick unwillingness and incomprehension, and died completely. Only the weakest venom remained, watching this scene ignorantly. Swallow these three, kind. You have to become stronger to be my swastika battle suit. David said coldly. Trembling, venom devoured the three of its kind, looking at David fearfully. The position has reversed. Under normal circumstances, after the symbiote is possessed, it will combine with the host's consciousness and gene chain, and can simultaneously interpret the host's thinking and adapt to and strengthen the host's unique gene system. The general symbiote dominates. But when it came to Venom and David, the positions of the two sides were completely reversed. Venom became the appendage and the passive one. Although it was in contact with David's consciousness, it couldn't interpret what David was thinking at all. It can only unilaterally receive what David tells it. Roar, roar, roar. The constantly wriggling infinity battlesuit was completely stabilized with the final victory of Venom. After David let go of his genes and let Venom touch and adapt. The most suitable super battle suit for David in the world was born. Dressed in a mysterious and noble black battle suit, the large black cloak trembled under the night, showing luxury, especially the golden infinity symbol on the chest, surging with bright brilliance, sparkling, making people feel I was fascinated by this logo at first sight. Amazing battle suit. Tony looked at the scene in admiration. Although his major in physics, chemistry, and other aspects of biology research is relatively weak, but still far beyond ordinary people, with his eyes in JRVS real-time analysis and deduction, Tony has roughly known the special features of this strange creature. Can different changes be made according to different individuals? Can I communicate with you? There are still such strange creatures in the universe. With this thing, material science can be improved by several orders of magnitude. Tony reached out and was about to snatch a piece of symbiote research from David. Call out. A black tentacle suddenly stretched out from David's body, interrupting Tony's seemingly random but deliberately mean behavior. Stingy. Tony covered his hands. David smiled softly and was more satisfied with this infinity battle suit. Strong toughness and self-healing ability, terrifying stretchability, and tentacle-making ability that can also be controlled by it. It's just perfect. Your honorable God, I hope you don't mind my offense just now. Venom carefully communicated with David, terrified. After realizing that David was satisfied with it, he dared to please. I definitely won't mind. It's your bad luck and your greatest luck, Venom. You little things are eyeing me. One day in the future, maybe I will take you back to Kuntar. With unprecedented power, David said lightly. Venom shuddered and looked horrified. How do you know Kuntal? For 1,000 years, we have never disclosed our planet to the outside world. I definitely know. I know a lot of secrets in this universe. Kuntal, the planet of symbiotes, where the body of Nar, the god of symbiotes, is imprisoned. This is a huge amount of secret in the whole universe. And even many ancient gods don't know that there is a symbiotic planet in the world. And when Venom and his party came to Earth this time, they also shouldered the heavy responsibility of secretly eroding this planet, and they fell into David's hands on the spot. It's really miserable. At the same time, it is also the greatest luck of Venom. It is an airbag in Kuntal. When it is in the hands of David, it is nothing, and it is also its host. It's time to go back to my company. I haven't been there since I woke up. David smiled softly and stood up slowly. Krypton technology? I thought you forgot about it, even though it's only worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and weirdly only studies mechanical prosthetics. It's still a top-notch in the field of prosthetics and stream of consciousness. Tony lifted the glass, took a sip comfortably, and snapped his fingers. JRVS immediately displayed the development overview of Krypton technology from the end of World War II to the present. With the support of Stark Group and some high-level executives, this company has developed a lot of achievements and is world-famous. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the trillion-dollar giants like Stark Group, it is already very impressive. And it's David's own company, one of the many seeds planted since the end of World War II. Thank you for your care over the past few days. Anyone who is interested can come to me, David said with a smile, turned around and smashed the new glass that had just been replaced with a punch and flew out with a bang. Tony exploded. This guy can't go through the main entrance once? Can he fly? Pepper covered his mouth and chuckled. It's really amazing to be able to fly. Tony started to use his brain, thinking that he would also fly up to see he could use all the exoskeleton devices. Sir, Obadiah wants to discuss with you about selling Jericho missiles to the Middle East, said JRVS. Oh, let him come up. Tony raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Krypton Technology Company, a seed laid by David at the end of World War II, ordered to specialize in the research and development of mechanical prosthetics. Roar. David flew directly to another building a few blocks away. The words Krypton Technology lie at the top of this building. Brain supernatural power. I'm back. I'll perform level authorization. Voice fingerprint brain wave authentication. David fell directly to the front door, causing a burst of shocking roar. From the shock of reputation value +1. Got some more fame. Dear Mr. David, welcome back. You have been asleep for 63 years and 4 months. Krypton Technology Corporation is running well and has achieved a technological breakthrough XXX. Krypton Technology's artificial intelligence brain power has been won by David by lottery since World War II, and since then has been set to be the main regulator of the company's operations during his sleep. The intelligence level of the brain's supernatural power is even higher than that of JRVS, and it is only one step away from the intelligent life of Ultron. Along the way, many employees looked in amazement at David, who walked in a battle suit, and Roar screamed in surprise. As employees of Krypton Technology, they definitely know what the founder of the company looks like. In fact, David's deliberately left photos during World War II have been hung in the company. Mr. David, there is a guest waiting for you. Brainstorm faithfully reported the situation. David went straight to the 23rd floor and met Nick Fury, who was waiting patiently for him. I took time out of my busy schedule to wait for you, and it turned out to be longer than I expected. Fury stood up, his voice calm, as if talking to an old friend. With a big smile on David's face, he opened his arms and strode over. The two, who met again after 63 years, gave a big hug. It's been so many years, you're bald even more. David slapped Fury's shoulder, which made Fury's heart skip a beat. He was really worried that David would smash his shoulder like he slapped Tony. Don't worry, I've been able to control the skyrocketing power. David pulled out a cigar and handed it to Fury. Then, welcome, Mr. David. The military still retains your colonel position. As long as you want, they will seriously consider promoting you to general. I want to hear your opinion. Do you still go to the army? Fury held the cigar in his hand, but didn't light it. David lit the cigar with a hot look in front of Fury, squinting at Fury. Blue smoke rises. No, you don't want me to go to the military. I guess that idiot Ross is trying to get my idea, right? The whole plan failed. He must find something more valuable. Research direction to make amends for sin. I'm a veteran who is the most suitable. David exhaled a ring of smoke and snorted coldly. As a matter of fact, the entire military thinks so. As long as the news of your return spread, they have naturally regarded you as their person. Just like decades ago, the terrible power you have now is also make them drool. Don't even think about it. My power cannot be duplicated. They will despair. David sneered, with a calm demeanor, a subtle reminder to Fury. Fury's heart jumped. He nodded calmly and took out a sealed document with top secret written on the cover. Amazing Special Forces? This is your latest plan? David brought it over, turned the pages quickly with super speed, and used his super brain to memorize and understand directly. The thick document was read in less than a second. This terrible ability made Fury's rating on the old boss rise again. Yes, I plan to invite you to join this team, Fury said solemnly. David looked at Fury playfully. So, who's going to be the captain? Steve. If it's like you said, Steve is just sleeping. He will lead the team. He has a strong prestige, has enough faith, and has a lot of battlefield experience. Fury replied, Impossible. This team can only be brought by me. This is the condition for me to lead. Seriously, if it weren't for the fact that you have been taking care of Krypton technology for me in the past few decades, I'm too lazy to get involved in such troublesome things. David threw the document directly on the table, and a pair of sharp eyes stared at the head of the agent in front of him. Time can really change a person, and it can turn a big boss into an old-fashioned agent boss. Fury was silent for a moment, then sighed. Really, he knew David too well. And although he didn't follow David for a long time during World War II, he did give an in-depth analysis of David's character. Well, on the side of Child, I will acquiesce you to be the leader of this team, but it is not up to me to decide whether you can overwhelm the other members. Fury stood up and was about to leave. Does this team have a name? David asked suddenly. Not yet. It's called Avengers. My team should have a good name. Fury left, bearing the name Avengers, presumably instinctively researching the meaning of the name to see if there was any cryptic information about David in it. No way. For an agent leader like Fury, this is instinct. Well, the Avengers are finalized and belong to my team. David stood up, looked out the window, and stretched hard. Gollum. The Infinity Battle suit on the body slowly hides in David's body at the moment. Brain magic. Send me a set of casual clothes, and then notify all the employees that their big boss is back, and it's time to warn those idiots who don't know what they are called. David ordered. Soon, a robot came in and brought coffee and clothes. David took a sip of his coffee and began to change into casual clothes. Soon, the news of David's return was immediately passed on. This time, the news spread from the top-level top-secret state to the middle level, and many large enterprises and non-governmental organizations knew the news. There was an uproar. The big boss of Krypton technology is back. That World War II hero. Damn it, I always thought that it would be a waste to continue to make a lot of shares in this technology company, but I didn't expect. This news caused huge amounts of storms, and countless people were stunned and dumbfounded, and at the same time began to frantically open up the history of World War II, looking for records about David. The shock from Gene Bing, reputation value +3. Shock from Magneto, RP +8. Shock from Professor X, reputation +8. A lot of prestige rolled in, pushing the data template to a new peak. Continent-level reputation, 1982/10,000, complete at least one major event that shook a continent. In a very short time, David's popularity began to skyrocket. The waves he caused were really amazing and made people crazy. The name David, the brand new name of Superman, has a profound impact on the world, and in the future, with David's powerful reputation and noble personality in the eyes of the world, coupled with David's terrifying strength, it will inevitably lead to unprecedented events. Wave of Terror. Everything now is just the beginning. Brain magic. Tell me the top research results, focusing on the level of mechanical prosthetics. David ordered and continuously obtained the world's advanced scientific and technological achievements through his brain power. Research at the mechanical level cannot be given up in any case, because David desperately needs to make progress on the mechanical level to make up for the deficiencies of the Kryptonian bloodline as much as possible. In DC, Hank Henshaw's strength seems a little deformed. Although he can take care of both systems, to put it bluntly, it reduces the bloodline of Krypton and improves the mechanical part. David pondered while watching the material. Hank is a poor B*****************. He lost everything in an explosion and was seriously injured. He had to replace the lost body parts with a large number of high-tech prosthetic limbs. The strength of the cosmic Superman arm wrestling. But obviously, Hank's half-flesh, half-mechanical body was not what David wanted. Symbiote, mechanical. David frowned in thought, already knowing what to do. Very simple. Create a Superman version of the Iron Man symbiote armor. In a certain comic, Tony created a silver symbiote battle suit, which can not only have the ability of the symbiote to change at will, but also have the characteristics of technological armor. This is David's next goal, using Venom as a medium to exert the mechanical auxiliary ability he has. My brain can now pick up electrical signals, but it can't emit electrical signals like a terminal, which requires a Venom battle suit to assist me. Brain's supernatural power lists top secret plans. The highest priority, the name is called Infinity Series. This new set of battle suits is temporarily called Infinity-2 type. David ordered. Brain Magic quickly allocated a large number of company resources and began to prepare for this brand new plan. Mr. David, according to your request, this top-secret plan is extremely difficult, reaching the highest level of difficulty, S, and we lack scientists of the corresponding level. Brainstorm reminded, don't worry about this. You are responsible for the preliminary research. I have the best candidate. David cut off part of the symbiote from Venom, and at the same time remember a guy who turned green at every turn. Since the Battle of Broadway, Dr. Banner has taken the opportunity to escape, but SHIELD has locked his position right on the subcontinent. However, for the time being, another guy can be used instead. At this time, Tony sent a message. I'm going to the Middle East. Do you want to be with me? With you here, I don't need bodyguards. Be careful. Tony, some things are not as simple as they seem. David ordered. But Tony didn't care. He had already boarded the private jet. I decided to develop an exoskeleton device that can fly, and it will come to fruition soon. After Tony said this to David at last, he set off. David shrugged. He had no plans to stop the disaster Tony was about to face. To put it bluntly, Tony at this time is a jerk, and he will not usher in metamorphosis in his life until he has experienced life and death and witnessed the tragic slaughter of civilians. He will really know what a superhero is. A few hours later, the news that Tony was attacked and disappeared. The world media is all frying. This is Tony Stark, the helm of a trillion-dollar military giant, a super genius. Soon, Stark Group ushered in huge amounts of turmoil, and many people fell into huge amounts of anxiety. No one knows what the world will be like without Tony. Sir, Nick Fury wants to talk to you, Brain Magic said, and connected at David's suggestion. David, we can't lose Tony, Fury said right away. Yes, Fury. Tony keeps supplying high-tech weapons to S.H.I.E.L.D. Without him, SHIELD will be in trouble for a while with weapon supply. David lit a cigar unhurriedly, puffed out the mist, and said with squinted eyes. Fury said solemnly, David, I hope you can save him. With your speed, you can fly to the Middle East in a few hours. You're the most suitable candidate, and the intelligence department of SHIELD will help you. This time, David didn't speak, just stared at Fury's image silently, before nodding slightly. Is this my first assignment? Director Nick Fury. That's understandable. Very well, then, in fact, the Avengers only exist on paper right now, and I'm just a member. You know, it's too thin. David slowed down. Fury's blue veins jumped wildly, covering his forehead, and said, I'll give you a quota. You can recruit a team member. I want 3. 2. The Avengers are a global team and can't make you your own personal team. Deal, I'll get Tony back. A smile appeared on David's face. Private team? Maybe, but at least one thing must be confirmed. Avengers should not be dominated by S.H.I.E.L.D. David, who is a traveler, knows too much what the future will be like. It is an era when the extraordinary power of a single unit overwhelms the ordinary power of a group. David watched Fury hang up the phone and shook his head with a smile. Although I promoted the establishment of SHIELD and is regarded as one of the founders of SHIELD, there is no doubt that Avengers has greater value. Fury, I will pull Avengers out and do it alone. All your efforts are serving me. As he spoke, David turned around and came to the window, smashed the glass with a punch, and roar flew into the sky with a sound that instantly exceeded 12 times the speed of sound, tearing the air apart, forming a terrifying sonic boom. Seeing David in action, Fury was relieved. It always feels like I've overlooked something, Fury thought, suspiciously. It's an illusion, sir, said the Phil Coulson agent faithfully. Is there progress over the North Pole? No, digging through the ice is a very complicated job, and it will take some time. Phil Coulson said, eyes fixed on the screen with reverence. On the screen, it is David's figure that flashes by, powerful and stalwart, making people trustworthy. Fury glanced at Phil Coulson, and for some reason, suddenly his head hurt even more. Roar. After a fast flight, David has come to the Middle East. He has finished wearing the Infinity Battle suit. On the black battle suit, the golden characters on the chest are flickering constantly, and the large cloak behind him is rustling. The information from SHIELD kept streaming in from the headset in David's ear to him. It's probably around here. David used supervision to quickly observe everything in the vicinity. After several days of practice and strengthening, his vision has taken a new leap, and he can already see his cell in a scene 10,000 meters away with the naked eye. At the same time, he used his super hearing ability to include all the small sounds in the vicinity and analyze the meaning of these countless sounds with the powerful thinking ability of his superbrain. After a few years in the sun, I can see the DNA in a cell with my naked eyes and hear the wriggling sound of a cell with my ears. David is extremely confident, stepping on the desert in the Middle East with the scorching sun on his head. The terrifying direct temperature not only did not make him uncomfortable, but felt extremely comfortable. David, son of the sun, is really not talking about it. Maybe one day in the future, like the Golden Superman, I will choose to enter a sun to sleep and increase my strength like an explosion. David sat quietly in the desert, enjoying this terrifying sunbathing for ordinary people. He didn't act in a hurry at all. David is a steady batch and basks in the sun with peace of mind. Shield is about to explode. What is he doing? Why not quickly search for Tony's whereabouts? Are you afraid of the strength of terrorists? No, it shouldn't be like this. Now he is simply an indestructible monster. According to the assessment of our professional team, he should be the most powerful human being in the world. The strongest, Fury muttered, but said nothing. I don't know if it will be the strongest in the future, but definitely not now. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he knows many secrets in this world. For example, the superpower agency of the Eastern Powers, the Shakespeare Bureau, has extraordinary teams such as the 8 Immortals and Function, and there are 150,000 Supermans in the making. This organization was the same organization as SHIELD 1,000 years ago. That is, the strongest protection organization on Earth, Sacred Shield Brotherhood. It was not until 1,000 years ago that the family was separated. Zhang Heng held the power of the spear, and the power of the shield was in the West. Another example is a group of masters who practice Qi on the Holy Land Kunlun. Their strength is extremely terrifying. They have a long heritage, and they hold the terrifying dragon power. Save the Earth. Now the strongest killer organization in the island country, the Han Society, was founded by a few guys who defected from the Kunlun Mountains 500 years ago. It is said that a real dragon named Shou Lao lives on the Kunlun Mountains. I don't know if it is true or not. The most terrifying is undoubtedly the magician group on the roof of the world. Kamartaj, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, whose surname is Yao, whose name is unverifiable and unfathomable. So far, no one knows how strong this person is. Ancient One's opponents are all Mephistos from different dimensions. There are also the hell demon Mephisto, who often bounces around the earth, the Atlanteans on the bottom of the sea, the Brotherhood who attacked everywhere with Magneto as the head, the Inhumans on the moon. Now, there are too many weird things going on this blue planet. Fury was made bald by these guys. So sad. Is it getting stronger again? Fury looked at the energy monitoring report and at the real-time image of David's sunbathing under the satellite, thoughtfully. Suddenly, his smart head seemed to think of something. The energy index on this guy has been rising, and the speed of improvement has not dropped significantly. God, when will he end the awakening? Hill agent said in a panic. It's amazing. Now, David, the energy index on his body is comparable to the explosion of a miniature nuclear weapon. What a terrifying fact. This existence, is it really human? Really? Shot from Hill, RP +1. From Reputation +1. At this time, they saw that David suddenly raised his head. Oops. Fury's heart sank. In the next second, David's eye sockets immediately turned red, and the energy index of his head instantly soared to an outrageous level, triggering an alarm from the monitoring equipment. 2 red rays shot out from his eyes, and Roar's roar had penetrated the atmosphere. Boom! The extremely expensive energy satellite launched by SHIELD was blown up by David. Shot from Nick Fury, RP +4. This is the second satellite he blew up. However, I seem to understand that it can accurately hit satellites in space, ignoring the line of sight of various clouds. He ability with farsightedness, and he can calculate the shooting trajectory in an instant. His brain is comparable to a computer. Fury whispered. No wonder. After Fury spoke, the other agents suddenly woke up. It turns out that the reason why he didn't act is to observe the terrorist's lair with his acute eyes, as expected of Mr. David. At this time, another series of reputation points are generated. In the Middle East, David raised his head inexplicably, glanced at the sky again, and confirmed that there were no satellites staring at him. What hobbies do these guys have? And they gave me a bunch of reputation points. David glanced at his reputation level. Continent level reputation, 7354/10,000, complete at least one major event that shook a continent. Soon, He'll be able to usher in a new wave of upgrades. Time is passing. No matter how the outside world was blasting the pot and frantically searching for the missing playboy, David never took action, just sat quietly in the desert, basking in the sun for several days. But in fact, during this time, David has been observing Tony. As long as Tony is in mortal danger, he will definitely shoot without hesitation. Tony Stark, the man cursed by knowledge, but an important member of the Avengers he chose, the kind that can never be missing. I need Tony Stark, an Iron Man who is not afraid of death, dares to carry a nuclear bomb and perish with the enemy, is a superhero who trades his life for cosmic peace with an infinity gauntlet, not a playboy. David was keeping a close. Ethan, are you ready? We're going to go to hell. Tony put on the rough armor, looked at the increasing energy index on the display, and said with a pretense of ease. Ethan pushed his glasses, glanced at him, and nodded heavily. When we get out of trouble, I'll hire you to be my employee and bring all your relatives and friends over. Don't worry about running out of place to live. I'll give you a big villa for free. Tony felt relieved when he saw that the energy index had reached 80% and joked. That's really my honor. Ethan also nodded with great cooperation. By the way, when will your elder come? Tony's face darkened instantly. I said, that guy can't be considered my elder. He's actually not as old as me. It's just that he slept for a long time. As for why he didn't come, maybe it was delayed by something living. At this time, Tony sounded again the words David reminded him when he boarded the plane. Some things are not as simple as they seem. When I return to Stark Group, I must find out who betrayed me. Tony gritted his teeth with hatred. He had already figured out everything these days. At this time, there were huge amounts of noises coming from outside, and those terrorists had already begun to break down the door. I'll stop them, Ethan yelled, and immediately rushed out with a gun, firing randomly. Boom! But he was shot in the chest and fell to the ground weakly with a miserable smile on his face. Boom, boom, boom. Tony rushed out in the fully charged armor, full of firepower, fired all kinds of machine guns, and angrily killed the enemy in front of him. Ethan, hold on. I'll save you, Tony yelled. Call out. At this time, a terrorist who rushed in from the hole directly carried a rocket launcher and savagely blasted out a rocket. Not good. Tony's face changed greatly. Even if he could promise not to die, Ethan, who still had a breath, would definitely be killed. Ethan's vision was blurred. He barely opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a bitter smile. Really, sadly, is this the end? Boom! A terrifying loud noise swept through everything. This carefully fortified and hidden cave was suddenly pierced from the middle by a terrifying force that was beyond words. A tall and robust shadow was already standing in front of Tony and Ethan. This black shadow was so ferocious that it smashed through the mountain with one fist. Boring little trick. David looked at the rocket that was flying fast and exuding a dangerous atmosphere. He raised his arm and grabbed it. Between the lightning and flint, David was already gripping the rocket like a toy. You just rely on this thing to grab territory? Give it back to you. I saw him throw it at random, and the rocket accelerated at an even more terrifying speed and slammed into the frightened man in the opposite direction. The next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded. No bones left. Some of the guys standing outside were lucky enough not to die, but they were already frightened and crawled, crying and crawling, almost freaked out by David. Have you ever seen a way to punch through a mountain with one punch? Have you ever seen a scene where you catch a rocket and then throw it back to blow up someone? They saw it and were dumbfounded. From Reputation +1, a series of beeps brought a smile to David's face. God, you're here. I thought you were being held back by some tough enemy. Tony was so excited to see David. He knew too well how strong this man was. Your friend is in very bad shape. David stepped forward and began to check on Ethan's condition. Ethan said bitterly, "It's useless. This bullet has already hit my internal organs. There is no perfect medical treatment here, and I won't come back." David looked at him seriously. "In front of me, there is no shortage of miracles. Don't worry, I won't let you die." Saying that, David directly stretched out 2 fingers, stabbed into the wound, fished out the bullet, and at the same time cauterized the blood vessels with extremely subtle heat vision. It was an extremely painful process, and a smell of barbecued meat permeated. Ethan fainted in pain. "How's it going?" "This guy is very nice, a solid guy, and I don't want him to die here." Tony asked anxiously. "It's going well. At least it will last a few hours for him. Enough time for me to get rid of the scum and send him to a safe place." David clenched his fists, and a terrifying air explosion sounded in an instant. "Now he is too powerful. You stay here to take care of your friends, and I'll kill them all." David dropped a sentence and immediately moved his body, slammed straight forward with a bang, forcibly knocking the winding cave into a straight line. The mountains shook. The terrorists outside were already in a mess, screaming loudly at each other, and they took up various weapons to vent their firepower at David. Next is the feast of killing. David squinted at this scene, and despite the countless bullets attacking, there was a B*********** G sound, and countless flattened bullets fell to the ground. Like the fate of these terrorists. "Receive my wrath." David slowly flew up. The cloak was high, and he was condescending to corrode all this. Under the bright sunshine at this moment, he was like, God of humanity. The gunshots were loud, and the artillery fire rang out. All the terrorists who fell into madness and endless panic picked up the weapons on the side to attack, but this seemingly concentrated and powerful firepower, after the smoke passed, only David was left unharmed floating in the air. "It's so dusty, are you kidding me?" David rubbed his nose, his eyes reddened, and he showed a heat vision of 4,000 degrees. This terrible temperature is enough to melt more than 90% of the matter in the world. You know, the temperature of the Earth's core is only 4,000. Much. With his own eyes alone, David can produce a terrifying high temperature comparable to the core of the planet. ZZ. The terrifying heat sight swept the audience, and countless terrorists screamed again and again, but they were only slightly affected by the red rays and immediately burst into flames in the howling. The scene is tragic. A large number of piles of ammunition began to explode one after another. Terrifying vibrations radiated out, and the skyrocketing shockwave wiped out everything around. And David was in it, but he directly took all the attacks. Just tickling. "Go to hell, you monster!" A sniper aimed directly at David's eyes, then fired a fierce shot and showed a hideous smile. "Your skin is indestructible. Can your eyes catch a sniper bullet?" He almost saw the scene of David's head being punched through. As long as it is a human, the eyes are one of the weakest parts, and if it is punched through the brain, it will definitely die. Ding! The bullet shot into David's eyes, and with a soft sound, the bullet smashed directly and fell to the ground weakly. Shock from Muhammad Ghani. +1 reputation. The terrorists are completely broken. Have you ever seen a hero with a sniper gun attached to his eyes? This is not a person at all. Call out. David moved in front of the man in an instant, and then he raised his hand and punched, which smashed the man's upper body into mud. When David finally took to the sky, swept everything away with an unprecedentedly powerful heat sight, killing everyone and ending the battle for good. One-sided slaughter. Tony walked out in a bulky armor, carrying Ethan on his shoulders, and when he saw the scene outside, he whistled and was extremely shocked. "Did you bring a regular army here? There are corpses everywhere, and there are terrible explosion pits everywhere, as if after a tragic war." At this time, he had a real clear understanding of David's power. A sturdy man who can almost carry a modern army. "I've sent a message to Roddy just now. He'll be here soon, and Ethan can be saved," Tony said. Soon, Roddy was already driving a helicopter at a high speed. "Tony, I thought you were killed. Hey, what are you wearing?" Roddy shouted through the loudspeaker. After stopping the helicopter, he ran over immediately. After glancing at Tony, immediately moved his eyes to David. His face showed excitement. "This isn't the first time we've met, Lieutenant Colonel." David's battle suit was hidden in his body, and he was about to touch his pocket, but Roddy had already handed over a cigar for the first time. "It's a Cuban cigar, sir. It's not your favorite, but it tastes good." Roddy looked at David with a frenzy on his face. David took the cigar unceremoniously, lit it with a hot look, and then Mimi took a puff. You guys go back first. I still have some things to do. Roddy, take care of these two fools. Don't let them be attacked by the 10 rings again. David took a deep breath. His terrifying lung capacity took out a whole cigar in just a few seconds, then lit the cigarette, but on his arm, and extinguished it, commanding. I am willing to serve you, sir. Can I see you again? Roddy saluted. You mean going back to the army? No. I'm creating my own team, and I don't plan to go back to the army for the time being. David smiled and flew straight into the sky. Roddy looked at David's figure with great admiration and immediately asked, all these terrorists killed by him? Definitely. He is a warrior. Killing is his professional skill. Tony carried Ethan to the helicopter. At this time, they didn't realize what was going to happen next. Roar. David tore the air through a channel and flew directly over the Atlantic Ocean. He activated the mechanical aid ability, quickly received a large number of hidden signals, and parsed out the content that was closely related to him. Target locking. The target speed has climbed to Mach 12.7, and it is still increasing, making it more difficult to lock. Opening the 126th calculation. In the air, tens of thousands of meters away from David, a helicarrier gradually revealed its shape and directly launched a large number of tracking missiles. Roar rushed towards David in a howl. Interesting, my appearance has already made some of the dark mice panic. Is it Hydra? No, it should be S.H.I.E.L.D. Essentially the same. David stopped abruptly, causing huge amounts of waves in the Atlantic Ocean below. He stared into the distance with supervision, looked at the overwhelming missiles, folded his hands on his shoulders, and showed a cold smile. Some guys hiding in the shadows really felt panic. If David was still the super soldier of World War II, it would be fine. Although he was powerful, his physical fitness was several times higher than that of ordinary people. But to put it bluntly, he was still a mortal who could kill him with a few bullets. But things have changed. Nima, have you ever seen a human who is hard to carry a spaceship? Have you ever seen a human body that can easily break through more than 10 times the speed of sound with flesh and blood? There will be lasers in the eyes. Well, they've actually seen this. Cyclops who follow Professor X laser could be used with eyes. But the heat sight in David's eyes is obviously even more terrifying. Kill him. Such a David must die. No one knows where his upper limit is. No one knows how strong he can become. He must die. In a secret base in S.H.I.E.L.D., the former director, the current world secretary, Pierce, is sitting in his seat with a gloomy face, with a vicious gleam in his eyes. During World War II, this B**************** D single-handedly destroyed the possibility of Hydra to rule the world. In a new era, we have completely eroded S.H.I.E.L.D., but this B************* D has appeared again, and has become so strong. David must die. If he doesn't die, all the Hydra executives can't rest easy. Under the impetus of Hydra, they finally began to use the powerful power of S.H.I.E.L.D., intending to kill David as soon as possible. Even if this will lead to the early exposure of Hydra, this is also irresponsible. It is really exaggerated that David's growth rate is too exaggerated, and it is getting stronger and stronger every day. Atlantic Ocean, stormy waves. A wave of waves surged, embellishing a chilling atmosphere for the terrifying, fierce battle that was about to break out. David put his hands on his shoulders and looked at the incoming missiles with a sneer. Even the newly developed missiles are used? It's really interesting. In order to kill me as soon as possible, do you not hesitate to expose yourself to the cunning fury? It's a pity that when I woke up, all these tricks were useless. There's no such thing as green kryptonite and red kryptonite in the Marvel world. These guys use their heads to kill David. Tinka Kryptonite will always only have kryptonite, which is a must-have item for lore. In addition, no matter how sinister the situation is, David can fight. It's not clear how much the red sun radiation and Marvel magic have affected me, but these weaknesses are not destined to be known by Hydra in a short time. As for these idiots of Hydra, most of them are damn things. When they found out, I was afraid that David would be able to push the planet around the universe. David looked at the countless missiles that were overwhelming the sky with interest and sighed in admiration. Good, kind of interesting. This sudden launch of a large number of missiles instantly attracted the attention of large organizations and countries around the world. They looked at the alarm sound of the monitoring system in amazement and noticed the strange changes in the Atlantic Ocean. What is this? These missiles are high yield and they are attacking David. Many high-level officials were shocked and watched this scene in amazement. Fury exploded even more, roaring angrily. Which be deactivated the helicarrier's weapon system without authorization? Who authorized them? The other party is David. Are these guys crazy? Contact David now. I need to talk to him. Fury ordered. The Hill agent shook his head and gritted his teeth. The electronic communication in that area has been artificially blocked. There are some tricky guys in SHIELD. Fury slammed into the table with a savage punch, his one-eyed, flickering gloomy. SHHHHHH. Countless missiles have come, pulling terrifying trajectories through the air. Immediately after a terrifying salvo, the helicarrier went invisible, waiting for the results. According to our calculations, David will give priority to the use of heat vision to sweep, which will destroy at least 50% of the missiles. If it doesn't work, he will turn around and run away, using super speed to try to dodge. Damn, why didn't he do anything? Hydra, which was being calculated urgently on the helicarrier, suddenly panicked. This is completely different from what they simulated. At this time, the first missile has blown up to David. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and the violent flames engulfed David. On target, in less than a second, more than 300 missiles of all kinds rushed towards David, all of which exploded. The terrifying sound wave destroyed everything in the vicinity, enough to damage the equivalent of a city, and the explosive shock wave abruptly pressed down the sea water below, forming a vacuum for a short time. The music of death is playing, and the terrifying scythe is reaping. It's done, he's dead. You know, even 10 Hulks would have to die at this scale of explosion. The smoke dissipated, and the clouds rose. Countless people looked at it with different thoughts. Among them, Hydra undoubtedly had the greatest expectations and was full of confidence. But when everything was gone, they were stunned. David still kept his hands on his shoulders, floating in the air with no expression on his face, the same action, the same position, as if he was not affected at all. Everything that happened just now was like a child playing a house, full of childish and funny. The most tingling thing is that David's hairstyle hasn't changed. It seems that the concentrated fire of the missile just now doesn't even have the qualification to disturb a single hair of David. Shock by Alexander Pierce, +3 reputation. Shock from Brock Rumlow, +2 reputation. From continent level reputation, 10,000/10,000 complete at least one major event that shook a continent. That's it? It's so boring. David rubbed his nose and wiped the smoke from it, an expression of impatience on his face. These guys are really interesting. They don't even know what fear is. David looked at the helicarrier in front of him and grinned. His gentle smile was still as sunny as before, but in the eyes of the Hydra soldiers in the helicarrier, he only felt chills. At this time, David moved. Looking at David, who was unscathed after receiving 300 of the world's top missiles, everyone went crazy and was dumbfounded. This guy is really human? I wouldn't be too surprised if he used heat sight or super speed to destroy these missiles one by one, but injured, what kind of monster is this? Fortunately, he is a superhero, not a super criminal. At this moment, I don't know how many people have contributed a lot of reputation to David. This scene is so scary and unheard of. There are a few powerful humans on this planet, and they may be able to find a way to solve these missiles, but it is absolutely impossible to carry them with flesh and blood. But David just did it. He didn't bother to fight back. Even if he just stood there and was bombarded by missiles, he would still be unscathed. Fortunately, he's David. An SHIELD. Hill agent looked at this scene with a shocked expression. almost suffocated, and his brain stopped thinking. It turns out that human beings can do this. They were born as mortals and rival the gods. This kind of power may be comparable to Carol. No, considering his growth rate. I'm afraid it will be a few more years. Fury's one-eyed staring at the satellite screen, unable to hide the shock. He immediately remembered the flight man who impressed him in terms of strength, and subconsciously touched his pocket. The quantum communication device given to him by Captain Marvel, which he has always kept, is the strongest card he can play in the face of irreversible disaster. What Fury couldn't figure out was that Captain Marvel was so strong because of the power of the Tesseract. And what about David? He can be so powerful in the sun. This Nema is outrageous. Some people who know David's past deeds very well, in addition to being frightened, not only have no fear, but feel the joy from their hearts. They desperately recall David's past, such a sunny and righteous man, even if he has with such a terrifying power. Not only should it not be suspected, but it is even more reassuring. David, who was called the conscience of the world decades ago, he has blood on his hands, but it has always been the blood of enemies and powerful people, and he has never harmed any civilian. Countless people have saved their lives. Someone whispered. More people reacted, with happy expressions on their faces. Luckily, it was David. Another wave of prestige hits. David was heartbroken. My reputation column is full. These extra reputations are too wasteful. System, is there any way to make good use of these reputations? David thought silently. Dear Commander, extra prestige will be used for additional accumulation calculations to activate and fill the code of life. The Krypton system replied. David's spirit was shocked, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Codex of Life, the gene pool of all Kryptonians. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. David sneered and rushed towards the helicarrier ahead. Under his super hearing, the invisible technology is completely invisible. He rushed over. Driver, do an emergency dodge. That's too late. Boom. In an instant, David punched the air in front of him. With a loud bang, a huge monster appeared, but a huge amount of gap was opened in front of him. Thick smoke billowed, and the entire hull began to shake violently. Serpent Shield's current strongest large-scale flight vehicle, the helicarrier, is so fragile in front of David. One punch creates huge amounts of holes. Quick shoot. Quickly kill this monster. He's a devil from hell. Where's the fighter jet? Take the fighter jet to attack this guy. The Hydra soldiers and the entire helicarrier became a mess, picked up their weapons randomly, and started to fire on David frantically. It's really sad. If a lot of people died, David looked with supervision and found that there were many corpses in the helicarrier, which must have belonged to SHIELD, and were killed by Hydra soldiers one by one. Seeing that your toys are on fire, I will give you some fire. David sneered and took a deep breath, actually sucking 70% of the air in a radius of hundreds of square meters in an instant. And then, after continuous compression, it suddenly blew out of his mouth. Boom! There was a terrifying loud noise, as if a missile exploded, and a terrifying sharp blade of air suddenly shot out. After a loud bang, the helicarrier exploded immediately, and nearly a quarter of it was cut off by the blow. Countless Hydra soldiers screamed and fell into the sea from a height of several hundred meters to the sea. It was no different from falling directly to the concrete floor, and they were dead. Okay, I originally wanted to try freezing the roar and freeze the entire helicarrier, but I accidentally used it as an air cannon. David sighed. The strength is too strong, and the speed at which he becomes stronger is too fast, one level a day. So even if David tries his best to sense and control every trace of energy, he can still control his own power reasonably. But it is still very difficult to achieve the control at the micro level. It will take about a week of sunshine, and his mighty power will become stable and will not grow like the previous explosion. Seeing how pitiful you are, sooner or later you will fall to your death on the sea, and I will show mercy to save you. David looked at the wailing and screaming crowd, smiled slightly, and flew over immediately, picked up the tattered helicarrier, and went straight up with a bang. What does he want to do? Fury wiped the sweat from his forehead unconsciously, watching this scene in shock. A terrifying meteor climbed wildly, rushing straight from the sea into space. And under the almost frenzied gaze of countless people, it broke through the Earth's atmosphere with a bang, but it still did not stop and kept climbing. At this moment, David, who was carrying a helicarrier, seemed to have turned into a burning flame. His moving speed was constantly rubbing against the air, and he lifted the broken helicarrier above his head. At this moment, the damage was further intensified, and the entire hull began to burn. Among them, those who are still alive are either dying in the endless fire or in the weightlessness of the drastic changes, and the death is more tragic than the last. Roar! All the noise suddenly disappeared, and even the burning flame gradually went out. David has taken the helicarrier to outer space. This huge amount of mothership floats quietly, no accident. It will remain in the universe for a long, long time, until many years later it will not be discovered or directly captured and destroyed by the gravity of a certain planet. Everything in space is extremely silent. Looking up, the stars, the endless and deep cosmic night sky, and the planets in the solar system are constantly rotating, showing the silence. In David's eyes, there is only the blazing sun, which has already filled everything. Yellow sun. There was longing in David's eyes. The yellow sun, that is the sun in its youth, the yellow radiation emitted by such a healthy sun can provide a source of terrifying energy for Kryptonians, and the sun can become stronger. As for how strong it can be, it depends on the specific kryptonite. The genetic level of the stars is up. When a yellow sun enters its twilight, it will become a red sun, and the red radiation it emits will become a nightmare for all Kryptonians. Instead of increasing its power, red radiation will continue to weaken it. Yellow sun. David opened his arms as if to hug the big fireball. In my mind, I listened to the prompt sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to your Excellency Commander for completing a continent-level event. The reputation level has broken through, and now it is planet-level reputation. 1-000/1-000-000. Complete at least one major event that shook the Earth. Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander, for getting the level reward cell control technology. Cell manipulation? David blinked and understood after taking a closer look. The previously obtained gene-locking technology is to prevent one's own genes from being observed and analyzed. The current cell manipulation is to take all the forming cells that have left themselves and left out, such as hair cells, saliva cells, etc., which can be manipulated anytime and anywhere. And if you want them to die, they will die. Shielding and manipulation directly cut off the possibility of all forms of David's gene leakage. David was in a happy mood, completely relieved of his worries, and turned around to fly back to the Earth. Hey, what a powerful force! David suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. On the moon, a figure was standing silently, looking at David. This existence is surging with terrifying power, as if it could destroy a planet with one punch. This guy is the leader of the Inhumans, Black Bolt? David's body was shocked. His face immediately became serious, and he looked at each other solemnly. The existence of Black Bolt, the weak-level godfather, can already be regarded as a high-level combat power in this universe, and can fight against gods recklessly. The two sides glanced at each other through the cosmic vacuum, and both could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Finally, David took a deep look at Black Bolt and turned back to Earth. Our level god father. David pondered, then chuckled, began to fall into the atmosphere with a bang, and quickly flew back to his company. David, how's it going? Fury asked right away, the first to call. David calmly lit a cigar, shrugged his shoulders, and said indifferently, "What's the matter? It's definitely killing them all. Outer space will be their best sleeping place. You didn't stay alive, or did you know what information? Like who was attacking you? This is not something I should be concerned about, Fury. After all, I am not an agent. This is what you should be concerned about. The SHIELD you are in charge of has had such a big mess. You should really reflect on it. After saying this, David hung up the phone. On Hydra's side, he will act sooner or later. After all, one of his favorite Avengers players is still being held by Hydra. At this time, the brain power cut out a screen to report the situation. Sir, Dr. Drake is here, and he wants to see you. Let him in. Before Dr. Banner comes, let this guy help me advance the research on the Infinity-2 battlesuit. David ordered, and at the same time sighed with emotion. If he could obtain the code of life as soon as possible and master the complete gene pool of the entire Kryptonian group, he would not need to rely on the power of outsiders at all, and he only needed to immediately cultivate Kryptonians who were good at scientific research. The door opened slowly. A nervous Drake walked in. To be honest, Dr. Drake really doesn't want to come. But there was no way. The 4 symbiotes that he had exhausted his efforts to obtain disappeared inexplicably. According to his calculations, they must have been obtained by David. Mr. David, first meeting, congratulations on your return. Drake wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. If he hadn't known that David was a righteous superhero, he would never have come. Dr. Drake, a world-renowned biologist, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have always respected people who are knowledgeable, unlike me, who only know how to fight and kill. David laughed and immediately took out a cigar and handed it to Dr. Drake, carefully looking at the villain leader in Venom, Deadliest Guardian. Drake's heart jumped. He took the cigar and said with a dry smile, I heard, you just sent an army into space? Oh, they're not the army, they're just a bunch of crazy guys. David smiled. The chat is over, Dr. Drake. You and I both know the purpose of this meeting. You are here for the symbiote. Sure enough, you took the symbiote. Drake breathed a sigh of relief, immediately regained his composure, and smiled bitterly. I sponsored the scientific research spaceship, and the scientific research personnel were hired by me. But in the end, you took all the results of the scientific research and destroyed all the records on the spacecraft, Mr. David, this is a bit unreasonable, right? So, I only hope to get back one of them for research. I know there are 4 symbiotes in total. Before the spacecraft accident, my staff sent me a message. Unfortunately, I only got one, and only one. David got up, his heart moved, and the symbiote battle suit immediately emerged from his body. The black battle suit in that suit was full of mystery and dignity, making Drake's eyes blazing. This is the symbiote. It can be changed at will. Drake's eyes were red. Dr. Drake, I hope to be able to hire you, and I will also hand over a part of the symbiote to you for research. But I need to get the research results, and I don't have to worry about salary and funding. David lit the cigar, took a deep breath, savored the fragrance, and smiled. I'm happy to serve you. It's my honor to serve a human hero. Drake looked happy. Then, the brain's supernatural power was responsible for docking with Drake and handing over the relevant research direction to the other party. Drake, I hope you can give me a satisfactory result before you die. David looked at the figure of Drake leaving, and the smile on his face slowly faded. In terms of the number of murders, he ranks at the forefront of the world, and when it comes time to do something, David will never be soft-hearted. The hero of justice is really a good skin. David lit his cigar into the ashtray, thoughtfully. This step is really right. Back then, when he first came to the Marvel world, he even thought of joining Hydra as a big villain, because being a villain can also harvest reputation points. The more murders, the more destruction, the more fearful people, the more reputation points high. But after thinking about it again and again, he finally chose to go heroic, holding the sacred cloak on his body. Now it seems to be really useful. Stark Building at the moment. Tony had just finished a press conference announcing the news of the closure of the arms department, and there was an uproar. Are you crazy? Do you know what effect this will have on the Stark Group? Obadiah whispered to Tony with a wicked look in his eyes. But Tony didn't intend to make any kind of compromise and force the decision. I have been authorized by David, and now the first and second largest shareholders have unanimously decided to close the arms division. Then how do we make money? Relying on clean energy. I have personally practiced it. Tony flashed the device on his chest, and raised his eyebrows smugly. Obadiah's face softened slightly, but he still warned in a low voice. "Tony, you grew up watching me. You should trust me rather than trust an old man who just woke up." "Definitely. The one I trust most is you." Tony smiled and turned to leave. He felt that there was a problem with the Stark Group, and a series of actions had to be accelerated. JRVS, speed up the research on Mark II immediately, and get the finished product out tonight. Tony ordered and started to stay up late to build the exoskeleton armor. A new, more powerful armor, David's strength inspired him a lot. Mark II, first of all, it must be able to fly, and it must break the speed of sound. Tony thought about it, and had an unprecedented obsession with flight, and strong enough tenacity and kinetic energy to smash at least a bulletproof glass with one punch. Tony remembered David's style of never walking out the door professionally and smashing a piece of glass with one punch each time. "Humph, old man, I've developed a powerful weapon of war, and you'll be amazed." Wearing the Silvertone Mark II, Tony was in a state of mind and immediately ordered JRVS to connect to his brain, showing off to David on the other side of the screen. He was excited. It was unlike any weapon he had developed in the past. "Oh!" David raised his head and glanced, then turned around, smashed the glass with a fist, and jumped out. "Damn, what are you doing?" Tony's heart skipped a beat. A few seconds later, "Huckrack, this is my new glass," Tony screamed. But the next moment, he saw David stretch out his hands towards him, put them on his shoulders with a soft sound, and this simple gesture reminded Tony of the first time he and David met. With such a slap, his shoulder shattered. Hiss! David exerted a little force and pulled left and right, and Mark II was torn apart by David and was thrown aside. "What did you just say? What weapon do you want to show me? Where is it?" David scratched his ears. "No, you villain. You can carry an aircraft carrier into space. I shouldn't tell you about weapons." Tony glared at David fiercely, with broken thoughts in his heart, and decided to start the development of the Mark III immediately. Sooner or later, he will find a powerful material that can withstand David's great strength and create the most top-of-the-line armor. David was sitting on the sofa, and a robot had already brought coffee and cigarettes. David took it unceremoniously and asked, "Find out who betrayed your whereabouts?" There are only a few people who have the opportunity to access this kind of secret information. "Then let's do it. Put on your big toy. If you don't move, trouble will come to you," David said lightly. Tony nodded hesitantly. David exhaled a smoke ring, squinted his eyes, and looked down at the scrapped armor, and suddenly said, "Nephew Tony, are you interested in joining my team?" Tony raised his eyebrows and became interested. "What team?" "Avengers, a team led by me. A team of heroes with extraordinary powers. The goal is to fight against a terrifying enemy that threatens the world." "Enemies? Like, for example, demons from hell, such as Mephisto from another dimension, or some powerful invaders in the universe." David flipped the cigarette butt and said lightly. Tony looked at him strangely. "Are you kidding? I can understand against aliens, but otherwise. Demon? Mephisto? What the hell is this?" "Tony, the danger in this world is beyond your imagination. We must make plans for all possible enemies, and, compared to you, I have witnessed the danger and despair behind the world." David picked up his coffee and took a sip. His eyes became deeper than ever, as if he was remembering a terrible past that no one knew. He had seen many Marvel movies with his own eyes. Wow, it was so miserable. The unfathomable words actually shocked Tony. Tony also lost his cynicism and said solemnly, "Although it sounds ridiculous, if you say it, it has some credibility. When it comes to life experience, you're full of miracles." The guy, "Well, count me in the Superboy team." With a smile on David's face, he picked up the coffee and touched Tony's glass, then drank it down. The 80-degree hot latte, David didn't feel it at all after drinking it. Then, Avengers now has 2 members, and I'm looking for a third. David started quickly sketching in his mind the official members of the team. In addition to the few in the original book, more warriors must be drawn in, the stronger the better. In any case, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be stronger than him. Intelligent, high-tech, magic super ability, As long as it is reliable, it can be pulled in. After all, the Avengers Alliance is no longer SHIELD's team. Starting from David's lead, this is David's team. Listen, I'm not going to follow orders from some troublesome agency, like that guy named Phil Coulson last time. Tony reminded suddenly. Don't worry, I know what to do. We are an independent team and will not belong to any person or organization. David got up and looked in the direction of the North Pole, and it was time to bring the old man back. It's time for Steve Rogers, Captain America, to return to the team. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom resounded in the sky over New York, and many citizens picked up their mobile phones and filmed frantically. Look, this is Superman, the hero of justice, the conscience of the people. Is he carrying a warship full of terrorists into space? Human beings can survive in the harsh environment of the cosmic vacuum with their flesh and blood. Astronomy enthusiasts have already exposed on the internet and released the blurred picture of David carrying the broken helicarrier in space. More and more people are shocked by David's powerful strength. This definitely contributed a lot of reputation points to David, and the reputation brushed until it took off. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sonic boom resounded through the northern hemisphere, and David was already heading straight for the North Pole at exaggerated speed. Arctic, as early as many days ago, a large number of engineering teams have gathered here, and a large number of researchers have come here, and every day is frantically calculating where Captain America may fall after the war decades ago. But this is still an extremely difficult process. Digging hard on large icebergs in the frigid low temperature, they faced too many difficulties. No results yet? Phil Coulson exclaimed. No. Phil Coulson looked serious. He searched in all directions around the spot where Howard Stark found the Tesseract, but found nothing. If the captain is really alive, it must be frozen, and the body temperature will drop to an extremely low level. We cannot rely on thermal imaging to find him. Aside, a researcher whispered. Phil Coulson is getting more anxious. The person he admired most in his life was David, a hero called Conscience, followed by Captain America, who was very fond of this person who became a hero after injecting serum. More importantly, Captain America is an important member of the Avengers Alliance that Fury likes, and it is also the nail that they buried in the Avengers Alliance. As long as Captain America is there, the Avengers can't escape the sight of SHIELD. Even if David forcibly took the team's control, too. And there were other things Phil Coulson couldn't say. He's worried about the guys sneaking into S.H.I.E.L.D. According to Fury, it could be Hydra left over from World War II. The longer it drags on, the more likely Hydra will get involved, and the more unpredictable the outcome will be. Sir, a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected. God, this energy index has become stronger again. He is here. A scientist's shocked roar. On the screen, there were countless light spots flickering, but in an instant, a huge red that was as big as the sum of hundreds of light spots appeared on the screen at an exaggerated speed. Before the sound came, people had already descended, and in the crash, it had already turned into an afterimage that shook everything and smashed into the ice cap with a loud bang. Clap, clap. The endless cracks spread suddenly, and the entire ice sheet was smashed by this unreasonably exaggerated landing, as if a terrible earthquake. The endless icy waters vibrate. We still haven't been able to find the captain first. Phil Coulson looked at David, who flew to the North Pole, and listened to the terrifying sonic boom that was long overdue. He laughed bitterly and immediately got a boost and immediately got on the boat to meet David. Now we can only rely on David to find the captain. Any clues? According to our scientists' analysis results, you have the ability to have farsightedness or even see through. Phil Coulson, wearing a thick coat, shouted loudly with a horn in the cold wind roar. The stormy waters nearly overturned the boat. I'm looking for it. Your efficiency is too low, and I have to come in person. Standing on the sea, David gestured to Phil Coulson, enjoying the thrill of reaping a wave of prestige after he crashed an ice cap because he didn't brake properly. His strength growth is slowing down, and is getting slower day by day, and soon his physical fitness will reach the peak of the current stage, And at that time, he can start to try to adapt and control his own strength at a micro level. Like just now, the situation that cannot be precisely controlled due to too strong force will not happen again. David looked up and saw that the cold environment of the Arctic had no effect on him. This terrifyingly strong physique made Phil Coulson, who was fighting against the sea, envied. As expected of Superman David. Shock from Phil Coulson, +1 reputation. David gave Phil Coulson a quirky look. Does that give him RP? He began to use supervision to sweep the entire North Pole, and he could easily see through countless layers of ice. In David's field of vision, there was nothing to hide. Soon, he found a figure wrapped in thick ice. Found it. A gleam of light flashed in David's eyes, and in an instant, all the energy in his body gathered into his head, and a terrifying red light appeared in his eye sockets. His eyes were too hot to be comparable to the temperature of the Earth's core, and he could easily cut off a large piece of iceberg. ZZ. Layer after layer of ice was penetrated and melted by David, and he himself jumped on an iceberg with a bang and cut a large block of ice down. The heat sight that seemed to penetrate the Earth's crust made Phil Coulson's heart skip a beat. Will Lord David accidentally cut the captain into shreds just by rolling his eyes a little? Boom! David jumped down, his hands were straight, and he lightly stabbed at the ice under his feet and directly pulled out the huge ice cube with a diameter of 5 meters and lifted it up easily. We have a state-of-the-art medical room ready. Phil Coulson's heart suddenly froze. Watching David's actions, he had a bad premonition. Tell Fury, I'll take it away, and I'll take good care of the old man. David smiled cruelly, and Roar rose into the air with a cry and flew away with the ice cube on his back. Shock from Phil Coulson, +1 reputation. Steve Rogers opened his eyes slowly, staring at the ceiling in confusion. Next to it, a radio was on, and the commentator was passionately explaining a crucial game. Where am I? Steve's eyes moved, his muscles tense, and he looked at the nurse who came in. You have been in a coma for several days. Captain, fortunately you are safe. The little nurse smiled sweetly. But Steve jumped up immediately, pinning the little nurse to the ground in an instant, a terrifying burst of power and tons of strength brewing in his bulging muscles. I was once told by someone to never trust what you see with the naked eye and to rely on intuition when reason can't solve a problem. And now my intuition tells me you guys have a problem. Steve stared coldly at the pale nurse, listening to voices from all directions. No, very wrong. He immediately tumbled and hit the wall, looking at the modern medical facility, suddenly confused. Where am I? Where's this place? Medical equipment never seen before. Stop him! A large number of black-clothed men shouted and rushed towards Steve. A terrifying coldness suddenly erupted in Steve's eyes. The terrifying, murderous aura from the battlefield of World War II far surpassed these modern agents. The black-clothed agent stood up with sweat, but in the next moment, the coldness disappeared instantly. Steve suppressed the coldness with will. It's still influenced by David's rhetoric. However, I don't know how he is now. He fell off the plane earlier than me. Steve's eyes are deep. The worst case is that he has been controlled by HYD array. Everything in front of him is arranged by HYD array, just to brainwash him or perform experimental anatomy. Boom! Steve's body is strong, and he easily overturns the trained agent. He doesn't deliberately hit the dead hand and rushes directly to the receiver. What is this? Steve stared blankly at everything in front of him. Countless vehicles and pedestrians. On the gorgeous and tidy buildings on the street, color screens flashed across the road. Color screen? Many pedestrians have noticed this strong man with bare feet and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Traffic was chaotic. Team leader. Some people even stunned Roar. Stunned. David is already alive. Did you expect the captain to be resurrected? Are you also sleeping in the iceberg? Steve turned his head immediately, surprise on his face. David is still alive? At this time, a large number of black vehicles rushed over suddenly, blocking the entire street. Relax, soldier. You have caused panic among the citizens. Fury got out of the car and looked at Steve with his hands behind his back, trying to gain Steve's trust with this gesture. But the next moment, his majesty was completely destroyed by the sudden appearance of the figure. Boom! David landed from an altitude of 1,000 meters. After a loud noise, he directly smashed the central street into a 1-meter-deep pit. This scene even made Fury's eyelids jump without a trace. Looks like I still won. You have to keep your promise. Fury, your tricks are useless. David was wearing an infinity battle suit. His large cape was blowing in the wind. His face was as confident and sunny as always. He took out a cigar, lit it with heat vision, took a deep breath, and smiled at the excitement in front of him. Incredibly big guy. You're awake. The operation went well. David, it's really you. Hearing this familiar joke, Steve's eyes were red and he almost cried. He rushed up and hugged David fiercely. At the beginning, after he completed the metamorphosis after injecting super serum, David, who had been waiting beside him, said this with a strange expression. This is something only the two of them know. I thought you were dead. I watched you fall into the ocean. We already beat Red Skull, right? We both beat him. Steve said incoherently. This scene was filmed by the surrounding citizens and uploaded to the internet as soon as possible. The scene where the two heroes of the old era meet today is remembered at this moment. After seeing the news on the internet, countless people were shocked on the spot, and there was an uproar. Captain America, another World War II hero, is alive too. Countless people are going crazy, being a 21st century person who grew up listening to the story of David and Steve, and nothing is more inspiring than two old heroes meeting in this way. At this moment, not only was Captain America's resurrection known, more people confirmed that the mysterious and powerful superhero, Superman, is the David of World War II. It was also at this moment that the image of two old-time characters embracing was frozen forever, and the news of David's return began to spread from the middle and high to the bottom. The blocked and suppressed news could no longer be suppressed at this moment. In fact, there is no need to deliberately suppress it. Countless reputation points began to pour in from all over the world. This is a symbol and sound from an era. The whole world exploded. At this moment, David and Steve, who met again after more than 60 years, were the center of the world. Countless eyes revolved around them, and the surrounding special vehicles and many agents were reduced to background boards. No one really knows how historic this scene is, and the visual and cognitive shock to the world is unprecedented. The mysterious superhero Superman really is David, the human conscience of World War II. I knew it. He's David. Those high-level executives deliberately suppressed the spread of the news, and Superman himself never admitted it. Now it can be confirmed that David is Superman. Captain America, also resurrected. I'm a fan of him. It should be said that they are not dead at all. The fishing reel exploded directly. This time, I can't hide it anymore. Do you want to smoke? I got it from the Stark Group. David smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. The Infinity Battle suit on his body immediately stretched out a tentacle and put a cigarette in David's between fingers. Venom is coming more and more. Steve stared at the slender cigarette, took a deep breath and calmed down, took the cigarette directly, and said at the same time, Stark Group? It seems that Howard has done a good job and made his company into a big group. Also, yes, I remember you like to smoke vintage cigars. You're wrong, Steve. I don't like vintage cigars. I like Dominican cigars, David said. A big smile appeared on Steve's face, and he was very excited. The last vigilance and vigilance were completely put down, and he threw the cigarette aside. Then you should also know that I don't smoke at all. I hate this shit. I know, cigarettes are Bucky's favorite. I just want to disgust you. David shrugged, looking innocent. Steve gritted his teeth and punched David hard with red eyes. Sure enough, it was really David, the bad guy who always abetted him with bad intentions at some inopportune moment. Finally, Fury couldn't take it any longer. Since David came powerfully, his majesty and force were instantly shattered. The crucial first impression portrayed ushered in an epic failure. If he wanted to continue to be in Steve's mind, it is even more difficult to create a sense of trust in a reliable superior. This is the end of the meeting of old friends. Let's talk about it in another place. Fury couldn't help but say. Steve looked at David inquiringly. Then go to my place. David laughed. Fury suddenly had a headache and was about to refuse, but David looked directly at him. Don't forget, I could have woken Steve up by myself, but you had to get involved and asked to wake him up in your own way. Your plan has proven to be a failure. Fury was at a loss for words, and his already dark face was now even darker than the bottom of the pot. The feeling of being scolded by David is terrible. He just watched. David just said a few words that seemed to have deep meaning, and he immediately gained Steve's trust and following. And everything he deliberately created directly became the background board, and the act of creating a force became a foil for David, a rude move. David grabbed Steve's shoulder with one hand and said, "Follow me, and I'll fly you." Roar! David dragged Steven into the air and rushed directly into the sky, as if he could grab the clouds in the sky. But he left Fury where he was. Fury watched as David kidnapped Captain America, who he valued most, in a very bad mood, and cursed in his heart. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Immediately, David rushed towards the Stark building with a bang, and was flying at 3 times the speed of sound. Steve's injection of strengthening serum is hard enough to withstand the physical load brought about by this acceleration. When did you get the flight ability? Steve yelled. It's a long story. I'll take you to meet someone first. Wow. David shot his hot eyes directly, cut open an intact window, and flew in with the old man. That skillful movement seemed to have gone through countless times. Wow, Your Excellency Superman. I'm really honored and relieved that you didn't smash the glass with your fist this time. Tell yourself, how much of my best glass have you smashed? Puss sends the bill to Krypton Technology, and I'll sue you if you don't pay. Tony was taking out a bottle of long-cherished wine from the wine cabinet and pouring it into 3 glasses without hesitation. He didn't lift his head after hearing the sound, just said something yin and yang strangely. Don't be so stingy, Tony. David laughed. Steve looked at the middle-aged man in front of him in confusion, saw Howard's shadow from the other side, and hesitated. You are Howard's? Drink first. Don't care about these details. Tony shoved 1 glass directly to Steve and, at the same time, handed another glass to David, took the last glass, raised his eyebrows, and said, So our Superboy team, there are now 3 people? One incredible improvement. It tripled. The 3 stood together, each holding a glass of wine, and collided with each other at will, making a light ding sound, which was extremely crisp and pleasant. Steve was still a little confused, feeling that he had been thrown over his shoulder by the times and couldn't understand anything after awakening. But out of trust in David, he did it anyway and had a serious and solemn kiss with Tony. There was a cool breeze blowing through the open window. The 3 figures stood together, as if carrying out a solemn ceremony. The 3 giants of the Avengers alliance met for the first time, and history was frozen at this moment. After Steve learned about the history, he realized that he had been sleeping for more than 60 years, and his heart was suddenly mixed. Has it been so long? No wonder. Even the screens on the side of the road were in color. In his day, everything was black and white. So, you're Howard's son? Steve looked at the middle-aged man with a complicated look. His mind was a little broken. It seemed that Tony was much older than his years. Yes, technically speaking, Tony is also your eldest nephew. David touched his chin, serious. Tony's mind exploded in an instant, looked at David viciously, and warned, Just wait, my Mark III will be out soon. You'll regret saying that. David shrugged. Mark III? Mark 30 can't stand his fist either. The 3 chatted for a while. Steve, remember to be wary of that old scumbag Fury. He was my boss back then, but now he's become a sinister old agent. No matter what he says, don't believe it, believe me. David warned. Steve Jung nodded seriously. He and David have been born and died many times. Who else do you believe if you don't believe in David? Then you 2 get acquainted first, Tony, and you can ask Steve to help you if you need help with the mole. David said. Tony raised his chin arrogantly. Help? That's not going to happen. I'm the genius, Mr. Stark. But where are you going? I found something very interesting, and I need to deal with it. David laughed and immediately jumped out of the window. Tony raised his eyebrows and said, If you need our help, just speak up. We are a team. David waved his hand, and with a bang, he began to accelerate sharply and left here. Steve looked at the back of the old man in confusion, feeling at a loss. In this day and age, David seems to be the only old friend he knows. Tony patted Steve on the shoulder and said lightly, "Remember your old lover? Kat? She's still alive?" "Definitely, but it hasn't been a few years. Although she's equipped with a mechanical device of Krypton technology, it only slightly prolongs her lifespan." Tony drank his drink and was about to take Steve to see Carter. After knowing that Steve was the next member of their team, Tony took Carter to his hospital as soon as possible, just for this ready for a moment. It could be considered that let these two old people who have run through two eras say their final goodbyes. And in this, he was more interested in the reason why David left in such a hurry. There are not many things in this world that David can take so seriously. Brain magic, report the situation. Mr. David, Kamartaj visitor, is already waiting in the parlor. David looked serious and flew back from the Stark building to the Krypton Science and Technology building with a bang. His figure caused the shock and onlookers of the citizens below. A batch of prestige points rolled in. Roar. It didn't take long. David had already appeared on the top floor of the Krypton Science and Technology building and was about to smash a piece of glass with a fist, but the next moment, while he made these listed movements at an astonishing speed, a golden light circle appeared. The aperture shone with dazzling sparks, both inside and out. Smashing windows is not a good habit. A figure shrouded in a large yellow robe was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at David, who was floating in the air. From beginning to end, her eyes remained calm, without the slightest change. Ancient One, the current Sorcerer Supreme, the strongest on Earth. David paused, then calmly crossed the aperture and fell into the room. The Infinity Battle suit on him dissipated spontaneously, revealing the casual attire that David was wearing. Snapped. David stared at this mysterious and oppressive existence, then took out a cigarette and handed it over. "Want to smoke?" "After so many years, you were the first person to pass me a cigarette after seeing me. In fact, I have no interest in cigarettes." Rao is the Ancient One who has seen strong winds and waves, and he is at a loss by David's operation. Does this guy in front of him always test strangers like this? He handed over the cigarette first without saying a word. It is really in line with the social etiquette of modern society smoking. Smoking? After smoking my cigarette, we are good friends. More importantly, this move is different from what she saw in Time Gem. God knows how many times she has observed the timeline for this meeting. I'm really surprised that the magician is actually interested in me. David took the opportunity to stuff the cigarette into his mouth, then moved his eyes to focus, lit it, sat directly on the sofa, and looked at Ancient One calmly. "But you're not surprised at all. I'm also curious, David. I observed the future timeline a few years ago, and since your rise, the timeline has undergone unprecedented drastic changes. Who are you?" Ancient One's face was gentle, as if there was a smile on his face all the time. David raised his head slowly, exhaled a smoke ring, and said lightly, "It's Superman." Ancient One looked at the young man in front of him. Excluding the sleeping time, he is indeed a young man, and he is full of vitality. Ancient One can clearly feel the terrifying vitality coming from the other party, and every cell exudes vitality like a river. Really, a rare life form. I've never seen a guy as powerful and special as you. I've seen some people who rely on external forces to instantly rival the gods, but you, with amazing potential, perfect vital signs, terrifying growth rate, simply the most perfect life. You're more special than Hulk. Ancient One looked at David and spoke slowly. "Hulk just needs time to grow, and I like him a lot." David laughed. But just walking into Ancient One, his body would instinctively tighten, and every muscle that could withstand a nuclear bomb was completely straightened at this moment, and the hair stood on end. His powerful sixth sense is giving David a dire warning. More importantly, the powerful magic particles from Ancient One also made Martin feel a tingling in his scalp. "I don't know where you will take this world, but I can clearly see your influence on this world. Every move you make will tear the original timeline into a mess. I hope you always be on this side of the earth." Ancient One's face was always gentle. Definitely, I am an earthling, a pure human being. I have always recognized this. I don't need you to tell me what to do. David observed the Sorcerer Supreme with vigilance in his heart, but he was not too nervous. The world-famous level god, Father Magician, focused on protecting the Earth, but completely ignored the conflicts that erupted inside the Earth. Ancient One is an extremely qualified Asgardian. As long as David doesn't do something crazy like pushing the Earth to hit Mars, the Ancient One won't interfere. Are you interested in studying magic at Kamartaj? Ancient One suddenly said something. David was taken aback for a moment. He stopped smoking and looked at Ancient One in amazement. Are you serious? You invited me so easily? Kamartaj regularly accepts a group of mundane magician apprentices. Don't think of magicians as some kind of reclusive ascetic. In fact, I often go to the mundane world to enjoy delicious food. Ancient One slowly pulled down the hood, sat directly on the luxurious sofa opposite David, snapped her fingers, and a circle of light appeared in an instant. She reached in and took out 2 cakes. Did you pay? I paid. I just took a banknote from the deposit in your room, and it is considered as a prepaid tuition. Ancient One handed one of them to David. David looked odd. Ancient One, how optimistic is this about him? Come to Kamartaj. I don't know if you could be a good magician, but you must be the strongest warrior to defend this planet. I have seen the horror that half the universe will be annihilated in the future scene. The Earth needs your strength. Ancient One seems to mean something. David's face froze, and he stared at the woman who had lived for hundreds of years in front of him. What do you know? I already knew from the moment I came into close contact with you that your body's resistance to magic was unexpectedly poor. I was just standing here and doing nothing, and the magic particles in my body could faintly interfere. Your sun-like body, it's extremely unreasonable, and you need to figure out a way to overcome this shortcoming. While enjoying the cake gracefully, Ancient One opened his mouth softly. As the Sorcerer Supreme, her vision is far beyond ordinary people, and she has been keenly aware of David's physical flaws from the brief contact just now. David's face turned gloomy in an instant, which was the thing he was most afraid of. The Kryptonian strength is naturally strong, but the racial flaws are also extremely obvious, and there are 3 flaws. Magic is one of them. I'll find a way to make a trip to Kamartaj when I'm ready. David said solemnly. Choose wisely. Magic is a very common force in the universe, second only to technological means and compressed energy attacks. After enjoying the pastry, Ancient One slowly got up, pulled back his hood, and showed a gentle smile. David, I am waiting for you at Kamartaj. Don't let me down. You are strong. Your will and actions are destined to be the strongest force on the planet. It seems that you are recruiting members. I have a candidate. With the disappearance of the Golden Halo, the Ancient One left. Maybe back to Holy Place in New York, maybe directly back to the roof of the world, but it doesn't matter. Ancient One. If David could see through the timeline with the help of Time Gem, she must have listed herself as a candidate for Sorcerer Supreme, at least the second candidate after Doctor Strange. He took a deep breath, looked down at the pastry in his hand, and ate it all in one bite, chewing it while thinking quickly with his superbrain. There is no doubt that in order to harvest reputation, he has always used the image of a righteous hero as his character. This kind of selling character can gain the trust of others, especially the trust of Ancient One, who owns Time Gem. Magic. Originally, I wasn't in a hurry. Just give me some more time to continuously improve and activate the various mutant bloodlines in the Kryptonian bloodline, not to mention magic, the third power that restrains me. Even if it is kryptonite, I could be eaten like jelly beans. A smile gradually appeared on David's face. Sorcerer Supreme, he's happy to fight if possible. David brushed the dust from his shoulders, as if plummeting hundreds of meters and turning a Ford into scrap metal was nothing more than a morning jog. Beneath the calm surface, though, he marveled at the raw, terrifying surge coursing through his body. Man of Steel, the gift of every true Kryptonian. Strength to wrestle missiles from the sky. Endurance to walk through magma and laugh in Antarctica's frost. Flight, invulnerability, powered not by magic, but by the golden blessing of Earth's yellow sun. And David could feel it. Each second, his cells swallowed radiation in ravenous gulps, pushing his life higher, stronger, harder. He clenched a fist, eyes flashing. "This is insane. Are you a mutant?" The voice snapped him back. Tony Stark had climbed shakily out of the half-ruined car, staring at David as though he'd just witnessed a ghost. The man who fell from the sky should have been paced. Instead, he stood tall, unscathed, and disturbingly familiar. "No," David replied flatly, though his brow furrowed as a sharp pain stabbed through his ears. Super hearing had just kicked in, dragging with it a flood of sound. Every conversation in the building across the street, the flap of pigeon wings, even the crawl of ants underground. The cacophony stabbed at his mind like needles. He grimaced, forcing it down. So this is what Zod went through. No wonder it takes time to adapt. Tony, ignoring his own pounding heart, barked out toward the invisible calm in his ear. JRVS. "Sir, your vitals are stable. Elevated adrenaline. Likely caused by, well, the gentleman standing in front of you. I don't need a medical report. I need a profile. Who the hell is this? Some mutant freak from Xavier's school? A super soldier reject? Or a damn robot in human skin?" As usual, Tony's arrogance bubbled over, even with the near-death experience still fresh. His eyes roamed David like a scanner, desperate to poke a hole in the impossible. "Ding. Sir," JRVS answered calmly. "Records confirm, David. Decorated hero of World War II. Publicly recognized as the world's first superhero. Close confidant of Captain America. Business partner and sworn brother of Howard Stark. Founder of Krypton Technology. Godfather of Magneto. Current shareholder of Stark Industries. 20%. Tony froze. Then his face twisted. "That's impossible." The disbelief erupted into a snarl. "He's dead. He died at the end of the war. I saw the memorial. The whole damn world mourned him." Tony stormed forward, fist clutching David's torn collar. His eyes were bloodshot. "Who the hell are you, you bastard?" At his signal, Stark bodyguards swarmed the street, weapons gleaming. Happy Hogan led the charge, face grim. "You're surrounded," Happy barked. "Put your hands where I can see them." David didn't move. He didn't need to. Swish. A blur. The sound of metal crying. The bodyguards looked down in horror. Every one of their high-tech rifles was twisted like soft candy, useless in their grip. Shock from Nell Terrence, +1 reputation. Shock from Harold Hogan, +1 reputation. David's gaze sharpened, voice dropping into a quiet growl. "Don't point toys at me. I walked through more battlefields than you can imagine." His eyes shifted to Tony, softening with something almost nostalgic. "Howard's boy, you've grown. Tell me, do you still remember your father's promise? 20% of Stark Industries mine." Tony staggered back, his face pale. "No, you can't be him. If you were David, you'd be pushing 90. You can't look like this." David chuckled, plucking a cigarette from Tony's own pocket. He didn't bother with a lighter. His eyes glowed, faintly red. Zap! A tiny beam of heat vision ignited the tip. He took a slow drag, exhaled a ring of smoke. 60 years without one of these. Still hits the spot. He grinned, eyes gleaming. "So, nephew, care to invite your uncle inside for a chat?" The weight in his voice silenced the room. The guards lowered their mangled weapons. Happy exchanged a nervous glance with Tony. Tony clenched his jaw, glaring at David. He wanted to curse, to demand answers, but the evidence was crushing him. "Listen," he hissed under his breath. "I don't care what trick you're playing. I'll find out. I'll tear you apart if I have to. Laser eyes, steel skin. You think you're Cyclops in cosplay?" Before David could answer, Tony's phone began to ring from the wrecked car. He turned instinctively, and David laughed, striding over. "No need, nephew. Let Uncle help you with that scrap iron." He planted both hands on the crumpled Ford. Muscles tensed. Rip. The car split down the middle with a screech, torn apart like wet paper. The street went dead silent. Every onlooker was frozen in disbelief. Shot from Anderson Noah, +1 reputation. David looked at the deformed and twisted monster in front of him with interest. An invincible Hulk, Mr. Lon, who was in contact with Dr. Banner before, was infected by a few drops of leaked Hulk serum when Bronski turned into a hater, and finally his brain level was unprecedentedly improved, with the wisdom of Level Universe, known as one of the 8 smartest people on Earth. Mr. Lon became the leader, and this thing in front of him is the famous radiation monster, which only obeys the brainwave orders of the head and is crazy and disorderly. Obadiah, how naive are you to want to make a comeback by relying on this kind of shit? David stood in front, floating, and behind him, Iron Man and Captain America stood beside David. Terrible explosions sounded from time to time, stretching the 3 people's bodies infinitely. Fortunately, you are here. At present, you are the only one who can deal with this monster. Captain America looked at the radiation monster with a dignified expression. Tony said in a low voice, "Guys, I'm sorry to get you involved. This was originally my business. I didn't expect it to be so big. I swear I'll give you an explanation." "Don't be silly. We are a team." David immediately interrupted Tony and said lightly, "Then I'll take care of this monster, and you can kill Obadiah. No problem? Listen, you must kill it. Don't capture it alive. Rely on his status. There will be many scumbags desperately trying to keep him." Boom. David immediately pounced on the radiation monster. "Let's go too. Damn it. I swear I must develop a super armor that can handle any bad situation." Tony also said something in a deep voice and immediately began to unite with Steve and began to besiege the Iron King. "It's useless. Look at the 2 of you, one running out of energy and one holding a shield, just laughing at Deadman. Why are you fighting me?" Obadiah laughed wildly, manipulated the Iron Overlord, and rushed towards the 2 of them like a hill. The 3 figures battled into a ball, all kinds of bombs flying around, explosions again and again. Go to hell. After David pushed the radiation monster several kilometers away, he punched it hard. This monster, which was born after integrating Hulk's serum and radiation, was pierced by David with 1 punch. It blasted out a few streets. God, what is this? Another abomination? No, bigger than abomination in size. Is the B asterisk 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 D Ross doing biological experiments again? Look, it's Superman. With him, I can definitely kill this monster. Someone pointed at the figure falling from the sky and shouted with a look of surprise. From Reputation +1. From a lot of prestige came in. David slammed down in front of the radiant monster, who stood up in embarrassment. Witnessed by countless citizens, his face was stern, and he slammed it with a heavy punch. With a loud bang, the asphalt road that was several meters in diameter suddenly dented. Boom! A terrifying loud noise sounded. As if a missile exploded, the radiation monster's chest was punched through again, and countless internal organs flowed wildly, and blood and flesh splashed. As expected of Superman. From Reputation +1. In addition to extreme fear, the people around them saw David's violent and overwhelming behavior and instantly felt a sense of security, and a lot of reputation points rolled in. Planetary Reputation 25165/4/100000. Complete at least one major event that shook the Earth. David's heart was relieved after his serious face. This is the most appropriate way to cut the leaks. Otherwise, why would he throw this monster into the downtown area intentionally or unintentionally? Roar. The radiation monster let out a frantic roar, clearly felt the coming of death, and tried desperately to struggle. The power of hundreds of thousands of tons was about to explode, but it had no chance. A hot line of sight suddenly appeared in David's eyes, frantically burning the monster. The terrifying high temperature melted the road into a liquid and finally killed the radiation monster completely. Not a single cell was left, all wiped clean by the heat vision. There is still the leader. This guy must die. In an instant, David activated supervision, super hearing, and super brain, crazy to include tens of millions of people in New York and hundreds of millions of other animals and plants. His vision was madly sweeping, and his hearing was able to count the tiniest sounds. Receive it, and then use the superbrain that rivals supercomputers to start crazy analysis. Every moment, the data processed by David is terrifying, far beyond the limit of ordinary people's imagination. This is also the first time that David has exploded the computing power of his brain. Found it. Suddenly, on the other side of New York City, in an underground sewage ditch, he saw and heard a deformed man with a big head constantly muttering something. David's figure suddenly rose to the ground, like a rocket rising into the sky, leaving only the tragic battlefield and countless cheers and screams. The terrifying sonic boom kept tens of millions of people sleeping. In order to completely kill the dangerous guy, David increased the speed to the extreme. Not good. In the sewage channel, the head's face changed wildly in an instant, and the big head started to calculate frantically. But to his despair, he calculated hundreds of thousands of escape plans, and none of the backhands prepared in advance could help him get out of this predicament. Ruined, the leader smiled miserably. He did not expect that David would be so powerful, and the information that Obadiah provided him would have so many errors. At least 1,000,000-ton power, suspected to have supervision or hearing, and a brain with terrible computing power. Ruined. Boom! The surface was pierced, and David in a battle suit descended and slowly raised his head. First meeting and last meeting, Mr. Lon. I want to dig out your brain. David glanced around with his clairvoyant eyes. He had already seen through various facilities and weapons, sneered, and started to approach the head directly. Go away. Don't come here, you monster. You're not human at all. The leader was terrified, and with a frantic roar, he stepped back again and again, took out the remote control device, and pressed it randomly, activating various means of defense and escape. The powerful armor-piercing projectile hit David in scathe. The most advanced escape pod was blown up by David's hot sight. The self-destruction device used to perish together was directly controlled by David with the mechanical aid ability, which instantly broke through the defense system. You even have the ability to control electronic devices. What kind of monster are you? Something like you can't be human. The leader was completely desperate. He used all his wisdom, and the radiation monster developed by Hulk Serum was only a few 100,000 tons, but in front of this man, he was crippled with just 2 punches. The crystallization of his wisdom was terribly ravaged in the face of absolute strength. I am a human being, but more human beings have died in my hands than anyone else. Mr. Lon, you're just a poor B*****************. D. You think that the infinite strengthening of Hulk is the end of your life, but this is just the beginning. David walked towards the opponent step by step, destroying all the opponent's means in an overwhelming manner, doing whatever he wanted. You want my wisdom? No problem. I'm willing to serve you, just like I did for Banner, and I can follow your orders. You'll need me. The leader was terrified and retreated to the corner. Shot from the leader, reputation value +5. Hearing this prompt, David finally showed a smile, no longer delaying. He raised his hand to grab it, and with a light force, with a click, he twisted the other's big head off. There was no hesitation. You have even offered the reputation value, and the last remaining value of survival is gone. Do you still want to live? I do need your help, but it's your help after you die. Your brain is very useful to me. At least, it's useful as a thinking terminal. David showed a smile and ordered Venom to separate a child to secretly send the brain to the Krypton Science and Technology Building. At the same time, he completely burned the opponent's body to ashes with his heat vision, destroying all traces of the scene. David, what happened? Who is that monster? Fury's voice suddenly came from a loudspeaker on the street. David just waved his hand and said indifferently, Obadiah has gone crazy. He has developed a terrifying monster. With supervision, he saw that the Stark building battle was over. Obadiah died in the strong energy pulse and immediately nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The 3 giants of the Avengers alliance met again. Except for David, who looked refreshed, Tony and Steve were a little embarrassed. Nice job, guys. We saved the world. David laughed. Tony was exhausted and unable to complain. Steve looked enviously at David, who didn't even mess up his hair, and whispered, Man, what the hell are you doing with this terrifying power of awakening? Can I do it? You can't do it, Steve. It's my own strength and can't be duplicated. David shrugged. After a while, Fury arrived in a hurry in a helicopter and immediately asked the Avengers Alliance to understand the situation. At the same time, a large number of professional agents began to block the scene and carefully collected every trace of the wreckage on the scene. The location of the corpse of the radiation monster. I can't wait to turn the ground over, but unfortunately, they are destined to find no root hair. After a while, Fury came back again. This time his face was even darker, glared at David, and said in a bad mood, "You guys are really clean." "Definitely. I won't leave anything on my battlefield except the adoration of the people." David squinted to accept Fury's assessment. This sudden incident ended quickly, and countless people complimented David. For the first time, some people in this world have realized that the three of them have become a special team. And David's power in this incident has deeply shocked the world. Although he has repeatedly raised his assessment of David, every time, David can always refresh their three views. This kind of growth and potential is simply unheard of and can be called a god in the world. No matter what level a monster it is just a child in front of him. Gene Bing, the underground emperor of New York, looked at the fragmented pictures on the TV, and after a long silence, he sighed in a low voice and ordered someone to send a generous gift because the underground sewage channel where the leader was located was his Gene Bing on the ground. Territory. When such a thing happened, Gene also felt annoyed. It was almost a disaster, and he had a deep fear of David. He prides himself on having a physical fitness and fighting skills no less than superheroes. But in front of David's level, everything he does is ridiculous. At this time, David, who had returned to the Krypton Science and Technology building, had already taken over the head's brain and started to manufacture the program terminal. "Sir, Gene Bing's people sent $20 million, saying it was his apology." Brainstorm said. David didn't even lift his head, just calmly said, "I see. I will send half of it to Drake. I hope to see his research results as soon as possible. The remaining half will go to buy a hospital. If not enough, it will be taken from my account. Come out and hire Stephen Strange from Philadelphia. You can study with the relevant personnel on how to do it." He looked intently at the research report in his hand, which recorded a series of research data on the head's brain. He is indeed one of the smartest eight. Brain's supernatural power. Make this brain a transmission terminal for you. But remember not to be influenced by this guy's thinking mode, otherwise I will have to format you. David threw the report aside and instructed lightly. He didn't want to turn his brain power into a second Ultron robot, which would make simple things a hassle. As for the matter of Gene Bing, seriously, if you put aside the position, the underground leader Gene Bing is indeed powerful, not only because of his wrist and wisdom, but also because he has the muscles that he has trained himself, so strong that he can compete with Spider, a hero with a conventional strength of more than 20 tons fights each other for a short time. However, he is still immortal. Is Tony going to start speaking? David lit a cigarette and glanced at the screen. 2 days have passed since the night they defeated Obadiah and the headmaster, and now is Tony who walks to the conference venue for an interview about that night. Obadiah's creation of Iron Overlord can be suppressed, but the radiation monster can't be suppressed at all. David threw the ghost a few streets away with one blow, and then beat it alive and burned it to death in front of everyone's eyes. The picture has spread all over the world. With the help of this incident, the reputation has increased by 500,000. The reputation value is such a thing. As expected, I still have to experience the disaster with my own eyes and then be saved by me, in order to contribute a little more. David touched his chin and looked at his data. Planetary reputation, 760318/10000000. Complete at least one major event that shook the Earth. The most troublesome thing is not the reputation value. With David's name resounding all over the world, there will always be opportunities to gain reputation. The most troublesome thing is to complete a major Earth-level event. Whether or not the Chitauri invasion is considered a major Earth-level event, David is not sure, but Dormammu's attempt to engage the Earth definitely counts. But he couldn't wait that long. Raising the level as soon as possible Mastering the mutant bloodline as soon as possible to overcome the racial defects is the most important thing at present. At this time, Tony looked at the media from all over the world below, frowned, and immediately took out a note and opened his mouth to read it out. But soon, Tony tore the note, raised his chin proudly, and said, "I am Iron Man." Wow. The media below is in an uproar. They rushed forward, eager to put the microphone in Tony's mouth, which made Tony very enjoyable, raised his eyebrows and said, "Calm down. I know this is difficult for you to accept. Mr. Tony, is it true that some witnesses said that you and the captain teamed up against a robot?" Tony, what about Superman David? Why didn't he come to the conference? He killed a monster stronger than Abomination with 2 punches. Is this still not his limit? Isn't it still his limit to carry spaceships and aircraft carriers? The 3 of you joined forces to solve the enemy. Does this mean that the 3 of you are together? Tony's face darkened, not the expected adoration and flattery, but more around Steve and David. Especially David. And listen to the hellish tone of words. What does it mean to be together? Listen, guys, we did form a team to protect the world in our own power. What? It's just the 3 of us at the moment, and we're not going to accept anyone else. We're a superhero team that only accepts righteous people. Damn, you don't keep asking me where David is. How do I know where he is? Isn't anyone asking me? My Mark III is also very powerful. Soon, I will be able to develop a Mark IV. When Tony said this, he seemed very unconvinced. Nima, when he remembered that David ripped off his Mark II like a toilet paper, it was as uncomfortable as eating a fly. But even so, Tony's words spread all over the world in an instant, especially the news that the 3 had formed a team, which was explosive. The 3 justices, are 2 justices and a playboy, forming the world's first open team of heroes. What does it mean? It means a whole new era. Especially this team is led by the David called Human Conscience and the unbelievably powerful David called Superman. Has the era of superhero arrived? Our team, it's called the Avengers. Remember that name. It's going to be the greatest team ever. Tony boasted. David brushed the dust from his shoulders, as if plummeting hundreds of meters and turning a Ford into scrap metal was nothing more than a morning jog. Beneath the calm surface, though, he marveled at the raw, terrifying surge coursing through his body. Man of Steel, the gift of every true Kryptonian. Strength to wrestle missiles from the sky. Endurance to walk through magma and laugh in Antarctica's frost. Flight, invulnerability, powered not by magic, but by the golden blessing of Earth's yellow sun. And David could feel it. Each second, his cells swallowed radiation in ravenous gulps, pushing his life higher, stronger, harder. He clenched a fist, eyes flashing. This is insane. Are you a mutant? The voice snapped him back. Tony Stark had climbed shakily out of the half-ruined car, staring at David as though he'd just witnessed a ghost. The man who fell from the sky should have been paced. Instead, he stood tall, unscathed, and disturbingly familiar. "No," David replied flatly, though his brow furrowed as a sharp pain stabbed through his ears. Super hearing had just kicked in, dragging with it a flood of sound. Every conversation in the building across the street, the flap of pigeon wings, even the crawl of ants underground. The cacophony stabbed at his mind like needles. He grimaced, forcing it down. So this is what Zod went through. No wonder it takes time to adapt. Tony, ignoring his own pounding heart, barked out toward the invisible calm in his ear. JRVS. Sir, your vitals are stable. Elevated adrenaline. Likely caused by, well, the gentleman standing in front of you. I don't need a medical report. I need a profile. Who the hell is this? Some mutant freak from Xavier's school? A super soldier reject? Or a damn robot in human skin? As usual, Tony's arrogance bubbled over, even with the near-death experience still fresh. His eyes roamed David like a scanner, desperate to poke a hole in the impossible. Ding. Sir, JRVS answered calmly. Records confirm, David. Decorated hero of World War II. Publicly recognized as the world's first superhero. close confidant of Captain America, business partner and sworn brother of Howard Stark, founder of Krypton Technology, godfather of Magneto, current shareholder of Stark Industries, 20%. Tony froze. Then his face twisted. That's impossible. The disbelief erupted into a snarl. He's dead. He died at the end of the war. I saw the memorial. The whole damn world mourned him. Tony stormed forward, fist clutching David's torn collar. His eyes were bloodshot. Who the hell are you, you bastard? At his signal, Stark bodyguards swarmed the street, weapons gleaming. Happy Hogan led the charge, face grim. You're surrounded. Happy barked. Put your hands where I can see them. David didn't move. He didn't need to. Swish. A blur. The sound of metal crying. The bodyguards looked down in horror. Every one of their high-tech rifles was twisted like soft candy, useless in their grip. Shock from Nell Terrence, +1 reputation. Shock from Harold Hogan, +1 reputation. David's gaze sharpened, voice dropping into a quiet growl. Don't point toys at me. I walked through more battlefields than you can imagine. His eyes shifted to Tony, softening with something almost nostalgic. Howard's boy, you've grown. Tell me, do you still remember your father's promise? 20% of Stark Industries, mine. Tony staggered back, his face pale. No, you can't be him. If you were David, you'd be pushing 90. You can't look like this. David chuckled, plucking a cigarette from Tony's own pocket. He didn't bother with a lighter. His eyes glowed, faintly red. Zap. A tiny beam of heat vision ignited the tip. He took a slow drag, exhaled a ring of smoke. 60 years without one of these. Still hits the spot. He grinned, eyes gleaming. So, nephew, care to invite your uncle inside for a chat? The weight in his voice silenced the room. The guards lowered their mangled weapons. Happy exchanged a nervous glance with Tony. Tony clenched his jaw, glaring at David. He wanted to curse, to demand answers, but the evidence was crushing him. Listen, he hissed under his breath. I don't care what trick you're playing. I'll find out. I'll tear you apart if I have to. Laser eyes, steel skin. You think you're Cyclops in cosplay? Before David could answer, Tony's phone began to ring from the wrecked car. He turned instinctively, and David laughed, striding over. No need, nephew. Let Uncle help you with that scrap iron. He planted both hands on the crumpled Ford. Muscles tensed. Rip. The car split down the middle with a screech, torn apart like wet paper. The street went dead silent. Every onlooker was frozen in disbelief. Shot from Anderson Noah, +1 reputation. David brushed the dust from his shoulders, as if plummeting hundreds of meters and turning a Ford into scrap metal was nothing more than a morning jog. Beneath the calm surface, though, he marveled at the raw, terrifying surge coursing through his body. Man of Steel, the gift of every true Kryptonian. Strength to wrestle missiles from the sky. Endurance to walk through magma and laugh in Antarctica's frost. Flight, invulnerability, powered not by magic, but by the golden blessing of Earth's yellow sun. And David could feel it. Each second, his cells swallowed radiation in ravenous gulps, pushing his life higher, stronger, harder. He clenched a fist, eyes flashing. This is insane. Are you a mutant? The voice snapped him back. Tony Stark had climbed shakily out of the half-ruined car, staring at David as though he'd just witnessed a ghost. The man who fell from the sky should have been paced. Instead, he stood tall, unscathed, and disturbingly familiar. No, David replied flatly, though his brow furrowed as a sharp pain stabbed through his ears. Super hearing had just kicked in, dragging with it a flood of sound. Every conversation in the building across the street, the flap of pigeon wings, even the crawl of ants underground. The cacophony stabbed at his mind like needles. He grimaced, forcing it down. So this is what Zod went through. No wonder it takes time to adapt. Tony, ignoring his own pounding heart, barked out toward the invisible calm in his ear. JRVS. Sir, your vitals are stable. Elevated adrenaline. Likely caused by, well, the gentleman standing in front of you. I don't need a medical report. I need a profile. Who the hell is this? Some mutant freak from Xavier's school? A super soldier reject? or a damn robot in human skin? As usual, Tony's arrogance bubbled over, even with the near-death experience still fresh. His eyes roamed David like a scanner, desperate to poke a hole in the impossible. Ding! Sir, JRVS answered calmly. Records confirm, David. Decorated hero of World War II. Publicly recognized as the world's first superhero. Close confidant of Captain America. Business partner and sworn brother of Howard Stark. Founder of Krypton Technology. Godfather of Magneto. Current shareholder of Stark Industries. 20%. Tony froze. Then his face twisted. That's impossible. The disbelief erupted into a snarl. He's dead. He died at the end of the war. I saw the memorial. The whole damn world mourned him. Tony stormed forward, fist clutching David's torn collar. His eyes were bloodshot. Who the hell are you, you bastard? At his signal, Stark bodyguards swarmed the street, weapons gleaming. Happy Hogan led the charge, face grim. You're surrounded. Happy barked. Put your hands where I can see them. David didn't move. He didn't need to. Swish. A blur. The sound of metal crying. The bodyguards looked down in horror. Every one of their high-tech rifles was twisted like soft candy, useless in their grip. Shock from Nell Terrence, +1 reputation. Shock from Harold Hogan, +1 reputation. David's gaze sharpened, voice dropping into a quiet growl. Don't point toys at me. I walked through more battlefields than you can imagine. His eyes shifted to Tony, softening with something almost nostalgic. Howard's boy, you've grown. Tell me, do you still remember your father's promise? 20% of Stark Industries, mine. Tony staggered back, his face pale. No, you can't be him. If you were David, you'd be pushing 90. You can't look like this. David chuckled, plucking a cigarette from Tony's own pocket. He didn't bother with a lighter. His eyes glowed, faintly red. Zap! A tiny beam of heat vision ignited the tip. He took a slow drag, exhaled a ring of smoke. 60 years without one of these. Still hits the spot. He grinned, eyes gleaming. So, nephew, care to invite your uncle inside for a chat? The weight in his voice silenced the room. The guards lowered their mangled weapons. Happy exchanged a nervous glance with Tony. Tony clenched his jaw, glaring at David. He wanted to curse, to demand answers, but the evidence was crushing him. Listen, he hissed under his breath. I don't care what trick you're playing. I'll find out. I'll tear you apart if I have to. Laser eyes, steel skin. You think you're Cyclops in cosplay? Before David could answer, Tony's phone began to ring from the wrecked car. He turned instinctively, and David laughed, striding over. No need, nephew. Let Uncle help you with that scrap iron. He planted both hands on the crumpled Ford. Muscles tensed. Rip. The car split down the middle with a screech, torn apart like wet paper. The street went dead silent. Every onlooker was frozen in disbelief. Shot from Anderson Noah, +1 reputation. SHIELD has become a mess. Is it a dog just now? Can a dog possess such terrifying energy? Check it out. What breed is this dog, and where did it come from? Oriental pastoral dog. It's not about the breed. It's about the energy boost of this dog. It's so weird, just staying there and not moving anything can add thousands of kilograms to a ton of energy when TNT explodes, which is simply not reasonable. An analysis of the causes of the energy increase in David and the dog. This explosive news was reported layer by layer, and the images and monitoring data captured by the energy satellites at the moment were also reported to Fury's hands at an astonishing speed. This is the third satellite he has exploded, and our direct economic loss is close to $100 million. Fury looked down at the report and then looked at the photos sent over. A dog was rubbing the center of his eyebrows with red eyes and hot eyes. He said that since David woke up, he rubbed the center of his eyebrows more and more frequently. So, this dog is the equivalent of a second David. Fury sighed, and there was a hint of deep confusion in his one eye. What is this? A David is so powerful that he can carry the spaceship. It's okay. It's acceptable. But what's going on with this dog that suddenly appeared? Sir, I have some guesses. Phil Coulson reported the situation, a flash of wisdom in his eyes. Say, This dog may have been in the Kryptonian technology building a long time ago, and David didn't let it out until now. Because the time has come. Phil Coulson looked confident. According to our observations, Mr. David's energy growth has slowed down, or is about to stagnate. And at this time, Tony announced the establishment of Avengers, shaking the world. David already has his own team, and with enough strength, he has enough confidence to avoid external forces interfering with him. So he can let this dog out without any scruples. According to what we know about David, his favorite is dogs. Before World War II, he raised several large yellow dogs that he picked up, so now there's a large yellow with the same ability as David. I'm not surprised at all, only I'm afraid that from the beginning of World War II, David began to make arrangements. Phil Coulson said with seriousness and confidence. Fury's brows furrowed deeply. This is the only possibility, especially combined with David's disappearance at the end of World War II. The experience of these decades is simply a blank. This kind of speculation is even more credible. Steve really slept for 63 years, but what about David? What did he do to be so powerful after 63 years? No one knows. As for David's temporary genetic engineering, using his own genes as a template to create this dog is even more nonsense. The time is too short. It is impossible. You must know that Fury has been intervening and helping Krypton technology over the years. Phew, I have already touched everything except the artificial intelligence of the brain. Remember this dog. We can't mess with this dog except David. Fury sighed deeply. What the hell is this? Phil Coulson stood meticulously, but there was a definite gleam in his eyes. As expected of Mr. David, a dog raised is so different. This must have been planned by him long ago, with more and stronger help, and then practice his justice and protect the world. Phil Coulson thought silently. Thinking about it, he felt that Mr. David was really far-sighted, and he must have been planning since World War II, which is admirable. Shock from Phil Coulson, +1 reputation. David was sunbathing, confused. What did I do? Phil Coulson was shocked. Let the dog blow up the satellite? Oh, maybe. After a while, David slowly took off his sunglasses, got up, and closed his eyes to feel his state. Rhubarb also leaned beside David obediently, looking at him for a while, then looking up at the sky again with a look of enjoyment, wagging his tail from time to time. The yellow solar radiation can no longer make me stronger, and every cell has entered a saturation state. So have I reached the limit? David opened his eyes and took a serious look at the big fireball burning in the sky, with a look of regret on his face. At this time, he was 5 times stronger than when he was carrying the spaceship to snatch the symbiote, and the strength index alone has reached 2 million tons. It can carry more than 20 aircraft carriers at the same time. If it hits the ground with full force from outer space, David can even shake the continental plates a little, triggering a large earthquake and tsunami. But it is indeed reaching the limit. This is already the limit of the medium-level gene. It will not become stronger, and all cells are saturated. The rhubarb next to it is still rising. Wow! De Huang's ears stood up and looked at David. David patted Rhubarb's ear with a smile and muttered in his mouth, "Where's the big planetary event? Or I will take the initiative to make trouble and blow up some mines in advance." Just when David was in trouble, in a remote wilderness, a man who had just finished his stunt performance left the arena on his motorcycle with a look of decadence. Johnny, long time no see. Do you still recognize me? An old man with a gentleman's stick stood in front, and the dim light revealed his shadow on the ground, a terrible shadow with sheep's horns. Mephisto stood in front of Johnny with a look of emotion and gracefully took off the hat on his head. "It's you." Johnny, who was originally vicissitudes and numbness, his eyes turned red the first time he saw Mephisto, and he would never forget this guy. UB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ father. Johnny roared frantically, unscrewed the accelerator directly, and slammed into Mephisto, the flames of vengeance surging in his eyes. Very good. I like this look. You're qualified now. Mephisto smiled strangely, but raised his hand a little, and in an instant, A flame exuding an extremely soul-furious breath ignited in an instant, startling Johnny braked abruptly, looking terrified. I don't know why. When he saw this hellfire, there was a terrifying agitation in his body, as if some beast was roaring frantically to break through the cage. Think about it. Johnny, did I kill your father? By the time I found you to sign the contract, your father was already terminally ill with cancer and would not live for a few days. But you said that you can cure him. This is the condition for me to sell my soul to you. Johnny's eyes were blood red, and he roared hoarsely, venting his inner anger and fear. He knew who the old man in front of him was, a demon from hell. And it was not an ordinary demon, but the king of demons, Mephisto, who was remembered in human history and in major myths. Mephisto spread his hands in embarrassment. I did it, cured your father's cancer. As for him dying in a car juggling, it's none of my business. I can't protect him forever. Yours, the soul, is not worth the price. As for why Johnny's father had an accident in the car show, oh, then there's no need to ask. Eating people without spitting bones is the professional quality of every demon. Johnny's red eyes stared at Mephisto viciously, the growl inside him becoming more pronounced. All these years, you've been trying to die in the car show, and I protected you 582 times to make you live so far. Johnny, do you want to be free? Do you want to get rid of my shadow? Then we will sign another contract. You will do 2 things for me, and you will be free. Mephisto skillfully took out a parchment and handed it to Johnny. First, to solve my stupid son, Wuxin Demon. He has sneaked into the earth with a few chops. Secondly, help me deal with the human named David. Remember, you can only use the eye of judgment to devour his soul, never hurt his body, and then bring his body back to me. Mephisto laughed. Of these 2, the former is only incidental, and the latter is the most important. David, a peculiar human being who is incredibly powerful, is also a human that Mephisto coveted at a glance from a distance. Such an unbelievably powerful body can rival the gods. If I can transform this body and carry my will, then the human body I walk on earth will have nothing to worry about. Mephisto said with a smile. The stone was hammered, and he was greedy for David's body. If he can use Johnny to erase David's soul, Mephisto will dare to fight against the Ancient Ones as a human body. The second condition doesn't work. David is my boss's boss, and Krypton Technology has signed my appearance fee and endorsement fee for so many years. Johnny immediately refused. Sorry, Johnny, you misunderstood. I'm not talking to you. Mephisto looked apologetic, then gave Johnny a little light. Roar. A roar from the soul came out, and Johnny's whole body immediately burned. In the endless fire of hell, the flesh and blood faded away, and a flaming skeleton was already sitting on the motorcycle. At the moment, even motorcycles have become flaming skeleton chariots. Remember your words. If you dare to lie to me, I will pull your soul into the eye of judgment and torture for countless years. This skeleton head looked at the big demon in front of him with empty eyes and immediately took the parchment. Press hard on the end. A flaming flame lit up, and the entire parchment was burned to the ground. The contract is established. The cooperation is happy. The spirit of revenge. Mephisto was in a happy mood and sighed. It seems that I kept you and stuffed you into Johnny's body back then. It was an extremely correct move. You should call me Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider twisted the accelerator, sat in the skeleton chariot, and began to accelerate suddenly, and slammed into New York. He felt the demonic breath of the whole earth with a terrible sense of smell. The biggest group was definitely the nearby Mephisto. He forcibly suppressed the instinct to attack Mephisto and began to track other demonic breaths. Ghost Rider has found the Witch Heart demon. He rode his motorcycle forward dashingly, leaving a long hellfire on the ground. Behind him, Mephisto, who stayed where he was, showed a creepy smile. But don't let me down, my knight, or you will end badly. Mephisto sneered and whispered, then glanced in the direction of the east with fear. Ancient One was always the guy he was most afraid of. Kamartaj, I heard that you want to see him. This is the first time I see you so optimistic about a person in the world. Mordo found Ancient One, who was teaching his disciples, and asked. Ancient One showed a slight smile. That's a very special human being, and he is incredibly powerful, but his shortcomings are equally obvious. He will come to me. A hint of surprise flashed in Mordo's eyes. If the Ancient One magician could personally invite him, how could that David be so special? Then why didn't Ancient One go to invite him during World War II? As an assistant who has followed the Sorcerer Supreme for many years, Mordo is all too aware of the will of the Earth's guardian, and she will act in person once it is involved in matters affecting the distant future of the Earth. That David is actually seen as the future of Earth? Shock for Mordo. Reputation value +3. Mordo generously contributed a wave of prestige. At this moment, the Ancient One, whose face was originally calm, suddenly stopped moving and frowned tightly. Sorcerer Supreme? The bug is here again. Ancient One looked indifferently in a certain direction, and there was a hint of coldness on that peaceful face. It's that hell demon again? We have to find a way to kill this damn thing completely, and we can't let him deceive the human soul so recklessly. Mordo gritted his teeth. It's useless. This guy will only send duplication to the Earth forever and doesn't care about death at all. Ancient One glanced at it and slowly retracted his gaze. The Earth has never been peaceful, and that relative peace is precisely the scene deliberately created by countless powerful beings. Just like Mephisto, the old scumbag, from time to time, he would come to the Earth, carrying a gentleman's stick and looking for those poor people who were in desperate situations to sign a contract of sale. If anyone signs it, it will be finished, and life is better than death. We can only kill demons on Earth. This is Mephisto's game rule. Ancient One shook his head. It's not that she can't beat Mephisto, she really wants to fight for it. In the long-established Camartage, there are too many artifacts for her to use, and a single time gem can give her the powerful combat power of level single universe. However, Ancient One couldn't enter Hell to kill him, and if he invaded Hell, a lot of great demons no less than Mephisto would start together. Mordo, who hates hatred and has an extreme temperament, gritted his teeth fiercely at the moment, his face unwilling. I don't think we need to do it anymore. The hell guy got David. Suddenly, Ancient One looked strangely in a certain direction. New York, late at night. A loud bang came from the Krypton Science and Technology building, and a wall was smashed down by a terrifying force, waking countless people from their sleep. WEF, David, who was wearing pajamas, couldn't help yawning when he saw the ghost that was punched into a puddle of water by him. Mr. David, the other party climbed up from the pipe and bypassed my monitoring system. Brain Magic said, "Don't worry about the brain power. It's just a very rough elementalization." David took out a cigarette and lit it, squinting at the puddle of water that kept squirming in front of him, and said indifferently, "These days, all the so-called rubbish dared to find me." The water demon reverted to a humanoid state, wet and drenched, and looked at David in astonishment. "You're not afraid of me? As far as you are, what is there to be afraid of?" David sneered and walked to the other side step by step. "You are just a bug that crawled out of Hell. Killing you is something to be proud of? You know Hell. You're not an ordinary human being." Water Demon's heart sank. He respected the order of the Witch Heart Demon to attack David. He thought it was a very simple matter. Hell creatures have a natural suppression of mortal creatures in the multi-universe. But now it seems that the danger of this human being, it was beyond his imagination. The power to knock up a wall with just one punch was extremely impressive, and even one blow knocked him into a puddle of water. But even if you're so powerful, you are still just a human. The water demon sneered, and in an instant his figure suddenly expanded, turning into a water giant, roaring and grabbing David with a slap. It seemed that he was going to squeeze David to death. David threw the cigarette aside, looked at the guy blankly, and stopped Rhubarb, who was just about to move. "Just treat it as a little entertainment before the main show. I've been waiting for something to come out, and now I've found it." David suddenly revealed a smile. This smile even had a trace of deliberately suppressed impatience. He looked at the water devil from hell in front of him with fiery eyes. You can be expected to come. David not only wants to kill each other, but also wants to make things worse. Humans, go to hell. The water demon roared and immediately rushed towards David with a hideous face. Idiot! Puff! David's eyes suddenly burst into hot sight, and the terrifying high temperature instantly enveloped the water demon, suppressing it with absolute temperature, frantically burning the water demon. A shrill scream came out, and the water demon looked at David in horror and wanted to escape, but David stopped him at a faster speed, increasing the intensity of his heat vision. The shock from the water devil, the reputation value +2. Boom! David burned the water demon alive on the spot with his hot eyes, and with a move in his heart, he looked at the outside world, showing excitement. No matter how many demons come, I will kill them all. Roar! Infinity, the battle suit, emerges from the body immediately. David flew out with a wild smile on his face. Boom! The two figures suddenly flew out, and together with the previous loud noise, countless people were startled and raised their heads in shock. Superman, well, what's up with that flying dog? Look, what is that, a monster of wind? The entire New York City was shocked and stared at the Krypton Science and Technology building, completely ignorant of what was going on. Well, there are also two nasty bugs that came out of hell, rhubarb, they all killed. David swept away with supervision and immediately saw a wind and a group of stones staring at him with indifference. Wong! Oh, yes, and a reptilian head. David tilted his head, and with a bang, he rushed towards the earth demon on the other building. Even after a long time, he could still smell the sulfur stench on his body, which was the smell of hell. How can there be such a powerful human being on the earth? The earth demon looked at him in surprise, then sneered, and was about to punch David head on. Boom! A terrifying sound. The top of the building was missing a large piece in an instant, because David had used terrifying strength and speed to directly knock this guy into the air and threw it down from the sky in an instant. A terrifying crater appeared on New York's Central Avenue. The whole city fell into complete chaos, watching this scene in shock. Something even scarier happened to them. A monster of wind fighting a dog. The two figures flew back and forth in the air at an astonishingly fast speed. What the hell are you? Wong, you are so powerful. Do you have a demon living in your body? Why should you listen to that human's orders? Wow. Rhubarb's eyes shot out hot sights frequently, but after realizing that he couldn't handle the wind at all, he immediately barked and started to accelerate frantically with super speed. Its speed was getting faster and faster, surrounding the wind demon in the middle and blazing with heat. The sight keeps rising. Damn, no, stop. Phone Mo screamed. His entire body began to burn, turning into a flame and dying completely. The shrill and sinful roar spread throughout most of the city. Everyone who heard this roar felt cold all over, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and their faces turned pale. Go to hell, filthy demon, whatever you want to do by crawling out of hell. Never try to hurt the planet I protect. At this time, David's voice full of justice came, forcibly erasing the terrible influence of the wind demon on mortals before he died. He fell from the sky, rubbing at such a high speed that the air had a strong, scorching feeling, and fell to the ground with a bang, punching the earth demon with a savage punch, and this blow even knocked out half of the street a deep hole. That's depression. Sinful devil, go back to hell. David looked dignified and punched again. IXXX. The earth demon didn't even have time to speak. His body was shattered by a punch, and before he could recover, another punch smashed his head. These two heavy punches almost caused a small earthquake, but the violent and powerful actions immediately gave people a sense of security. There's nothing like directly solving the problem by violent means when people are in trouble and confused. Can be trusted. As expected of Superman. Kill these demons. But you said he came from hell? Are you kidding me? How could there be hell? From the shock of reputation value +1. From reputation +1. A lot of reputation points are rolling in, and David's total reputation has been successfully pushed to 980,000, which is only one step away from the peak of 1 million. Puff! As soon as he caught his gaze, David burned the Earth Demon alive and immediately rose into the air, leaving only the mess everywhere and the central avenue that was smashed out of the terrifying pit. David, what happened? The enemy is a demon from hell. Tony immediately flew over in his battle armor, staring at everything in front of him. What did he see? A dog was flying around, and his eyeballs would shoot lasers? Mr. Tony, your armor can't stop this dog. JRVS faithfully reported the situation. Shut up, I can see that. Tony's face darkened. Boom! David moved quickly and landed in front of another strange being in an instant. Witchheart Demon looked at David in astonishment. Are you really human? Are you sure it's not some ancient alien race? A native human being? David looked at this guy with fiery eyes. Wizard, you will pay with your life for the crime of invading the Earth. Wu Xinmo was furious. I didn't plan to invade the Earth at all. With that old woman from Ancient One here, how can I? Shut up. Ugly devil, go to hell. David suddenly shouted loudly, resounding throughout the city, causing countless surprises. After feeling the rolling reputation points, David suddenly showed a satisfied look. Start suddenly. You monster, are you fooling me? The Witchheart Demon was so furious that he shot out brazenly, but in an instant, he was beaten to the ground by David. Strength, speed, and even his demonic body with the blood of Mephisto were all suppressed by David. UP ******* D me off. The Witchheart Demon roared, his eyes glowed red, his body swelled, and he was about to reveal the demon's body, but the next moment, David moved his hands indifferently and smashed it with a fierce punch. Devils will also die. In the face of death, there is no essential difference between you and an ant. David stared indifferently at the Witchheart Demon, who was smashed into scum by him. David, let me help you. Steve arrived late on his motorcycle with a serious look on his face. No way, he can't fly. At this moment, Steve, who was riding a motorcycle and was destined to receive many tickets, suddenly turned his head, and the scene he saw made him look stunned. A guy, who was also riding a motorcycle, was ramming down the street at an exaggerated speed. The rider was covered in flames, with an iron chain tied to his body and a flaming skeleton motorcycle under his crotch. Majestic. You are guilty. The first time Ghost Rider saw Steve, he let out a low growl, squeezed the accelerator, and rushed over. Swish! Steve threw out his shield without hesitation. He didn't know who the talking skull head was in front of him, but it must be the enemy. Because of what happened tonight, Steve's 3 views have been refreshed. It seems that hell does exist. The old guys formed Avengers and planned to recruit people to deal with these ghosts beyond the mundane. Steve's face was serious, and he was riding a motorcycle at full speed. At this moment, he understood David's painstaking efforts. Shot from Steve, RP +2. Boom! Ghost Rider smashed the shield with a savage fist, sneered, and lunged at Steve. You guilty! Ghost Rider roared as the skeleton chariot swaggered across the streets of New York. The 2 motorcycles collided, and Steve jumped out of the motorcycle as soon as the motorcycle exploded, recovered the shield, and gave the monster in front of him a hard blow. The 2 beings were directly fighting in the middle of the avenue. Facing such a monster, Steve was very cautious, constantly relying on the surrounding terrain to entangle, and attacking all relying on smashing with shields, never letting the strange flames touch him. In a short time, he could hold on. God, this is really the devil. It's true what Superman said. The creatures from hell have crawled out. Where's Superman? Kill these monsters. Steve is still insisting, but the citizens are frightened and dumbfounded, looking at the burning skeleton with horror. Is this not a hell demon or something? It turns out that Superman's angry roar just now is serious. He is really fighting the demons. From shock, reputation +1. Swish! Boom! David fell from the sky, blocked in front of Steve with a bang, and punched Ghost Rider in the face with a hard punch, and while his body moved instantly, he pressed the guy to the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. It was real friction. David grabbed Ghost Rider's head and pressed it to the ground, then moved at an exaggerated speed. Ho ho ho! You are guilty! Ghost Rider roared angrily. The flames on his head suddenly boiled, and with one hand, the chain was also covered with flames, and Roar smashed at David in a whimper. This is not the place you should come, spirit of vengeance. And you really chose the wrong person. How can you do something to the boss who treats you favorably? David said in a deep voice, grabbed the chain and pulled hard, grabbed Ghost Rider's shoulder directly, and flew into the sky with a bang. It exploded at a speed of 25 times the speed of sound, and it didn't take long for it to break through the atmosphere, allowing the sun's rays to shine earlier. The hell fire gradually faded away, flesh and blood regenerated. Ghost Rider roared unwillingly and fell into a deep sleep. Hey, who are you? Where's this place? Johnny's soul went online. Looking at everything in front of him in horror, the thin air made him breathless. Coupled with his exhausted body and spirit, he immediately passed out. This won't work. I'd still like to talk to this guy in this situation to make my first impressions bigger and more reliable. David's mouth twitched. It's a pity. But forget it. Ghost Rider is a very troublesome ghost, and it takes time to tune it well. After a while, and after the sun had fully risen, David was back in the clouds. This night, for New York and for the whole world, was a huge amount of excitement. When everyone opened their eyes and turned on their mobile phones, words such as hell, devil, and Superman of Justice were everywhere, and they suddenly looked confused. In this world, is there really such a terrifying place as hell? God, I saw several demons with my own eyes last night, especially the last one, a skeleton with a chain as a weapon, and how can he ride a motorcycle? Yes, I saw it too. The last one seems to be very tricky. The captain's resistance is extremely difficult. Even if Superman comes, after a fierce battle, he can only hold this guy up to the sky. It is estimated that like last time, he will send it directly into the outer sky. Hey, there really is a demon in this world. What should we ordinary people do? Fortunately, there is a hero with a sense of justice like Superman. Don't forget, he also set up Avengers. I'm afraid it is for this purpose, specifically to deal with global crises. Seriously, now that someone tells me that aliens are calling, I will believe it. Fortunately, Earth has Superman and his team. The whole world was shaken, and this terrifying corner of the reality was revealed, and the shock to them was unprecedented. At the moment, Fury was already devastated. He really felt that it was not time to announce the secret information to the world, but last night's battle, which penetrated several streets, completely made him passive. Many high-level officials came to be held accountable and asked vaguely about hell. But how could he answer? He didn't know anything about hell. Where's David? I want to see him. Sir, David said he wasn't available and didn't want to see you. Krypton Technology Building. Johnny finally woke up, looked at the man in front of him in confusion, and said in horror, You are Superman. What do you want to do? David looked at the decadent man in front of him. Explosive Johnny, the world's top car mechanic, is famous for his incredible car skills and the most dangerous scenes. Many times people think he is dead, but in fact he is not dead, because Mephisto won't allow him to die. Get up for me when you wake up. Do you know what you did last night? If I hadn't stopped you, I don't know how many people you would have killed if you lost your mind. David sneered and threw a bottle of wine in his hand. Johnny glanced at it, didn't talk nonsense, immediately started pouring it into his mouth, and then said, Listen, I know you may not believe it, but what I said is true. There are demons in this world. David nodded coldly. Yes, I killed several last night. Johnny was stunned, and his 3 views were shocked. Shock from Johnny. Reputation +3. This man, Superman, actually said he killed the devil? That's the devil from hell. Sure enough, last night was your first time partnering with the spirit of vengeance? You can't share his memory at all, but he can have your memory. He doesn't trust Benyu. David looked at the guy. Johnny stared blankly at David. You know that. Know something, listen, you can't trust that guy Mephisto, whether you're Johnny or vengeful spirit. You can't trust that demon. And if you want to get rid of that old thing, I can help you. I'd love to help you too, but how do you help me get rid of Mephisto? Johnny said in a low voice. I had a very careful plan to get him out, and kill him. What? David glanced at the dusk outside the window, then looked at Johnny, who looked like a second fool, sighed, and said, "Johnny, you have slept for a day. I think you can continue to sleep." Saying that, he directly shot Johnny unconscious. Next moment, roar! A mass of hellfire suddenly burned, and the endless flesh and blood melted away. Ghost Rider slowly stood up, staring coldly at David with his empty eyes. "You guilty!" the new Ghost Rider whispered viciously. "Look me in the eyes. Look at me. How dare you judge me? There are not 1,000,000, but 100,000 people I saved, and the most merciful people in the world are not as merciful as I am. Countless people sing my name. Why do you have? Judge me? With your shit eye of judgment." David sneered. Ghost Rider paused. The flames on his head flickered, seeming hesitant. He can smell the deep sin in David, which is the trace left after killing countless people. He has just woken up for 2 days, and he acts more by instinct, and he does not have enough experience and wisdom to judge. Complex reality. Snapped. Ghost Rider tilted his head and couldn't understand. The sins from David had always attracted him deeply. He immediately stepped forward, stretched out his skeleton palm, and grabbed David's arm fiercely. "Sinner, look me in the eyes." In an instant, in Ghost Rider's hollow eye socket, an endless vortex seemed to be born, with the power to pull the soul. Eye of Judgment. Ghost Rider's exclusive ability can tear the souls of sinners. The more sins committed, the more terrifying the power of Eye of Judgment. In theory, even gods will be punished by Eye of Judgment. There are countless undead screaming in you. Accept my trial. Ghost Rider was a little excited. This was the first time in his life to judge a sinner. David just sneered at him. The next moment, Ghost Rider suddenly let out a mournful howl. When he was pulling David's soul, he saw the noble soul surrounded by countless purest thoughts and prayers. No, you are surrounded by heavy sins, but why are there so many lives that are constantly praising and guarding your soul? Ghost Rider growled in disbelief. What did he see? There are about 1,000,000 spots of light that are as pure as angels in heaven, surrounding a tall and stalwart soul, chanting praises all the time. This phenomenon, according to Ghost Rider's ancient and primitive instinctual memory, only occurs in sages. How can this happen? It's not reasonable at all. Ghost Rider was completely stunned. The moment he attacked David's soul with the power of judgment, he was already attacked. After realizing the power of fair judgment, the millions of pure thoughts immediately became angry and started to counterattack, allowing Ghost Rider to fight back. Rider was hit hard. The flames on his head dimmed a lot. More terrifying than the mental trauma was the severe setback of his confidence. The sinner was judged, but it was just a guy who was worshipped and praised by millions of lives. On average, tens of thousands of people's gratitude and wholehearted respect can hardly give birth to such a pure idea, but there are so many in your soul. Are you a sage of mankind? Ghost Rider raised his head and looked at David vacantly. Then it's time to talk, Ghost Rider. David didn't mind being offended by the aggressive and ignorant spirit of vengeance who had just debuted and directly reached out to him. Welcome to Avengers. David looked at the guy in front of him, although he was still staring at the sins on his body, and some instinct were just around the corner, but he tried his best to restrain himself and became more calm. And there's a little more reverence in the way you treat yourself. It was also the first time that David knew that reputation could still be used in this way. I have a lot of pure thoughts in me. David asked. No, you are full of sin. You have killed a lot of people, but your soul is sheltered by so many lives. I have never seen such an amazing pure mind, which usually only had happened to the top sages who assembled the will of civilization. Ghost Rider said in a low voice. The flames on his head fluctuated. He was really shocked. He had never seen a human like David. He carried millions of pure and extremely pure thoughts with him. Even if he was riddled with countless sins, he could still face the eye of the strong. Judgment. David's face was also solemn. The origin of the spirit of vengeance is very large, and what he said is of great reference value. You must know that the earliest batch of spirits of vengeance on Earth dates back to 20,000 years ago. It was the era when Thanos' ancestors, the Eternals and mutants' ancestors, the Abnormal, were fighting for Earth's supremacy. The former was defeated and fled to Titan, claiming to be the Eternal Titan. The group wiped out the entire clan, leaving only some defective genes, which are passed on to a group of primitive people. These primitive people are today's human beings. In that era, the two major indigenous groups were wiped out, the Earth was weaker than ever, and the great demon of hell Xatanos invaded the Earth. As a result, a group of fire rains fell from the sky all over the Earth. Countless spirits of vengeance were born in the fire rain and began to frantically besiege Xatano, has sheltered the Earth at the cost of almost death through its weakest period. Every spirit of vengeance is said to be an angel. Well, except for this unlucky B****************** D in front of me, who fell into Mephisto's hands. I'm sure he never participated in the battle against Xatanos 20,000 years ago. The spirit of vengeance. Anyway, I will defeat Mephisto and save your soul. David stood up slowly, the golden characters on his chest exuding nobility and holiness. In his eyes, there's a deep fiery surging. Reputation is indeed a good thing. David now realizes that every bit of prestige is the accumulation of the purest and purest will and belief in a life. The more such good things, the better. More importantly, reputation is just a bunch of consumables for me. Every time I level up, it's exhausted. I need to harvest more reputation. A flash of thought flashed in David's eyes. Well, it's time to really start a big event on the planet level. Although the strength of the Avengers alliance is still a little weak, the key is that the opponent Mephisto is not incapable of confrontation. Then, let's go to Mephisto now, David said lightly. Shortly after, at noon, the sun is at its worst. Crooked cops? I saw a skeleton head driving down Central Avenue on a motorcycle. I definitely know it's daytime, but this demon is holding an umbrella. Some citizens were frightened and silly. Have you ever seen a skeleton rider riding a motorcycle with a parasol? They saw it, and it was so irritating. Ghost Rider rode his motorcycle indifferently, turned straight into a dark alley, and then waited quietly. Giggle. There was a small sound of footsteps. I hate being out in the daytime. You better not play any tricks. My stupid son, the witch mind is dead. I can feel it, but what about David? I need to use his body to make magic puppets. Mephisto looked at Ghost Rider coldly. Give me the contract first. The flames on Ghost Rider's head flickered, showing a restless heart. Mephisto was silent for a while, sneered in a low voice, and immediately took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and threw it directly to Ghost Rider. The things have been given to you. What about the person I want? You know the fate of cheating me, and you will be worse off than death. Mephisto stared at the young, vengeful spirit, whispering word by word, his voice extremely sinister. Suddenly, his face changed suddenly, showing a moving color, and suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction. Boom! Layers of walls were pierced by a strong force, and the stones splashed and shot out everywhere, and the terrifying impact force could easily penetrate the human body. A black figure burning like the sun slammed over, and the terrifying impact directly destroyed all the shields. Under the blazing sun, the golden logo on David's chest shone brightly. Mephisto, your time has come. David Fong's knife-like face was full of majesty, and he was already standing in front of this hell demon in the tumultuous movement. David stared at the demon in front of him with a majestic face. His tall figure was like a mountain, and his exploding muscles accumulated the power to detonate a nuclear bomb. Even if he just stood there, the cloak behind him would automatically move without wind, all brewing a condescending power. David, do you actually know me? Did this vengeful spirit tell you? It really surprised me. In my imagination, the most unlikely thing actually happened. Mephisto moved his eyes, watching David with admiration and greed, focusing on the incredible health and strength of his body. Even some weaker gods may not be as good as the current David in terms of pure physical fitness. Because most of the gods take the magic route, the divine power route, etc., and the pure physical route is rarely taken, and the improvement of the body is more just incidental. If you have that energy, it is better to temper your soul more. The body is only the shell that carries the soul. Only the soul lives forever. Therefore, after Mephisto knew of David's existence, he immediately realized the value of David. Very good, very good. So much more powerful than I expected. David, you are a miracle. Even if you look at the whole universe, you are also a great miracle. There is urgency and greed in Mephisto's voice. David sneered. I'll gouge your eyes out. Trust me, I'll do what I say. David definitely knows the value of his body. The Kryptonian physique is an absolutely pure physique, with sunlight as the medium of improvement and energy as the filling method, and every cell is extremely strong. The body is the absolute core of the Kryptonian power system, and none of them, any technology, magic, divine power, etc., are all bells and whistles. Sunbathe to a certain extent and blow everything directly with one punch. The flames on Ghost Rider's head flickered for a moment, and then he lowered his head and burned the sheepskin scroll with hellfire, removing the contract from his body. Leave this guy to me to deal with. David spoke in a deep voice, and without waiting for Mephisto's response, he made a brazen shot, and the terrifying acceleration instantly increased to the extreme, setting off a terrifying hurricane. With a bang, the Mephisto in front of him was knocked into the air, and it went straight into the sky, towards an uninhabited wilderness. Many people attacked me, but they all died, and so did you. Mephisto was a little embarrassed, and he was even more impressed by David's terrifying physical quality, and instantly, his body began to expand slightly, revealing the body of a demon. The strong demonic aura spread out, quickly corroding the plants on the ground. Mephisto raised his hand to strike, consuming the few strengths of the body, and a strong demonic aura surged in an instant, accompanied by magic fluctuations, turned into a beam of light, and suddenly rushed towards David. David's face suddenly sank, his eyes were red, and a hot line of sight suddenly shot out, smashing the magic beam. The scattered magic particles fell into a frenzy, rushing around indiscriminately, causing bursts of tremors, which should have been the most ignored influence. But at this moment, David's body was tense, and he felt a bit of discomfort. Every cell in his body showed extremely strong repulsion and disgust at almost the same time. After being hit by some scattered and ineffective magic particles, the energy in the cell immediately began to lose a lot of energy. The activity of the cells also dropped suddenly. Your body's magic resistance is so bad. Mephisto's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a new world, full of unbelievable and unprecedented surprise. In this world, there's still such a peculiar physique, so powerful that it has terrifying potential, and at the same time, such a poor resistance to magic. You know, magic is one of the most common power systems in the universe. The advantages and disadvantages are extremely prominent, and this kind of constitution will actually be born in the universe. He was also discovered by Mephisto. It turns out that you're not perfect. Such a body is more suitable for me to transform into a magic puppet. In my hands, your powerful body will maximize its potential. Mephisto couldn't help but let out a low laugh, his laughter getting louder and louder, eventually resounding throughout the wilderness. Transforming such a body into a bearer puppet of another human body is simply perfect, David sneered. My power is more than enough to kill you. Swish! Call out! David punched through Mephisto's chest with a savage punch, and immediately twisted the opponent's head off on the spot. You can't escape. I already know your secret. The main body is rushing to Earth. No one can save you. Mephisto stared at David. Puffed. With a hot gaze, Mephisto's hideous face was burned to the ground. I definitely know my magic resistance flaw. That's why I can't wait to find you. Beneath David's seemingly livid face, there is a deep expectation. Compared to kryptonite of various colors and the red sun that is very common in the universe, the defect of magic resistance has the smallest impact on combat power and the weakest weakening. Boom! At this time, there was a terrifying sound wave, and the entire earth trembled for a moment. There was an endless spread of rich sins spreading, and the demonic power from the gods of hell began to spread on the earth like the vast Wang Yang. David, the great demon Lord Mephisto, have come from hell just for you. The terrifying demon's sins swept the entire earth in an instant. Mephisto just stood there with a terrifying sense of oppression that shook the entire planet, and people in the whole world suddenly fell into endless panic. Mephisto's terrifying phantom was thrown directly into the endless outer space. At first glance, it seemed that this red demon was going to swallow the earth in one bite. The entire planet is in huge amounts of panic. Devil. This time there are real demons. Damn, is this the gate of hell opened? I feel like I'm going to die. How can humans fight demons? No, Superman is facing off against this demon. He can, just like against the skull before. At the moment, Ghost Rider also looked at the terrifying figure that made him tremble from the bottom of his heart, and there were fires in his eyes. Mephisto, Ghost Rider whispered. The entire Earth is in huge amounts of turmoil at this moment, and countless people are stunned by the sudden arrival of Mephisto. If nothing else, the fact that it can exert such a strong sense of oppression on the countless beings on the entire planet, making everyone's chest seem to be pressed against a boulder, almost suffocating, has already demonstrated the terrifyingness of this demon. David, who the hell is this guy? Looking for a way to disperse the people. I don't want to be disturbed. With a snap, David smashed the earphones, breaking Fury's unfinished words. At the moment, as the person facing Mephisto, David feels the terrifying power of Mephisto more than any other existence, as if facing the pressure of an entire universe. This is Mephisto, the Demon Lord. David took a deep breath, constantly adjusted his state, and climbed all the indicators to the extreme, showing a dignified look. In hell, there are big demons, Satanos, Velasco, Nightmare, Desperi, Sam and Sidorak, etc., and Mephisto is a tough one to stand with these guys. Not only has the strength, but also the brain. And such a big devil, at the moment, came directly to the earth in person. The universe is best at creating miracles, and you are undoubtedly one of the miracles. I have seen many special guys, but you're the most surprising to me. Mephisto laughs softly and walks slowly out of the space-time crack. Don't think that the Ancient One will come to expel me. She simply can't do it. I don't want to fight her, just because it's not worth it, but you are worth me. Have a fight with her. David slowly raised his head and showed a sneer. I don't need Ancient One. I will find a way to kill you myself. Oh, how? Just hit it. Before he could finish speaking, David's muscles were tense. He started to move with a low roar, stomped on the ground hard, and rushed in front of Mephisto in an instant. To Mephisto's face. Boom! Like the loud noise of a meteorite falling, the entire ground suddenly sank and was destroyed by the terrible shockwave. But Mephisto just tilted his head, sneered, and grabbed David, barely dodging at David's astonishing speed, desperately squeezing every cell in his body to gain more powerful ability, especially now that it was noon and the sun was shining. Most strongly grants David more energy recovery speed. Well, it can actually absorb the energy of the sun and get a geometric multiple of energy feedback. It's a strange body. In Mephisto's blood-red eyes, there was a hint of exclamation. But so what? For me, this level of increase is useless. Swish! Mephisto just raised his hand and threw out a magic which weakened David in an instant, and at the same time grabbed David by the shoulder and fell down hard. Boom! A crater of dozens of meters suddenly appeared, triggering tremors across the continental shelf, volcanic eruptions, and tsunami boiling. Superman is going to lose? This monster is too powerful. Superman is so strong, and he is still not his opponent. The satellites in space exploded one after another, and they could only barely convey fragmentary pictures. Looking at the scene where David was easily defeated by Mephisto, everyone's hearts sank, and their faces showed incredible expressions. This demon isn't even Superman an opponent? Superman is already the most powerful hero on Earth. Fury gritted his teeth and took out a quantum communication device, with a tangled look on his face. That's it. As the most special human being on this planet, a miracle species born in the universe, that's it. Mephisto gracefully slapped on the dust that wasn't there. But the next moment, Mephisto's indifferent expression suddenly condensed, and he let out a light murmur. Ding! Congratulations to your Excellency Commander for completing the Earth-level event. Mephisto has arrived. Now, it has broken through the level fixed star reputation. The reputation value has been cleared, the gene has been upgraded, and the high-level gene has been obtained. In Mephisto's perception, he was shocked to notice that David's strength was rising sharply at an unbelievable speed. This was not a simple superposition, but a bizarre leap in the essence of life. Now start the second round. I said, I will kill you. David flew out of the deep pit slowly, opening his arms and squinting to embrace the endless light. Like a rising sun, he's flying, and he looks unscathed. God, I knew this demon couldn't beat David, the most powerful superhero on Earth. Kill this devil. Sir, Superman's energy index has ushered in an explosive leap again. Now he is infinitely approaching the yield of a nuclear bomb. No, it has begun to surpass the nuclear bomb. All major organizations around the world are using various means to investigate the battle situation, satellite observation, magic exploration, prophecy spells. All kinds of means are used to collect as much information as possible. Originally watching the mighty David being slapped into the ground by Mephisto, looking like he was powerless to fight back, many people were still in despair, but at this moment, seeing that David was not only unscathed, but became stronger again at an astonishing speed, ushered in the transition of the level of life, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Everything just now happened between lightning and flint. Many hidden forces at the moment also began to move. Kunlun Mountains. A gigantic dragon woke up from his slumber and immediately summoned Lei Gong and Jade Emperor and said solemnly, Mephisto actually came to the earth in person, and a terrible disaster has come, which may be more powerful than the spirits of vengeance 20,000 years ago. The battle at Zatanos was even worse. In the Divine Spear Bureau, at the moment, the Ring spaceship was directly activated, and a large number of heroes began to settle in. No one knows how strong Mephisto is, but we will prepare for the worst. Once Superman can't stop it, we will gather the power of the whole Earth to fight the demon. Zhang Xian ordered. Atlantis. Aquaman Namor stood up abruptly, looked at his lover Storm Ororo, and both saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Did you feel it, this breath of despair? Ororo's pupils turned white, and he began to sense the center of the battlefield through the global weather, but was destroyed by waves of violent violence. Perception, mental trauma. There are tsunamis all over the world. I want to stabilize the oceans of the Earth. You should go back and contact Professor X immediately and let him get ready. Namor held the Aquaman trident high and stabbed the ground fiercely. In an instant, a strange ability emerged, which instantly calmed the restlessness of the oceans. Kamartaj, Sorcerer Supreme, was surrounded by many magicians, their faces solemn. Mephisto ontology invades the Earth, which is almost one of the biggest crises faced by human civilization. Thousands of years ago, the crisis of Odin, Zeus, Jade Emperor, and other gods gathering all the gods of the world tree to fight against the cosmic gods group from afar was not as good as this time. Because the cosmic god group fought the gods that time, it was only because their biological experiments, the Earth humans, were frequently interfered with the evolution process by the gods, so they brazenly acted to expel the gods from the Earth. Sorcerer Supreme, what should we do? Wong whispered. As soon as Ancient One waved his hand, the powerful magic monitoring came into play immediately. Magic images appeared instantly, monitoring the battle situation there, and calmly said, Wait, now is not the time. She was looking for an opportunity, a chance to smash Mephisto in one blow, or the whole world would be doomed. At the moment, the eyes of the whole world were on David and Mephisto. It can be said that David alone has attracted the attention and expectation of the whole world. In the same way, countless prestige points rolled in, which was simply exaggerated to the extreme. Level fixed star reputation, 7 million/100 million. Complete at least one major event that shakes the solar system. How long has it been? 7 million reputation points have been gathered, and billions of people from the various races of the Earth and the Moon are providing reputation for David. At the moment, Mephisto watched David complete the transition of the level of life with an incredible look on his face, and his breath rose sharply, increasing tenfold. How is this possible? You get such a powerful boost for no reason. The energy you get every time you absorb a ray of sunlight increases tenfold in an instant. Mephisto's eyes were vicious, and he watched David's crazy strengthening. It doesn't matter. There's really nothing to say to a dying demon. David clenched his fists, feeling the power that seemed to crush a planet in one fell swoop. Definitely an illusion, but there was no doubt about its power. The terrifying improvement brought about by high-level genes made David deeply feel it, and it is no wonder that General Zod could beat Clark Kent, who had been in the sun for more than 20 years, to half to death. If it wasn't for the code of life in Clark's blood, he carried the entire Krypton's endless blood branches with his own power and possessed infinite potential, and he would have been killed by General Zod long ago. David glanced at Mephisto, and at this moment felt that the threat posed by this big demon was not that big. In other words, already can kill. Swish! David moved. As he rose into the air, he slammed into Mephisto in an instant. The muscles all over his body bulged completely, and every cell began to roar frantically. The terrifying energy index that was continuously superimposed reached a short-term peak at this moment. And this is not the ultimate. The universe is my real battlefield, David whispered, forcibly pushing Mephisto into the cosmic starry sky. The blazing sun generously endowed David with infinite power, and every second that passed propelled David's physical power to a new peak that was more terrifying and incomprehensible. Boom! David punched Mephisto hard in the face. The second round begins. The battlefield has officially been pulled into the outer sky. This harsh vacuum environment is the most perfect battlefield for David. The burning sun is an infinite source of energy. Amazing, you surprised me again, but it didn't do anything for the results. Mephisto was stunned by David's growth rate and terrifying potential, but with a low sneer, he was more interested in destroying David's soul. Mephisto raised his head, and a demon ray suddenly burst out from his blood-colored eyes. David also raised his head, his eyes reddened, and the hot gaze of soaring power shot out at the same time. The two rays collided with a bang, and in an instant, their debut burst into a terrifying wave that was comparable to a nuclear explosion. David resisted this kind of shockwave's attack, and he slammed into Mephisto with a savage blow. With a loud bang, he literally shook Mephisto's true demon body. The turbulent power continued to spread, and in this empty and deep cosmic starry sky, it suddenly spread. The confrontation between the demon and Superman shook everything around. You who lack magic resistance, what are you fighting me for? Mephisto sneered, at the same time throwing out a lot of magical power, all-inclusive. Magic is just one of the power systems mastered by this hell demon. He has lived for too long. He definitely knows some powerful magic. Swish! David's face was stern, and he blasted through the magical barrier with one blow, squeezing the energy of every cell in his body at any cost, using the explosive power of every muscle, forcibly piercing the magic one after another, and attacking Mephisto's body directly. Every moment, David is madly devouring the solar radiation with a greedy attitude. Fight Mephisto's magic with an endless supply of energy. Mephisto, you seem to have made a mistake. My magic resistance is not strong. It is only relative to my other powers. You want to rely on magic to defeat me. You think you are Ancient One. David sneered and started a frantic battle with this hell demon in a frantic manner. Countless figures are intertwined, and the two figures have filled every corner, and every moment can hit thousands of punches, using this deep cosmic starry sky as the battlefield. Hiss! In the staggered figure, David's whole body's flesh and blood had already been defeated too much. Mephisto raised his hand and ripped off a large piece of flesh and blood from David's body. But in just an instant, David absorbed a lot of sunlight to repair it. Self-inflicted damage, and then continue the bloody battle with Mephisto. That's right, even David with high-level genes and David standing at the top of Krypton are still at a disadvantage. Nice taste, very delicious. Mephisto licked his palm full of blood and flesh, revealing intoxication, and a pair of blood-red eyes fell on David. David, I know this is not your limit. You are rapidly getting stronger every moment, but you no longer have a chance to reach your peak. In front of me, the speed of your strengthening can't keep up with the speed at which you're constantly weakened by me. How else do you want to beat me? With that symbiote in you. Mephisto sneered and lifted his chin. David took a deep breath, absorbed the sun, and quickly recovered from the injury, while looking down at his battle suit. It was already dilapidated. Venom was trying his best to repair it, but still under Mephisto's terrorist attack, he was so scarred that even Venom's vital signs were seriously injured. If it hadn't been integrated with David, it would have been killed long ago. The next moment, Mephisto grinned again and grabbed at David, but David's eyes immediately shot out the most terrifying hot sights so far, and in a bang, Mephisto was knocked into the air, and the terrifying high temperature devoured Mephisto, frantically burning. Burn. David, UP asterisk 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 D me off. Mephisto tore off the tattered cloak and looked at the human in front of him with a gloomy expression. This was the second human being to feel the wrath of him since the Ancient One. Just like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang, he is extremely tenacious. You also angered me, Devil. I didn't intend to use that thing so early. You forced me. But in order to kill you completely, there is no way. David took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and meditated in his heart under the surprised gaze of the other party. System, activate all excess prestige, activate. Code of Life. I want to find the most powerful mutant bloodline from the Code of Life. Since high-level genes that are not fully charged are not enough, then use more powerful and weirder mutant genes to fight. Every mutated gene is a terrifying gene level that surpasses the high-level gene in potential. Ding. Activate the Code of Life. Your Excellency Commander, the information contained in the Code of Life is extremely huge, and it will create a strong load on your body. I wish you good luck. The next moment, something that seemed to be full of infinite and endless life characteristics began to fill David's body in an instant, and penetrated into every cell. All cells contain a part of the Code of Life. Activate the super Kryptonian genes. Even if he suffers a more terrifying burden and serious sequelae, this be asterisk 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 D demon must die. David froze. He stood with his head held high, his great figure projected onto the earth, the slightly dimmed infinity sign on his chest, and a more dazzling golden light erupted again. Mephisto stared at this human being with a look of astonishment. He clearly felt that there was a faint level of life coming from David that could confront him directly. No, how is this possible? There have been many life transitions in a very short period of time. This is not in line with the laws of the universe at all. Who are you? The growth of life has its own specific laws. No matter how legendary creatures are born sacred, they must have their established characteristics, and even gods are no exception. But what did Mephisto see? He saw a peculiar human being who, under his own pressure, made 2 life transitions in succession, unexpectedly jumping from a special but weak being to the laws of life, and faintly possessing a monstrous demon that was more like him. Approaching level of life. A great devil who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, and a humble human actually have a life level that is almost the same? Simply ridiculous. But this incredible thing at the moment actually happened, right under Mephisto's nose. Shock from Mephisto, plus 50 reputation. What the hell are you? Mephisto looked at the human being in front of him with a look of dread. In an instant, his expression changed, revealing a startled expression. Are you the destiny of this cosmic age? Destiny? There's only this possibility. Among the countless possibilities and rules of the universe, the chosen destiny is actually a human being. I am destiny. Mephisto, you are going to die here. David's body was surging with terrifying rays of light. It was the scene of the solar radiation that had been shown over by David, which was amplified by dozens of times and hundreds of times. He forcibly activated the code of life and replaced the super Kryptonian bloodline on himself. In an instant, there was an unprecedented increase in terror. Super Kryptonian, Jor-El's loyal younger brother, Hale, is a super Kryptonian. Based on the high-level gene, he has raised another level to become a terrifying super Kryptonian, whether his speed, strength, neural reflex, or cellular level. Self-healing force, etc., all 10 times higher than the Kryptonians with high-level genes. Hale alone easily overturned the entire Justice League, including Superman with the Code of Life. Super Kryptonian, this kind of unprecedented, terrifying improvement, has greatly eliminated and relieved the existence of their own racial defects, and is almost the closest to perfect Kryptonian. And now, David is a super Kryptonian. Can only last an hour. David felt his own condition, especially his genetic system, which fell into a disordered state because he suddenly carried a heavy code of life, and now he has forcibly added the genetic blessing of the super Kryptonian, further aggravating the genetic damage. It lasted for an hour at most, and after an hour, David's genes collapsed. However, it's enough. David sneered in a low voice and moved abruptly. His strength that skyrocketed again was rising sharply every moment, and every moment was getting stronger and stronger, making Mephisto feel a burst of trembling. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge fist smashed into Mephisto's head, and this time, Mephisto was unstoppably kicked out. There is deep horror in his eyes. Puff! The heat sight suddenly hit Mephisto, and the terrifying heat sight increased 10 times in an instant compared to just now. Whether it was the temperature or the power of the energy shock, it was an unprecedented and terrifying improvement. Die! David appeared in front of Mephisto in an instant. His terrifying muscles almost burst at this moment, and every inch of skin in his body was roaring frantically, sending out David's first roar to the entire universe. That absolutely terrifying physical quality, under the condition of directly bearing the sun's rays, directly surging the terrifying power that is visible to the eyes, is enough to shake the stars. Rumble. The terrifying force that directly shook everything spread rapidly in the more tragic war with Mephisto, causing the surrounding planet to shake. On the Earth is always undergoing subtle tremors, and everyone can clearly feel the terrifying oppression coming from the cosmic starry sky. Can you win? Superman, can you defeat that terrifying demon? He will definitely win. If he can't beat him, he would have lost a long time ago, and he won't last until now. He is Superman. How could Superman lose? Many people directly raised their heads and looked at outer space with solemn expressions, although they could not see the scene of the battle at all, because the existence of these two statues has exceeded the level that could be involved by conventional means. From the shock of reputation value +1. From reputation +1. Yuan is constantly flooding in popularity. The battle between David and Mephisto became more and more tragic. Every time they collided, a terrible shockwave erupted, stirring up a large amount of energy vortex, shaking more worlds. The more he hit, the more frustrated Mephisto felt, until he was punched in the cheek. This punch was even heavier, as if it could blow up a fixed star. Puff! Mephisto spit out a spiky tooth, and blood poured out of his mouth, and a single drop could corrode the planet. He is injured. The dignified Hell Demon was injured in the hands of a human, and this is just the beginning. David's face was full of anger, and he was also fierce. He immediately grabbed Mephisto's neck and threw it out. You rely on the sun to keep getting energy? Then I'll destroy the sun, drag you into the depths of a universe, and consume you alive. David, you're just reluctantly fighting me with a short life transition, but you still just a human, not a god. Mephisto gasped, laughed wildly, and turned to destroy the sun of the solar system. At this time, a red suspended cloak suddenly flew from the earth, brewing terrifying magical power, and became crazy in an instant, covering the entire solar system and isolating Mephisto's peeping. Ancient One. Mephisto suffered an injury. A mouthful of old blood spurted out and exploded on the spot. But at this time, David had already seized the gap, rushed to Mephisto in an instant, raised his head slowly, with a grim expression on his face, grabbed one of the demon's arms, roared, and used all his strength. Hiss! Blood flowed, flesh splattered, and the power of sin began to spread and corrode. One of Mephisto's arms was torn off by David on the spot. This terrifying scene was transmitted in an instant and was seen by many beings who were paying attention in the dark. This human actually has the possibility of defeating Mephisto. The successive life transitions have never been heard of. Mephisto is going to lose. Although the Ancient One was secretly attacking, this proud demon was indeed defeated by a human being. Now it's up to him to save his life. All eyes peeped on, revealing the color of amazement and shock. In fact, the first time Mephisto came to the earth, the extreme demon and sinful aura had already shaken the entire world tree, and the top beings in other worlds had already been paying attention in secret. Father, the demon of hell has openly invaded Midgard. This is disrespectful to Asgard. Please allow me to fight and kill this demon. Thor looked manic, looking at the bloody battle with Mephisto. Every time he collided, he punched the flesh, and the simple and rough style of play was full of masculinity, which made the irascible Tony feel excited and ready to move. Shut up. The earth is the territory of the Ancient One, and taking a shot will be regarded as a provocation. Odin's face was majestic, but in that one eye, there was an undisguised exclamation. This guy named David? Is this really human? This strong and insane physique, 2 consecutive life leaps, can become stronger when exposed to the sun. The guy who could be called the son of the sun. Really human. A fierce man who can fight head-to-head with a big demon like Mephisto, who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. What kind of human? This physique is even more exaggerated than that of the Aesir Protoss, which is known for hand-to-hand combat and can fight. Shock from Odin Bolson, plus 20 reputation. Odin was indeed shocked and quickly constructed various possibilities in his mind. Earth, there's a successor. Ancient One is such a lucky guy. Odin sighed in a low voice and looked at David, who was fighting bloody battle, and saw with his own eyes that this human ripped off one of Mephisto's arms and sighed continuously. He was a little jealous. This human being is really too good and too full of miracles. Even if it can't become the Sorcerer Supreme, it must be the next era after the Ancient One, the decisive force to guard the earth. In contrast to Asgard, Odin glanced at Thor, who was in high spirits, excited and yearning, sighed, then glanced at Loki, who was gloomy and full of ideas, and recalled the murderous Hela. The gap is also too big. The new generation of Midgard Earth has been able to fight with Mephisto, but the dignified Asgard has no successor. Father, Midgard actually has such a strong, tough guy. I have never met such a strong human in the past 1,500 years of my life. I want to compete with him, and I will be the future #1 in the 9 realms. A warrior. Thor clenched his hammer, eager to try, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. It was really David's violent melee mode, which was really punch after punch, too much for Thor's appetite. Just one glance, the arrogant Thor has a very good impression of David. Boom, boom, boom. Endless reputation was rushing in frantically at this moment, and it was completely burned at the first time, which was used to fill the code of life. David also became more and more crazy. Blood was dripping all over his body, scars were all over, and a lot of scars were deep in the bones. You lunatic, Go away! Mephisto roared loudly, and after breaking his arm, the demon's real body was damaged, and a little uneasiness rose in his heart. Wow! At this time, David punched the floating cloak, and in an instant, the cloak spontaneously opened a hole, and the sun swarmed in, and the sun seemed to be deliberately gathered by powerful magic, and it turned into a terrifying flame at this moment. It shone straight on David. A large number of scars began to recover rapidly, and each cell regained a more vigorous vitality. Even if some cells were exhausted and completely collapsed due to being too mad, it was an indisputable fact that David's power swelled again. Mephisto was a little scared. How can there be such an unreasonable monster like you in this world? Mephisto roared, and one of the four fangs was knocked out, and this one was hit in the face by David again, and the blood spattered. Puff! The sun-like heat sight blasted out, burning and tearing Mephisto's true demon body. And now, the impact of this heat sight made Mephisto feel severe pain. His injuries are getting worse. Now, I believe that you are the destiny of this era, but you can never kill me. With red eyes, Mephisto grabbed it with one claws and immediately tore off a large piece of flesh and ribs on David's chest, revealing a savage grin at the corners of his mouth. But this smile immediately solidified as soon as it was revealed, because David has taken this opportunity to grab Mephisto's neck. Aren't you a demon? If I screw your head off and burn your soul, will you die? David spat out a mouthful of blood, and under the highly focused, endless flames, his super Kryptonian physique was undergoing extraordinary growth every moment, which seriously increased his load. But it's all worth it. Mephisto, your corpse will be my metal that shakes countless worlds. Do not. Hiss. David looked fierce and stepped on Mephisto's shoulder with one foot. Immediately, the muscles in his arms swelled like an explosion and even started to crack. Little by little, he gave the big devil's head to. Tear it off. Mephisto is dead. The huge amounts of demon corpses lay in the cosmos' starry sky, and beside him was the sturdy man who stood proudly despite being a little embarrassed. The dignified hell demon died in the hands of a human. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and this terrifying scene was quickly passed on, and it was well known to more people in the world. They looked at this epic scene with horror, and their faces were full of disbelief, as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Mephisto, really dead? This demon from hell outside the multi-universe has actually died at the hands of humans. The key is not to kill with magic or other power, but to be killed by a fierce and messy man with his fists. Such a physique, is it really human? There are many existences, and the heart is complicated at this moment. This is crazy. Shocked by Thor Odinson, reputation +5. From a shock of Frigga, reputation value +3. Shock from Lauf, reputation +15. At this moment, David's name spread all over the world tree, and the 9 worlds completely remember this macho man, and his terrifying figure in bloody battle with Mephisto will be forever remembered in the history of their respective worlds. A human named David in the solar system forcibly killed Mephisto. Countless beings are in awe of David. At this moment, in the vacuum of the universe, David is standing exhaustedly, and his stalwart image is actually barely supported, all because of the reputation that is rolling in, climbing like an explosion. I've reached my limit, and if Mephisto doesn't die, I can't take it anymore. David felt his physical condition and immediately shook his head, sighing with emotion, really on the verge of collapse. Every moment, the cells swelled up because they devoured too much energy in a short period of time, and a large number of cells collapsed and died because of the frantic phagocytosis and wastage. The code of life filled into David's body also made his body emit dangerous signals. If he wanted to carry the code of life, he needed some time to adapt and groom his body. In the body, more than 50% of the muscles in the whole body are broken, and the bone condition is even worse. My own genes are constantly collapsing, and if I want to recover, I am afraid that I will have to bask in the sun for several days. Fortunate to have killed the B*********** D Mephisto. David glanced coldly at Mephisto, the sound of the system resounding in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to your Excellency Commander for completing the level fixed star event. Reputation level 1543/100 million completed the level fixed star event. A lot of reputation has also been filled into the Code of Life. If you want to get 100 million reputation points, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while. The Code of Life that contains the entire Kryptonian genetic system is the most important thing. Never give up. David was silent for a moment, grabbed Mephisto's body directly, turned around, and headed for the solar system. Swish! The red, levitating cloak that enveloped the solar system suddenly shrank and flew towards David erratically. Do what? David grinned hard. His whole body was sending out signs of collapse, and he just wanted to get some sleep now. The levitating cloak circled around David, rubbing it with one corner in a very humane way, as if a person was touching his chin, thinking and hesitating. This cloak with high intelligence is the pinnacle of Ancient One's magical creation. Enlarged to cover the solar system, it is one of the many abilities of the red suspension cloak, while the other blue suspension cloak is only a little bit worse, only a planet that can wrap around the Earth. In the movie, the toughness of this dress is also terrifyingly strong. It can entangle Thanos wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, and after being torn apart frantically by Thanos, it can also be unscathed. The red cloak circled around David again, and seemed to have finally made up his mind and put it directly on David's shoulders. Snapped! David's cloak activated spontaneously, knocking off the suspension cloak at once. Venom is full of disgust and repulsion for this outsider who doesn't let any farts. Go away, this dress of yours. Just because you're fit to hook up with Lord David? Infinity the battle suit squirmed, and the equally exhausted Venom stretched out a vicious head, roaring loudly. Just kidding, this is David, the man who killed Mephisto. It's Venom, together with David, killed an enemy stronger than the symbiote Godnar, who in the entire symbiote family is greater than it. There is none left. It is one body with David. How can it tolerate this tattered clothes to come together? Well, considering that it can cover the solar system, its strength is too terrifying. This filled Venom with fear and anxiety, and felt that his status was seriously threatened. The suspended cloak was obviously provoked, swooped over, smashed Venom's head crookedly, and forcibly fell on David's back. The two guys immediately used David's body as the battlefield and started fighting each other, and the two clothes fought fiercely. David didn't bother to pay attention to this mess, although the suspension cloak took the initiative to come to seek refuge, which surprised and delighted him. But now he has more important things to do. He's going to rest and spend a few days combing and repairing the genetic chain.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.